Make France great again. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 351, Princess Augusta. My dear brother, you are back. Hearing the strange tone of yin and yang from Mathilde Bonaparte's mouth, Jerome Bonaparte showed a helpless expression on his face. Of course he understood that his sister was dissatisfied with her not taking the initiative to visit. After all, it was he who was marrying, not Mathilde. The woman, Württemberg, has already been delivered to the door of the house, and it is too unprofessional to be unwilling to meet her for the first time. I'm really sorry. In order to prevent his sister from continuing to sneer at him, Jerome Bonaparte immediately bowed and apologized. I was discussing some financial matters with Minister Manette just now. Jerome Bonaparte once again pulled Manie out as a shield. In this way, the time delayed by Vernier crying is well explained. Although it is said that a sister often mocks herself in words, Jerome Bonaparte is used to it. She is more concerned than anyone else when it comes to the stability of the empire. During the period when Jerome Bonaparte was the president and the queen, Mathilde was in charge of all the affairs, communication, of the Tuileries Palace and the Élysée Palace. This includes, but is not limited to, holding literary salons, donating to welfare hospitals, and organizing charity evenings. Mathilde is partly to blame for the Bonaparte family being able to have such a good reputation in Paris and even in France. Sure enough, after Mathilde heard Jerome Bonaparte discussing with the Chancellor of the Exchequer Magnate, he naturally thought of the recent bond issuance by the Ministry of Finance. His expression turned from frivolous to serious and asked, "What happened to the finances?" Question. Do you need my help? No. Need. Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and responded, currently, the short-term treasury bonds are gaining momentum, and Magnate plans to issue a new round of treasury bonds in the near future. It's fine. Mathilde smiled again. She suddenly remembered that there were not only herself and her brother in the room, but the topic just now seemed to have nothing to do with what was going on today. So Mathilde, the girls beside each other, quickly showed a playful smile. I'm really sorry. Nothing. Sister Mathilde. Princess Augusta of Württemberg smiled softly, then turned her gaze to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte also turned his attention to his cousin Augusta. At this time, Augusta was wearing a fluffy white court dress, and her round and fair face was inlaid with a pair of light blue eyes that were as clear as water. Her hair hangs down like a waterfall, and on the whole, it gives people the aura of a big sister next door. The only fly in the ointment is that her **** are so unremarkable, which also causes her to lack some attractiveness. P.S. The historical Augusta got married on June 12, 1851. Because of Jerome Bonaparte's coup d'état and ascending to the throne, the kingdom of Württemberg decided to wait a bit. Compared with the slightly quirky Vernier and the bitter Mathilde, Augusta obviously has more royal momentum. Jerome Bonaparte had no way of connecting the slim princess in front of him with the snotty girl from more than 10 years ago. It's really the 18 changes of the female college. Jerome Bonaparte sighed involuntarily. Afterwards, Mathilde Bonaparte enthusiastically made a connection between Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta also gradually got to know each other. I'll go first, if I have something to do. Seeing that there was no longer any obstacle to the communication between the two, Mathilde Bonaparte also got up and retired just in time. Only Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta were left in the room. They looked at each other and neither of them spoke. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte decided to break the silence and said, "Cousin, you have grown up. I remember the last time we met, you were so tall." Saying that, Jerome Bonaparte gestured to Augusta about the height she remembered. Augusta also recalled her memories of being with Jerome Bonaparte, and she responded with the same smile. "Your Majesty, that was almost 20 years ago. Still, don't call me Your Majesty." Jerome Bonaparte waved his hand and said to Augusta, "Let's go by the previous name." "Yes, Your Majesty." Augusta quickly changed his words. "Cousin." Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta talked in the room for a long time, and the memories made them completely eliminate the rawness and become intimate. Standing outside the door, Mathilde dropped on the bursts of laughter from the room. She also had a gratified smile on her face and said to herself, not bad, although the cousin of Augusta is not too amazing. The aesthetics of France and even Europe are related to the chest, but in general, she is cheerful and intelligent. Point with her in charge of the affairs of the Tuileries Palace. Mathilde can feel a little relieved. Point my younger brother is fine with everything, but he doesn't care about the dance party and the connection between the nobles, compared with the traditional aristocracy. My younger brother prefers to communicate with the nouveau-riche, industrial bourgeoisie and bankers and soldiers. From time to time, they were invited to the Tuileries Palace to party, and even developed a rule of holding a small one a week and a large one for half a month. Point. If it weren't for the help of himself, the Bonaparte family would really have become the nouveau-riche family in other populations. It's good now. With Augusta's help, Mathilde doesn't have to worry about the ball from time to time. Mathilde, whose thoughts remained in the aristocratic class, did not know that the influence that the bourgeoisie could erupt could completely destroy the entire aristocratic class, causing the aristocracy to lose the last piece of pure cultural land. In general, everything has two sides. On the bright side, Jerome Bonaparte was rejected by some old-fashioned aristocratic forces, making the Bonaparte family almost return to the ranks of the nouveau-riche, but he also received the support of the new bourgeoisie and the middle class. Many of the Orleanist bourgeois upstarts have completely turned into Bonapartists. In the 19th century, when the influence of the old aristocracy was still prevalent, there was only one person who could put down his face and treat the new bourgeoisie equally, and only Jerome Bonaparte. Even Britain, which claims to be a bourgeois monarchy, also revealed contempt for the upstarts. Mathilde was very satisfied with the brothers and sisters in the room, and her heart began to think about the wedding. In the room, Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta were still chatting hotly. The two had been chatting for more than 2 hours, and there seemed to be endless topics between them. Augusta's intelligence convinced Jerome Bonaparte that his cousin was indeed the most suitable candidate for the queen. Stunning looks and a perfect figure are not necessary conditions for a queen, but political wisdom is the most important criterion. Especially in a country like France. Louis XVI's cake queen and the historical Empress Eugenie are obviously not a qualified queen/queen. A stupid queen/queen will only hasten a regime's demise. If the original cake queen can have the same political wisdom as his mother Teresa, then the Bourbon dynasty will not be overwhelmed by the revolution. In the same way, if Empress Eugenie had the same wisdom as Empress Josephine, the first wife of Emperor Napoleon, the French Second Empire would not have been hastened to collapse. Thinking of this, Jerome Bonaparte decided to say to Augusta affectionately, "Cousin, are you willing to be the most noble existence in France? You will witness the glory with me in the years to come." Princess Augusta naturally understood that the reason why she appeared here was to make the kingdom of Württemberg closely linked with France, and she firmly responded, "Your Majesty, I'm willing to be your wife." Seeing that his cousin Augusta agreed to the marriage, Jerome Bonaparte grabbed Augusta's hand and put it on his mouth and printed his own lip print. "Welcome to France, Queen." The door of the room opened slowly, and Jerome Bonaparte walked out holding Princess Augusta's hand. Mathilde, who was standing in the doorway, looked at Jerome Bonaparte with relief. "Thank you, sister." Jerome Bonaparte thanked Mathilde Bonaparte. Mathilde Bonaparte nodded in satisfaction and replied, "Yeah, you finally matured." Then, Jerome Bonaparte took Augusta to his father, Prince Montfort. At the request of Jerome Bonaparte, Prince Montfort summoned all the members of the Bonaparte family living in Paris. In front of many members of the Bonaparte family, Jerome Bonaparte announced in public that Augusta was about to become queen of the French Empire. Riyad 1. Come all Bonapartes, except Pierre Bonaparte. The Bape people all smiled. As for why Pierre Bonaparte is unhappy, the reason is very simple. According to the order of inheritance of the Bonaparte family, if Jerome Bonaparte dies unfortunately, Pierre Bonaparte will be the first heir, which can be said to be the crown prince of the Bonaparte family. The arrival of Princess Augusta made Pierre Bonaparte very likely to miss the throne, so his attitude towards Augusta can be imagined. Of course, Pierre Bonaparte didn't know that Jerome Bonaparte had considered bringing his brother and nephew into the Bonaparte family. Once they joined the Bonaparte family, they were undoubtedly the closest candidates to the throne. In other words, Pierre Bonaparte is still 3 positions away from the throne. In addition, He was older than Jerome Bonaparte, which meant that he had no chance of becoming emperor at all. Chapter 352, Sudden Divorce. Bonaparte family members expressed their blessings for the upcoming wedding of Emperor Jerome Bonaparte and Princess Augusta. The Blessed Princess Augusta smiled and thanked the Bonaparte family members, and promised to help every member of the Bonaparte family as much as possible. Cut. Facing Princess Augusta's promise, the corner of Pierre Bonaparte's mouth showed a disdainful expression in the crowd. The members of the Bonaparte family who were standing on the side lightly poked Pierre Bonaparte with their index fingers when they saw this. "You are crazy, Pierre." Bonaparte glanced at the Bonaparte members beside him, and also lowered his voice to refute. "You are afraid of her." "I'm not afraid. She has not yet married His Majesty the Emperor, and she has started to manage our affairs. If things go on like this, aren't we going to be led by her nose? She is the Emperor's wife." Although the Bonaparte member said the Emperor's wife, there was no respect on his face. "We must give her some face." Face? Pierre Bonaparte still had a contemptuous expression on his face. "In France, the queen is just an ornament. Even the original emperor." Halfway through speaking, Pierre Bonaparte suddenly saw the emperor looking straight at him. His expression immediately froze, and then he showed Jerome Bonaparte an embarrassing smile. It was not until Jerome Bonaparte turned his gaze elsewhere that Pierre Bonaparte breathed a sigh of relief. After a brief meeting with all members of the Bonaparte family, Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta left the Richelieu mansion. P.S. After the property of the Orleans family in France was confiscated, Jerome Bonaparte handed over the Richelieu mansion under the name of the Orleans family to his father, Prince Montfort. Jerome Bonaparte, sitting in the carriage, smiled and asked Augusta how he felt. "It's okay in general. However, it seems that some people below do not welcome me." Augusta responded to Jerome Bonaparte. "They are afraid that the throne will be taken away." Jerome Bonaparte explained slowly, "Ever since my uncle became emperor, the princes in the family have never stopped for a moment. Your presence is precisely the let their fantasies about the throne completely come to nothing. Then should I give in?" Princess Augusta's tone didn't mean any compromise at all. "Of course not." Jerome Bonaparte once again grabbed Augusta's wrist and said warmly, "I said, you will share this power with me. This is what you should enjoy as a queen. Right. As for my brothers," Jerome Bonaparte said with a sneer, "they still don't know that their barren talents are not worthy of their ambitions. Everything they fantasize about is nothing but flowers in the mirror and the moon in the water." The next day, Jerome Bonaparte led Augusta to meet with supporters of the Bonaparte family and ministers of the cabinet. Both the supporters of the Bonaparte family and the cabinet ministers were satisfied with Augusta's relaxed answer. Although the queen's figure is relatively mediocre, the queen doesn't just look at her figure. In the next month, in order to let more people know Augusta, Jerome Bonaparte accompanied Augusta by train to Strasbourg, Lyon, Rouen, Bordeaux. Wherever he went, the crowd cheered for the arrival of the new queen. Augusta's fame also rose steadily throughout France. When Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta returned to Paris, Augusta proposed to Jerome Bonaparte to go to Notre Dame Cathedral. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta came to the Notre Dame Cathedral, where they received the most sincere blessing from the Archbishop of Notre Dame de Paris. For the Archbishop of Paris, Emperor Bonaparte was able to marry a princess of the Orthodox order, which represented his willingness to return to the Orthodox order, thus safeguarding the interests of the papal state. In the court of Queen Augusta, there must be a share of their priests. His Royal Highness Augusta, may the Lord bless you, the new Liwats. Your union will surely bring France back into order, and let reason and morality come back to the world. The Archbishop of Notre Dame looked like reverently blessed Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta, and brought some private goods along the way. His Excellency, Augusta also said to the Archbishop with a reverent look, "I hope our wedding can be completed here, with the blessing of the Lord." The Archbishop of Notre Dame de Paris rose. He really could not have imagined that Augusta would put forward such a condition. The behavior of Emperor Napoleon at Notre Dame de Paris was rebellious. "Do you want to do it again now, His Excellency? Can't you even fulfill this little wish?" Augusta showed a disappointed expression on his face. "Of course not." In order to be able to draw in the relationship between the Archbishop and the Queen, he didn't care about any taboos or taboos. He quickly remedied, "I'm very honored to be able to preside over the wedding of the two." "That's great. Augusta quickly turned from sadness to joy and said to the Archbishop of Notre Dame de Paris with a smile, point in this way. Augusta and the Bishop of Notre Dame made an agreement to rent Notre Dame as a wedding ceremony. Point. Jerome Bonaparte didn't say a word the whole time. The two boarded the carriage back to the Tuileries Palace with the farewell of the Bishop of Notre Dame de Paris. On the carriage, Jerome Bonaparte gave Augusta a thumbs up. Augusta smiled shyly. Over time, the Kingdom of Württemberg and the French Empire gradually reached a consensus on the wedding. Just when the two sides were about to reach an agreement, a sudden change made the feud for family almost fall into a break point. On October 15th, in 1852, the diplomatic ambassador of the Kingdom of Württemberg issued an order to the French Ministry of Foreign Affairs asking Augusta to return to Württemberg. Such a sudden news directly shocked the entire French Ministry of Foreign Affairs. You must know that Augusta has been in France for more than a month, and the hearts of the vast majority of the French people have recognized the princess who is about to become the Queen of France. This order from the foreign ambassador of Württemberg is obviously to repent. If not handled properly, the emperor will become the laughing stock of the whole of France. Feeling the seriousness of the situation, the French foreign minister handed over the news to the Tuileries Palace as soon as possible. When Jerome Bonaparte heard the news from de Roos, his face also showed shock and anger. Württemberg? My uncle, what do you want to do? Jerome Bonaparte felt an indescribable humiliation. Obviously, the last step is missing. What the asterisk is going on in Württemberg? Call the ambassador of Württemberg. Jerome Bonaparte said with a hint of anger in his words. De Roos hurriedly called the ambassador of Württemberg over. Jerome Bonaparte looked up and down the ambassador in front of him and said sharply, "Does the Kingdom of Württemberg know what it is doing? You are deceiving the whole of France." The ambassador of Württemberg said with an apologetic smile, "Your Majesty, Württemberg doesn't want to do this either. It's just that our king received joint pressure from the Austrian Empire and the Russian Empire, so he had to make this decision. ISN. The Kingdom of Württemberg afraid of the Austrian Empire and the Russian Empire, and not afraid of France?" Jerome Bonaparte laughed angrily. "Of course I'm afraid too," the ambassador of Württemberg bluntly admitted. "So we have thought of a best of both worlds solution for your Majesty and His Majesty Wilhelm." "What way?" Jerome Bonaparte looked at the Württemberg ambassador suspiciously. "As long as Her Royal Highness does not obey the orders of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and insists on fulfilling the marriage with you, then Her Majesty will have nothing to do. We can't send troops to pick up Her Royal Highness." The Württemberg ambassador showed a sly smile to the heat said Jerome Bonaparte. The words of the ambassador of Württemberg successfully awakened Jerome Bonaparte. He suddenly realized that the Kingdom of Württemberg, no matter how strict the words were, would not be able to attract people in the French territory. He only needed to get married. At that time, both Württemberg and France had face. We can also claim that Augusta is here for free love. In this case, she will be more popular in France. Jerome Bonaparte went from point to point, thinking of some future draft competitions. Commonly used packaging methods. For the rebellious Parisians, a rebellious queen is even more popular in Paris. Your Majesty, you and His Highness should hold it as soon as possible. The Württemberg ambassador kindly reminded. His Majesty Wilhelm is under great pressure. I see. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and said www.riyadh1.com. After the envoy of Württemberg left, Jerome Bonaparte called Augusta and he put the talisman. The words of the minister Thunberg were told to Augusta one by one. "Your Majesty, are we going to have a flash marriage?" Augusta asked unhurriedly with an unusually calm expression. "I respect your choice." Jerome Bonaparte gave Augusta due respect. "If you are willing to leave, I will send someone to take you back. If you are willing to stay, then I will. You have the biggest wedding ever." Then, Princess Augusta stretched out her hand in front of Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, please advise." "Yeah." Jerome Bonaparte also smiled and nodded, and gently grabbed Princess Augusta's hand. On October 16th, the Württemberg ambassador's request for Augusta to return to Württemberg was published in Paris newspapers. For a time, the group was furious, and the whole Paris made a roar of its own. Chapter 353. Wedding as usual. War. War. We want war. The humiliation from the Kingdom of Württemberg shrouded the heads of the people of Paris, and the people of Paris made their own cry under the blessing of nationalism. How could France, the largest country with the largest army in Europe, ever suffered such humiliation? And Württemberg, as a small country with a projectile, went back on its word and violated the agreement, which is simply trampling on the face of all the French people. From the moment the news was announced, the people of Paris had forgotten the German Confederate law of war and the pain caused by the Napoleonic Wars. Their humiliation and unwillingness of being separated from European foreign affairs for more than 10 years broke out at this moment. They needed a war, a hearty war. Just as the haze of war gradually shrouded the Kingdom of Württemberg and the French Empire, Princess Augusta of the Kingdom of Württemberg and Emperor Jerome Bonaparte of the French Empire were one of the parties involved in the Tuileries Palace announced that they will appear at the Paris City Hall at 3 p.m., hoping that the majority of Parisians can restrain their emotions and not affect the work of this day because of this incident. The thoughtful response from the Tuileries Palace was like a rainstorm, quenching the anger in the hearts of Parisians. At 2 p.m., the square outside Paris City Hall was crowded with people eagerly awaiting the arrival of the Emperor and Princess Augusta. At the same time, the police officers in charge of guarding the City Hall were all ready. With the concerted efforts of several hundred police officers, a passage for carriages was finally opened at 2:30. At 2:45, the acting director of the National Intelligence Service, Marcel Yeroja, went to the Tuileries Palace to report to Jerome Bonaparte, "Your Majesty, all the special action teams scattered around the City Hall crowd, and shooting points are ready." Marcel Yeroja replied word by word like an emotionless machine, "Yeah, I see." Jerome Bonaparte, who was sitting in the chair, got up and patted Marcel Yeroja on the shoulder. "Thank you for your hard work. This is what I should do." Marcel Yeroja responded to Jerome Bonaparte without being humble or arrogant. "By the way, is the funding allocated to the intelligence agency sufficient? If it is not enough, I can continue to add more." Jerome Bonaparte asked Marcel Yeroja, "Your Majesty, the funds allocated by the Ministry of Finance to the National Intelligence Service are completely sufficient." Marcel Yeroja replied to Jerome Bonaparte, "The annual appropriation of nearly 60 million francs is enough for the National Intelligence Service to build a huge intelligence network, which is 1/5 of the Navy's expenses. Don't be afraid to spend money. We will spend every penny on the edge." Jerome Bonaparte encouraged Marcel Yeroja, and then asked again, "How about the infiltration of some specific members?" "Your Majesty, our people have been fully deployed around Congressman von Bismarck, Major General von Morch, and Major General von Ron, and have won their trust." Although Marcel Yeroja did not understand the heat, why does Jerome Bonaparte focus on these little people? But he only needs to dutifully complete the task assigned by Jerome Bonaparte. "Okay." Jerome Bonaparte nodded with satisfaction. "Pay close attention to the movements of these people, and keep strictly confidential the personnel dispatched to them. When necessary, you can appropriately sacrifice some other peripheral members to use in order to ensure that the identities of those lurking around them are not leaked." "Understood." Marcel Yeroja responded decisively. "Okay. It's not too early. It's time to go." Jerome Bonaparte left the study, followed by Marcel Yeroja. This time, Marcel Yeroja still left through the back door. As an intelligence chief of secret intelligence, what Marcel Yeroja needs to do is keep a low profile. After Marcel Yeroja left, Jerome Bonaparte walked slowly to the hall of the Tuileries Palace. After a while, Augusta and Mathilde also appeared in the hall, arm in arm. Before Mathilde Bonaparte could reprimand, Jerome Bonaparte stretched out his hand to Augusta and said, "Let's go." "Yeah." Augusta let go of Mathilde's wrist and put his palm on Jerome Bonaparte's. The two left the Tuileries Palace in a black double-bridge carriage. Seeing the backs of the two leaving, Mathilde showed a gratified smile again. Escorted by a team of armored French dragoons, the double-bridge carriage carrying Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta came to the door of Paris City Hall. A look of panic appeared on Augusta's face when she saw the crowd outside Paris City Hall through the glass window, and the word riot appeared in her mind subconsciously. "Don't worry. I know the people of Paris. As long as you can show an honest attitude, they are very willing to accept you. They are all human, and there is no natural violence gene. All they do is to live a better life." If you can satisfy some of their demands, you will find them more lovable than some stubborn nobles. Jerome Bonaparte gently stroked her hand in relief. After hearing Jerome Bonaparte's words, Augusta was no longer afraid, and she began to look at the crowd outside the glass window with curious eyes. In her eyes, these people are no longer disgusting demon, but living people one by one. I see, Augusta said softly with a smile on her face. The carriage stopped in front of the gate of the city hall, and Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta left the carriage together, holding hands in the witness of all the people of Paris. Oh. There was an exclamation from the people of Paris, and many people had smiles on their faces, as you can see, my engagement with Princess Augustus was not annulled. Because of the unilateral annulment of the Kingdom of Württemberg, Augusta agreed to my proposal, and she is now the Queen of the French Empire. Jerome Bonaparte held Augusta's hand, and said in a flat and firm tone, you can also understand that I eloped with Augusta. Oh. The voices of the Parisians were even louder, and there were whistles from time to time in the crowd. I want to be with my cousin, my future husband, Jerome Bonaparte, Emperor of the French Empire. With 30 million French people, I sincerely hope that you two will accept me as the rebellious princess, said Augusta in French, word for word, according to the lines given to her by Jerome Bonaparte. In an instant, everyone present was full of goodwill towards this princess who dared to love and hate. In the case of loving the house and woo, many people also slightly weakened their disgust for the Kingdom of Württemberg. Long live Bonaparte. Long live the Queen. Some clever little ghost in the crowd shouted out the first sentence. Immediately afterwards, the people in the entire town hall square spontaneously chanted for the Emperor and the Queen. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta left Paris City Hall with cheers on October 17th. A rumor refuting news appeared in the Observer. The news said that the reason why the Kingdom of Württemberg chose to reject France was because of the pressure of the Russian Empire behind it. For a while, the source of anger shifted from the Kingdom of Württemberg to the Russian Empire, with angry Parisians marching outside the Russian embassy in France. If the embassy was not equipped with sufficient police force, the Russian embassy would have been smashed to pieces by the angry crowd. After this incident, the image of Augusta became even taller in the hearts of the people of Paris. Women in Paris regard Augusta as a symbol of resistance to power, and Augusta also participates in some work such as charity under the guidance of Jerome Bonaparte. Several hospitals in the nature of welfare institutions named after Augusta was established in Paris, and the people of Paris spontaneously donated money and materials to the hospitals. After the operation of Jerome Bonaparte, Augusta can be said to have acquired a moral golden body. As long as there are no other moral problems in the follow-up, Augusta will stand in Paris' invincible position. On October 18th, the Tuileries Palace once again released a heavy news: the French Emperor Jerome Bonaparte and the Princess of Württemberg will be officially married on October 31st at Notre Dame de Paris. Such a hasty wedding will inevitably lead to some mistakes. But things can only speed up the pace so far. Under the order of Jerome Bonaparte, the attendants of the Tuileries Palace, the Élysée Palace, and the Fontainebleau Palace were all mobilized. The flower and decoration stores located all over Paris also received overtime orders as soon as possible. Riyad1.com, part of the road from the Tuileries Palace to Notre Dame de Paris, is also being renovated overtime. Paris seems to be busy with Jerome Bonaparte's wedding. The time soon came to October 31st, and the wedding officially began. Jerome Bonaparte, dressed in the emperor's robes, and Augusta, who was wearing a full dress, set off from the Tuileries Palace in a double-bridge gilded open-top carriage. Escorted by French dragoons, the carriage moved along the road with flowers on both sides, and soon came to the vicinity of Notre Dame de Paris. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta got off the carriage together, and a salute followed. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta entered the Notre Dame Cathedral step by step under the gazes of the citizens outside Notre Dame Cathedral. At this time, the Archbishop of Notre Dame, who was wearing a bishop's costume, was looking kindly at the two nilaiwats who were about to enter the marriage hall. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta came to the Archbishop. The Archbishop waved his hand, and the holy sons on both sides began to sing carols. Chapter 354, Anti-Adventurism. On behalf of His Majesty the Pope, I wish the two nilaiwats to help each other under the watchful eyes of the Lord and tide over the difficulties together. May the Lord bless you, the nilaiwats. The Archbishop of Paris expressed the Pope and God's blessings to Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta with a devout face. Jerome Bonaparte, who was indifferent to the so-called blessings of God and the Pope, listened to the Archbishop's ramble with a blank face. If it wasn't for the purpose of making his title more sacred, Jerome Bonaparte would not be willing to do these meaningless and extremely cumbersome things. In order to hold this wedding smoothly, the Tuileries Palace spent about 5 million francs before and after. The purchase of flowers and decorations from the Tuileries to Notre Dame alone has cost nearly 500,000 francs. For Jerome Bonaparte, who is thrifty at home, this is the first time he has carried out such laborious activities of burning money. There is no way. People always have to compromise like reality. Besides, a wedding like this only happens once in a lifetime, so spending a little money is justified. Jerome Bonaparte consoled himself thus. After the long scene, the Archbishop of Paris placed the crown made of pure gold on the table and handed it over to Jerome Bonaparte. "Your Majesty, please bring it for the Queen," said the Archbishop to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte raised the crown with both hands and gently placed it on the top of Augusta's head. Augusta's closed eyes opened when Jerome Bonaparte placed the crown on her head. The nobles, generals and upstart bankers in Notre Dame immediately stood up and shouted, "Long live your Majesty! Long live the Queen!" Afterwards, Mocha came out of the backstage of Notre Dame de Paris, and at this moment his hands were holding a small box with a beautifully carved pattern. Mocha came to Jerome Bonaparte and presented the box. Jerome Bonaparte opened the box with his own hands. A ring was placed in the box. The ring body made of sterling silver and the red gemstone set in the gem position make the whole ring look extraordinarily gorgeous and luxurious. Jerome Bonaparte took out the ring, gently held Augusta's hand with one hand, and put the ring on Augusta's middle finger. When the ring was completely worn on Augusta's middle finger, Jerome Bonaparte felt a sense of pride. As a traveler, he sat where his cousin was in history, and married the Orthodox princess that his cousin wanted. From a certain point of view, Jerome Bonaparte has completely surpassed the historical Napoleon III. This kind of happiness was something he could never experience in his previous life. Although Jerome Bonaparte is still a long way from his uncle. The wedding didn't come to an end until the evening. In the cheers of the crowd, Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta left Notre Dame and returned to the Tuileries Palace. The Bonaparte family ruled France. It started to stabilize at this moment. That night, Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta had a wonderful night. Early morning of November 1st, when the sky was still hazy, Jerome Bonaparte carefully got up from the bed, tiptoed out of the bedroom, and returned to the study. During the preparation of the wedding, Jerome Bonaparte did not work anymore, so the secretarial office squeezed many documents that he needed to read and correct. All the documents were placed on the desk in the study. Looking at the mountains of documents on the desk, Jerome Bonaparte sighed, and then glanced at the pendulum clock in the corner of the study. It was morning. At 6 o'clock, the estimated time to process all the documents is around 9 o'clock. As soon as he said it, Jerome Bonaparte sat on the cushioned chair and looked through the contents of the document. These include reports on grape growing in the province of Bordeaux, reports on cooperatives in the Paris region, summaries of rail transport. Jerome Bonaparte went through everything carefully, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling. Before I knew it, 2 hours had passed when the door of the study suddenly opened. Hearing the movement from the door, Jerome Bonaparte raised his head and glanced in the direction of the door. The French Empire Queen Augusta was standing there looking at Jerome Bonaparte. "Huh, you're awake," Jerome Bonaparte said to Augusta while looking down at the contents of the document. "Huh." Augusta slowly came to Jerome Bonaparte and looked at the documents that Jerome Bonaparte placed on the desk in surprise. "Why so many? This is the content that has been handed over to me after being screened by various departments in the secretariat." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said, "I need to check every aspect of France. How can there be not much content, then? You don't have to work so hard," Augusta said softly to Jerome Bonaparte. She was worried that Jerome Bonaparte's body would be overwhelmed. "There's no way. Now we need to check every aspect. If you're not careful, you can get a lot of big news everywhere." Jerome Bonaparte pointed to the document in his hand and said to Augustus, "This is the Central Province report on the cooperative aspect." Jerome Bonaparte handed over the co-op report to Augusta. After reading it from top to bottom, Augusta looked at Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously and asked, "There seems to be nothing wrong with this report. Many people don't all join the cooperative. This is precisely the biggest problem." Jerome Bonaparte responded helplessly. "According to this report, more than 70% of the peasants in their province have joined it. When will the peasants be so motivated? If every farmer would understand the benefits of cooperatives, why would I have ordered the provinces to establish agricultural colleges?" "What do you mean?" Augusta seemed to understand Jerome Bonaparte's subtext. "Either the people below are fooling us, or someone is using administrative orders to achieve their goals for the sake of political performance." Jerome Bonaparte sneered at the corner of his mouth. "No matter where or when the bureaucracy is, it is a virtue, and they will do whatever it takes to achieve political achievements." Such people were also called officials, were cruel in ancient times, and not only in the middle, but also in some areas in the south. Jerome Bonaparte took out a few documents from the pile of documents and sighed. "Professor Jane Dulles is a qualified professor, but his perception of bureaucracy seems to be stuck in an ivory tower." "I don't think so." Augusta offered different opinions. "Oh, what do you think?" Jerome Bonaparte asked Augusta. "The reason why these documents appear here is that your minister saw the tricks in them." Augusta explained to Jerome Bonaparte. "Otherwise, he may not be able to reach your desk. You didn't say that all the documents were sent to you after being screened by various departments. You have a point in saying that." Jerome Bonaparte gently stroked his chin. "So, what are you going to do?" Now Augusta has fully assumed the role of wife and assistant. "What else can we do? Of course we have to make an on-the-spot investigation. Without investigation, we have no right to speak." Jerome Bonaparte shrugged and said to Augusta, before adding, "Just take it for we're on a honeymoon." "Okay." Augusta had a happy smile on her face. Jerome Bonaparte continued to read the content below, while Augusta helped Jerome Bonaparte organize the content he had read. On November 2nd, Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta decided to leave Paris to tour the provinces, and their first stop was the province where 70% of the peasants claimed to be vying to join the cooperative. The result of the raid was as expected by Jerome Bonaparte. Most of the peasants in the province were coerced to join the cooperatives. Many peasants joined in confusion without knowing what the cooperatives were like. After some visits and investigations, Jerome Bonaparte found that most of the cooperation did not fulfill the obligations of the cooperative at all, but was a mess. Only a few cooperatives formed by well-known priests, or cooperatives formed by slightly wealthier farmers, can show positive feedback. Moreover, the cooperatives in the province have not reached 70% at all, as he said, and at best they are only around 40%. Even so, the entire province was messed up. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte checked the local agricultural schools, but found that the agricultural schools had problems with empty assignments, and many agricultural schools did not recruit many agricultural students at all. In the special agricultural loans, the principle of giving priority to the nobles and the big landlords appeared, and the wealthy and powerful first rich groups began to carry out small-scale land acquisitions with the help of loans. The policy that was originally beneficial to farmers has turned into a remainder move at the local level. The bureaucracy's policy of forcible mergers for the sake of efficiency made Jerome Bonaparte seem to have returned to the era more than 100 years later. He couldn't help but feel a hint of sadness in his heart. Any good policy would turn into a detriment to the people, as long as it was in the hands of irresponsible local officials. Jerome Bonaparte, who felt the decay of the bureaucratic class, immediately dismissed the senior officials of the province and the mayors of the following cities, and appointed a cadre as a senior official at the same time. Although the official was a member of the moderate Republican faction, Jerome Bonaparte decided to appoint him. In the words of Jerome Bonaparte, "I would rather have a Republican official than an incompetent idiot to mutilate the people." After the new senior officials took office, Riyadh1.com quickly selected a group of mayors from the city council who were familiar with grassroots business. After the new senior officials and the mayor took office, they immediately issued an order that farmers could dissolve themselves if they were unwilling to establish cooperatives. Nearly 60% of the cooperatives were dissolved directly, and the vast majority of farmers returned to the ranks of going it alone. Looking at the group of cheerful peasants in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte shook his head and sighed again. There is a long way to go. With the thunderbolt of the first province, Jane Dulles, who knew Jerome Bonaparte's attitude, immediately took action, and the agricultural inspection team began to inspect the provinces that overfulfilled the task of forming cooperatives. Sure enough, the provinces that exceeded their goals were wiped out. Subsequently, Jane Dulles issued an order to dissolve the unqualified cooperative. Jerome Bonaparte also severely criticized those provinces that used administrative orders to complete their tasks, and once again dismissed a few incompetent high officials, and promoted a group of capable officials. Chapter 355. Candidates for the Central Supervisory Agency. After some tossing between Jerome Bonaparte and Jane Dulles, the time soon came to December. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta, who had toured several important provinces in a disappointed mood, also returned to Paris. After returning, Jerome Bonaparte seemed to have changed into a different person. He locked himself in his study all day and issued an order that no one should approach him during this time. When she was hungry, she asked Vernier to get her some food, and when she was sleepy, she lay down on the table and went to sleep. If there are documents that need urgent processing, the secretarial office can directly hand over the documents to Vernier. Forgot to mention, the current Vernier still serves as the full-time secretary of Jerome Bonaparte, and also serves as the female officer of Queen Augusta. Augusta, who had been in the palace since childhood, naturally understood the relationship between Jerome Bonaparte and Vernier. Augusta understood that it was absolutely impossible for the emperor to devote all his body and mind to himself. Instead of letting him mess around in the dark, it's better to take the initiative to be generous and keep everything under control. The why she chose to turn Vernier into an ally. First, Vernier was only 14 years old. In the days when he was with Jerome Bonaparte, Augusta found that Jerome Bonaparte did not like younger girls, so Vernier said it will take a few years to develop. The second is the external threat of the Marquis of Alais and Eugenie. Compared with Vernier, these two people are obviously more threatening. For the above two reasons, Augusta maintained a tacit attitude towards all of Vernier's actions. This situation continued for several days. Neither Vernier nor Augusta could figure out why the emperor became so sullen after returning to Paris. They put Jerome Bonaparte's the situation told Mathilde Bonaparte, who had left Paris. Mathilde, who received news of her brother from other provinces, immediately rushed back to the Tuileries Palace by train. Where is the emperor now? Mathilde, who rushed into the Tuileries Palace, quickly asked Jerome Bonaparte's residence. Augusta Mathilde took to the entrance of the study, pointed to the room, and whispered to Mathilde, "Your Majesty, no one except Vernier is allowed to enter the study during this time. It's really worrying." Mathilde knocked gently on the study door. "I didn't tell you." "Don't bother me," said Jerome Bonaparte impatiently. Mathilde opened the door without saying a word and entered the study. Mathilde, who entered the study, turned her head and saw the emperor, who was lying lazily on the sofa and yawning constantly. The arrival of Mathilde made Jerome Bonaparte quickly put his feet back on the ground and his body straightened involuntarily. "Sister? Why are you here?" Jerome Bonaparte glanced at Mathilde suspiciously, and then at Augusta next to Mathilde. He immediately understood. "Is it Gusta called you, Your Majesty? What exactly stimulated you?" Mathilde said to Jerome Bonaparte with a sarcastic emphasis. "Or do you want to be completely isolated from the world?" Jerome Bonaparte was startled, then shook his head and said, "I'm fine." "Then why did you lock yourself in the room?" Mathilde asked rhetorically. "I'm thinking." Jerome Bonaparte explained. "Thinking? Thinking about what?" Mathilde Bonaparte asked again. "Think about what kind of method can be used to make the executive order can be conveyed accurately and accurately, instead of being distorted like agricultural policy." The grassroots research in November gave Jerome Bonaparte a wake-up call. Even if he repeatedly set the threshold to raise the cost of bureaucratic distortions, it still could not stop the local bureaucrats from taking action. Without a suitable monitoring tool, it is obviously unreliable to just rely on the autonomous initiative and social morality of the bureaucratic class. Why care so much? As long as the policy can be implemented, it's fine. Mathilde obviously did not have the same sense of urgency as Jerome Bonaparte. In her opinion, Bourbon and the Orleans dynasty are not just a day away one day. How come there are so many things to them. If every policy is distorted, it will drain our prestige and our position in the hearts of the people of Paris. I don't want to build an empire with a short lifespan. Jerome Bonaparte said to Augusta. Second, don't think you would like to see that our children cannot inherit the throne. Then what are you going to do? Said Augusta to Jerome Bonaparte. A competent regulator. Said Jerome Bonaparte to Augusta. Qualified regulators? Augusta and Mathilde said in unison. No. We must ensure a qualified supervisory agency that can supervise the situation in the provinces. No one is more suitable for this position than the Republican. Jerome Bonaparte said to Mathilde with a smile on the corner of his mouth. Republicans? No. They will overthrow us. Augusta disagreed with Jerome Bonaparte. A monarch appoints a Republican guy to supervise. It sounds a little funny. Augusta, the current France is no longer a traditional autocratic monarchy, but a monarchy under a republic. Autocracy will inevitably give way to a republic. This is the trend of history. Jerome Bonaparte's tone could not allow any compromise. Said. In the 21st century, except for some monarchies in Southeast Asia and the Middle East, most monarchies have completely overtaken the Republican monarchy. This is a historical trend and does not allow any possibility of change. Even Jerome Bonaparte didn't play a role in this aspect. He could only strengthen the French people's sense of identity with Bonaparte as much as possible, so as to gradually transition to the Republican monarchy. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte turned around and said, however, our next generation will still have some rights as a monarch. The next generation can only be left to God, since you already feel that doing this will help consolidate the Bonaparte family's rule over France, then do it. Mathilde said to Jerome Bonaparte. She chose to trust her brother. Immediately afterwards, Augusta also chose to support Jerome Bonaparte's actions. She didn't like the Republican faction, but she just did the responsibility of a wife, staying in the study for so many days. My body is rusting. Jerome Bonaparte got up from the sofa, yawning and stretching his arms. Okay! Exclamation mark. It's time for me to go too. Seeing that the matter was resolved, Mathilde turned and left. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta sent Mathilde out of the Tuileries palace. Watch Mathilde leave. After Mathilde's carriage slowly left the Tuileries palace, Jerome Bonaparte turned to Augusta and said, I'm really sorry. You have been worried about me recently because of me. It's nothing. Augusta said with a slight smile. She tightly clasped Jerome Bonaparte's left hand with her right hand and said, if you have any unpleasantness in the future, can you discuss it with me? I'm so worried. Yeah. Jerome Bonaparte. The two smiled at each other and stood for a long time under the sunset. In the early morning of December 8th, the dense fog completely shrouded the whole of Paris, and the whole world seemed to have become a vast expansion of white. Along with the fog, there were also bursts of cold snaps, which forced people living in Paris to cuddle up and walk cautiously on the streets of Paris near the wall. Listening carefully to the sound of horses' hooves in the fog. It was in such extremely bad weather that a black carriage drove out of the Tuileries palace. The carriage drove along the Champs-Élysées to the banks of the Seine, then turned around and continued on both sides of the Seine. After about 10 minutes of walking, the carriage finally came to a shared mansion. The carriage slowly opened, and Jerome Bonaparte, wearing a brown yellow wool coat and a black apron around his neck, got off. Augusta also got off right behind. Looking at the old mansion by the street in front of him, Augusta asked suspiciously, is the person you're looking for here? That's right. Jerome Bonaparte quietly firmly. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta came to the door of the apartment, and he gently shook the doorbell. After a while, an old woman with a slightly plump body opened the door and said impatiently, who is it? I'm here for Monsieur Alfred Derriman, said Jerome Bonaparte with a smile. Perhaps because of the black apron, the landlady did not realize that the person in front of her was the Emperor of the Empire. She still put on a bored face and muttered softly, really? Come in. Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta entered the mansion. They were led by the landlady to a room on the 4th floor. They knocked on the door and said, open the door. You have a guest. Open the door. After a while, a middle-aged man with a slightly haggard face opened the door. Judging from his appearance, he was about 30 years old. At this moment, his eyes were full of bloodshots, and it seemed that he had not been in a day sleeping. The whole person knows that he is extremely sluggish. Who is it? The middle-aged man also showed an impatient expression. When he saw the two people behind the current landlady, he quickly woke up. You, Alfred Derriman said in a trembling voice. Mr. Derriman, we meet again. Jerome Bonaparte said with a kind smile on the corner of his mouth. I wonder if you would let my wife and I come into your room and sit down. Reminiscing. Please, come in quickly. Upon seeing this, Derriman hurriedly invited Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta into the room. The door of the room closed again, leaving only the landlady standing at the entrance. To recall the appearance of the two of them, she always felt that she had seen the two of them somewhere. Chapter 356, Eve of the Crimean War. His Majesty. After entering the room, Alfred Derriman immediately bowed to Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta. Although Derriman was imprisoned for opposing Jerome Bonaparte's coup on the 2nd of December, but he still showed due respect to Jerome Bonaparte. If the taint of Jerome Bonaparte's dictatorship is removed, Derriman has to admit that Jerome Bonaparte's governance methods are indeed much stronger than his. Republicans. The streets of Paris under the dictatorship are being widened and renovated at a speed visible to the naked eye, and universal suffrage, which was restricted during the Second Republic, has been restored. Derriman believes that as more and more people realize the idea of republicanism, autocratic empires will naturally collapse. They just need to wait patiently during this time. Derriman, I want to ask you something. Jerome Bonaparte said straight to Derriman. Your Majesty, please forgive me for refusing. Derriman refused Jerome Bonaparte without hesitation. Looking at this former friend in front of him, Jerome Bonaparte said unhurriedly, Derriman, don't be in a hurry to refuse. I haven't told you what the matter is. Your Majesty, you just want me to submit to your government and then become the government's eagle dog. Derriman still rejected Jerome Bonaparte with a humble attitude. You're only half right. Jerome Bonaparte still said to Derriman in a peaceful tone, I want you to serve the government, but not as a falcon. Derriman looked at Jerome Bonaparte with a puzzled expression. He didn't understand what Jerome Bonaparte meant. Which of the current French governments is not a stray dog of Jerome Bonaparte? The opposition in the legislature is only the opposition who has obtained the approval of Jerome Bonaparte. Some time ago, I dismissed a high-ranking official in the province and appointed one of yours to serve as a high-ranking official. You should know something about it. Jerome Bonaparte said to Derry with a smile on his face. Mondau, I heard something. Derriman nodded and replied. When Derriman received the news that Jerome Bonaparte had appointed the Republicans as a high-ranking official, his first feeling was surprise. Even if the dismissed high official really annoyed the emperor, he wouldn't let their Republican people come to power. Jerome Bonaparte's actions were indeed beyond the expectations of most of his Republican colleagues, including him. I hope you can help me to set up a supervisory department. The main task is to supervise the bureaucrats in the subordinate provinces, whether there is a need for quick success. Jerome Bonaparte decided to appoint Derriman to the position of the disciplinary committee. Haven't you been calling for going deep into the grassroots? I can give you this opportunity, as long as you can help me rectify the grassroots affairs. Jerome Bonaparte's generosity surprised Derriman. He didn't understand why Jerome Bonaparte did this. What are you trying to do? Derriman asked Jerome Bonaparte suspiciously. I said that I would establish a superclass cabinet. You are also my goal of unity. Jerome Bonaparte expressed his plan. I'm an emperor, so I hope that France can be stronger. I hope my policy will not be distorted by the people below. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte showed a meaningful smile and said, isn't your opposition also for the future of France? Derriman, who was commanded by Jerome Bonaparte, was silent for a moment, then nodded with difficulty, and agreed to Jerome Bonaparte's invitation. He is the opposition, but also a patriot. On December 10th, Alfred Derriman, one of the 5 members of the Imperial Opposition Group, the Future, was appointed by Jerome Bonaparte as the leader of the Imperial Discipline Inspection Team. The main task of the team he led was to inspect local policy. After Alfred Derriman became the leader of the group, Jules Favre, the Future 5-member group, severely criticized Alfred Derriman through the newspaper and called him a traitor to the Republican faction. Alfred Derriman also counterattacked claiming that he did not betray the Republican idea, but achieved the Republic in another way, while accusing Jules Favre's extreme ideology and desire for power would destroy the Republican faction. In the midst of a scalding war, the moderate Republican faction headed by Alfred Derriman and the extreme Republican faction headed by Jules Favre began to break up. The Republican faction, which had just recovered a little, was once again caught in an endless infighting. Morny and others who did not know the truth believed that the split of the Republican faction was something that Jerome Bonaparte had planned long ago, and their hearts became more in awe of Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who was the initiator of all this, shook his head and sighed, and also privately complained about Augusta. In this way, the disciplinary inspection team was established in the midst of a scalding war. Good news is a blessing. On the third day after the establishment of the disciplinary inspection team, there was also exciting news from the Near East. On December 12, 1852, the Ottoman Highgate government issued a new ruling. Catholic priests were allowed to hold the key to the gate of the Church of the Nativity in Bethlehem, and they could freely enter and exit the manger prayer hall and the Nativity Grotto. As soon as the ruling of the Ottoman Empire came out, the Catholic Church in the Holy Land, Palestine, Austria, Rome, the South German vassal state, and even the French region fell into a carnival. Catholic missionaries were celebrating the victory of Villette. Even the Pope also rarely appeared in the square outside St. Petersburg Cathedral to express his voice to the world. Under his call, Catholic priests in Rome also spontaneously came to St. Petersburg Cathedral to pray for blessings. At the same time, a personal letter of thanks from Pius IX was handed over to the Tuileries by the French ambassador to the Papal States. Jerome Bonaparte, who received the letter from the Pope, did not open the letter immediately, but found his wife Augusta, who wanted to enjoy the touts of Pope Pius IX with Augusta. It is also a kind of enjoyment to be praised by God's human spokesperson. Although the influence of this human will gradually decline over time, the Pope in the 19th century still had a strong influence. The time when the Pope of Rome really loses its influence will wait until the Austrian Empire and the French Empire have successively failed. The failure of the two Catholic powers directly led to the decline of Catholic influence and the Catholic attributes of the new Austro-Hungarian Empire, and the Third Republic fell sharply. When Pius IX was unable to exert influence over the two Catholic France, Rome was doomed to decline. However, the current Holy See is still in a dead end, and the Pope has also not let go of his pride as a human god. That's why Pius IX's praise is so precious. When Augusta saw the letter initiated by the Emperor written in Latin on the envelope, and Holy See in the lower right corner, he immediately realized that the owner of the letter should be His Majesty Pope Pius IX. "Is this a letter from His Majesty the Pope?" asked the pious Augusta with a slightly trembling voice. "That's right," Jerome Bonaparte responded with a hint of pride in his tone. "God bless." Augusta prayed with his hands and eyes closed. Jerome Bonaparte, who has no piety in religion, does not understand the feeling of a believer receiving a private letter from the Pope. He speculates that it is probably the feeling of fans receiving letters from idols in the later period. "Would you like to open it and have a look?" Jerome Bonaparte pushed the letter in front of Augusta and asked with a smile. "Really?" Augusta exclaimed excitedly. "Yes." Jerome Bonaparte responded indifferently. Augusta immediately tore open Pius IX's envelope with his bare hands, and white letter paper appeared in the envelope. Opening the folded letter, Augusta saw a letter from Pius IX. The content of the letter is very simple. It is probably to express praise to France for maintaining the status of the Catholic Church in the Holy Land, Palestine, and at the same time, to bless Jerome Bonaparte and Augusta to give birth to a qualified heir. Augusta, who had read the entire letter in its entirety, put the letter back into the letterhead and placed it on the table. "Did you feel the sublimation?" Jerome Bonaparte teased. Augusta shook his head gently, a look of disappointment on his face. "It looks like the disillusionment after discovering the gap between the idol in the dream and the idol in reality." Dang dang dang. The doors of the study rang together, and Augusta quickly got up and opened the door. Riyadh 1.com. Her Majesty the Queen. Seeing that the person who opened the door was Queen Augusta, D. Lewis hurriedly saluted Augusta. "Thank you for your hard work, Minister Lewis." Augusta nodded slightly and encouraged. "I won't disturb you. After speaking, Augusta left the study. Derues also saluted Jerome Bonaparte after entering the study. Sit down. Jerome Bonaparte invited Derues to sit down. When D. Lewis's **** was completely sitting on the sofa, Jerome Bonaparte said again, "What do you think of the fact that the Ottoman Empire handed over the decision of the Holy Land to Catholicism? Your Majesty, the Russian Empire is about to take action." D. Lewis replied seriously, "They will never let the Ottoman Empire hand over the decision of the Holy Land to the French Empire." Yeah. Jerome Bonaparte replied boldly, "The army of the Russian Empire will definitely move, and our army is at a critical moment of reform. If the let can be later." Chapter 357, Delaying the Outbreak of War. If the factor of the Russian Empire is not considered, Valet's diplomatic strategy in Constantinople can be said to be flawless, using France's strong strength in the Mediterranean to pressure the Ottoman Empire to submit to the French government, and then through the steps the method of encroachment also turned the Ottoman Empire into a vassal state of France. During this period, the two countries, France and the Ottomans, must have had a long diplomatic tug of war. As long as they grasp the size, they can gradually turn the Ottoman Highgate toward the French government without irritating the Russian Empire. After all, France and Ottoman can be regarded as allies with a long history, the blasphemous alliance in the Bourbon period, and the alliance against Russia in the First Empire period. Although it is said that during the restoration of Bourbon and the Kingdom of Orleans, the French Empire and the Ottoman Empire were a little unhappy, but the interests between countries will make the Ottoman Empire abandon the Russian Empire and join the French Empire. The process may be a little longer, but Jerome Bonaparte and Derues never imagined that the Ottoman Empire's Highgate could kneel so quickly. They even completely ignored the attitude of the Russian Empire. The Ottoman Empire's quick kneeling allowed the French Empire to obtain the right to judge the Holy Land. This power is like a hot potato. While giving the French Empire and Jerome Bonaparte prestige, it also forced the French Empire to stand firm, scalp facing the Russian Empire. Of course, this is not to say that the French Imperial Army is not an opponent of the Russian Empire. On the contrary, the current French Empire, both in terms of military structure and firepower, can completely lift and fight the Russian Empire, which has never been fully staffed and whose firepower still remains in the pre-Napoleonic War period. However, Jerome Bonaparte understands that the real enemy of France has never been the Russian Empire, but the Kingdom of Prussia, which is next to him, and the Kingdom of Great Britain on the other side of the strait. Whenever Jerome Bonaparte recalled the millions of troops mobilized by Prussia in 1870, he wanted to kill the Kingdom of Prussia now. However, the Kingdom of Prussia has never done anything to trample the peace of Europe, and it is impossible for Jerome Bonaparte to directly beat the Kingdom of Prussia for no reason. Otherwise, the countries will recall the fear of being dominated by the First Empire, and thus quickly form an anti-French alliance. All that awaits him is destruction. The Austro-Prussian War 2 years ago, that is, in 1850, was only an appetizer to weaken Prussia. Today, the Kingdom of Prussia has completely become a country under the absolute monarchy. Under the instigation of Jerome Bonaparte, residents of the Rhineland region under the autocratic monarchy began to recall bitterness and sweetness, recalling the goodness of the French Empire. Many Rhineland Germans who could not bear the oppression of the Prussian soldiers had already fled to Strasbourg in groups. By the end of 1852, the Strasbourg region had received nearly 50,000 German compatriots. The topic has gone too far. Jerome Bonaparte's army reform for the Kingdom of Prussia and the naval reform for Britain are already in order. If the war starts now, Jerome Bonaparte is afraid that it will affect the combat effectiveness of the army. The troop staff system of army, division, brigade and regiment structure is still in the running-in stage. Your Majesty, the Russian Empire may not give us so much time. D. Lewis said with a wry smile on the corner of his mouth. They are likely to make big moves in the near future. I think so too. Jerome Bonaparte nodded slightly, and then seriously asked D. Lewis, is there any way to buy more time? D. Lewis lowered his head, and was silent for a while, then raised his head again and replied, Your Majesty, the problem can only be alleviated by transferring Valette back from the position of ambassador of Constantine. Bring Valette back. Jerome Bonaparte murmured in a low voice. Jerome Bonaparte had some intentions about the plan proposed by Derues. Up to now, only the transfer of Valette the master of the fire, from Constantinople could ease the situation. However, Jerome Bonaparte still has some concerns about the current public opinion. Now the clergy in Paris has regarded Wright as the first contributor to recovering the Holy Land. If the situation is not handled properly, it will cause the clergy to rebound, which will also damage the prestige of Jerome Bonaparte. So be it. You send someone to ask Villette if he is willing to serve as ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of France to Britain. If he is willing, then go immediately. Jerome Bonaparte decided to take Villette in a gentle way. Wright was transferred from Constantinople. In terms of administrative rank and importance, the ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary of France to Britain is the highest of all ambassadors. Above it is only the current Minister of Foreign Affairs. De Roos, the former De Roos, was also promoted to Foreign Minister by Jerome Bonaparte after serving as the French ambassador to Britain. It has been nearly 3 years since he occupied this position. Jerome Bonaparte did not believe that Villette's beliefs could withstand the corrosion of real money. Yes. De Lewis immediately nodded in agreement with the decision, and then added, "Your Majesty, the next ambassador of Constantinople, I plan to have Walewski in charge." Jerome Bonaparte replied to De Roos. De Roos's eyes flashed with disappointment. Originally, he wanted to recommend his favorite candidate to Jerome Bonaparte. Since the emperor already has a favorite candidate, he doesn't need to talk too much. Your Excellency, Walewski has sufficient diplomatic experience and is indeed a qualified candidate. De Roos, who stood in the position of the Minister of Foreign Affairs, commented on Walewski impartially. "With your words, I'm relieved." Jerome Bonaparte smiled happily. After Jerome Bonaparte and De Roos once again had a brief conversation about the situation in Europe, Jerome Bonaparte personally sent De Roos away from the Tuileries. After watching de Lewis leave the Tuileries palace, Jerome Bonaparte put away his smile and turned to a serious look, and then he ordered Mocha to call Walewski, who was idle at home, to call again to the Tuileries palace. Since Walewski returned to Paris to deliver his mission, he has been wandering around the opera houses all day like an idle idler. The former head of the secretary's office has been completely handed over to Morne, the minister of the seal, and from Jerome Bonaparte's attitude, it seems that he does not want to hand over the secretary's office to himself again. This makes Walewski as well a little depressed, wandering around the opera house all day has been his only pleasure. On this day, Walewski was still watching the play in the box of the opera house, and there was a sudden knock on the door outside the box. "Come in," Walewski said indifferently. "Mr. Walewski, your majesty has asked you to come over now." Mocha's voice reached Walewski's ears, and Walewski regained his strength immediately. He hurriedly got up and responded to Mocha, "I'll go now." After speaking, they went to the Tuileries palace with Mocha. Walewski, who had just stepped into the study with half his foot, heard Jerome Bonaparte's voice in the study. "Cousin, do I need your help?" At this moment, Jerome Bonaparte was signing with his head down, and his desk was once again filled with documents that needed to be signed. Walewski hurriedly responded to Jerome Bonaparte respectfully, "I'm willing to serve you, Jerome." Bonaparte raised his head and glanced at Walewski, who was still standing at the door, and gestured, "Come and sit." Walewski walked quickly to Jerome Bonaparte and sat down. "That's it," Jerome Bonaparte said to Walewski as he sorted out the documents. "I want you to go to Constantinople and serve as an ambassador there. I don't know what you think. How? Ambassador of Constantinople?" Walewski frowned slightly, then asked cautiously, "I remember that Mr. Villette is not the ambassador there." The news is quite well informed. Jerome Bonaparte was stunned for a moment, and a smile appeared on his face again. The news that the Ottoman Empire handed over the decision-making power of the Holy Land to the French Empire only spread in the religious circles, and the non-religious fields and areas with less developed information rarely know about this issue. But the Paris high society is a circle with a relatively wide spread of information. There are a lot of religious people. Therefore, Walewski was able to know that this news was not only beyond Jerome Bonaparte's expectations, but also within reason. "Recently, I've been in and out of the opera house a lot, and I know a little bit about the Holy Land," Walewski explained to Jerome Bonaparte to Riyadh1.com. "Now that you know it, the province, I'll explain it again." Jerome Bonaparte accepted Walewski and said, "The purpose of your trip to Constantinople is to succeed Villette as the ambassador of Constantinople. What do I need to do?" Volosky asked succinctly. Drag, said Jerome Bonaparte briefly. Drag? Walewski was a little surprised. That's right. Jerome Bonaparte nodded and then explained. Your task is to hold back the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire, so that they don't start friction, as soon as possible. The longer you delay, the more military action is more beneficial. So you need to do everything possible to hold back these two countries, so that the Ottoman Empire will not be overly subservient to the Russian Empire, and at the same time, you must also hold back the Russian Empire, so that it does not start a war with the Ottoman Empire in the near future. As long as you can do both of those things, guaranteed to complete the task, Walewski assured Jerome Bonaparte. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 358, Twilight Before the War. December 19th, 1852. Villette, the ambassador of the French Empire to Ottoman, accepted the quid pro quo offered by Jerome Bonaparte. After retiring that day, he returned to Paris on the French Mediterranean fleet to report his duties, and then went to Calais by rail, to serve as the British ambassador by ship. During the time when Villette left, and Walewski was not in office, everything in the embassy was handed over to the embassy attaché. After receiving the news that Villette was returning to Paris to report on his duties, Jerome Bonaparte called Walewski once again. And by the way, also called the Minister of the Navy Dicot, the Minister of War Cousin Montauban, the Chief of the General Staff Saint Arnaud also called over Walewski, Dick, Cousin Montauban, and Marshal Saint Arnaud entered a guest room of the Tuileries Palace in turn, waiting quietly for Jerome Bonaparte's arrival. After a while, Jerome Bonaparte pushed in the door, and behind him was the expressionless Edgani. Walewski and the others immediately stood up to greet him. Jerome Bonaparte invited the two to sit at a table covered with red woolen cloth. Jerome Bonaparte sat on a chair on the central arched windowsill. On his left and right were the Minister of the Navy, Dicot, and the Chief of Staff Saint Arnaud, and to the right of Dicot and Saint Arnaud are Walewski and Cousin Montauban. And Edgani, who was Jerome Bonaparte's adjutant, and also the commander of the maintenance command, stood behind Jerome Bonaparte. After everyone sat down completely, Jerome Bonaparte said straight to the point, I called you here today to ask how you are preparing for the Russian Empire war. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte pointed at the Minister of the Admiralty Dicot. Let's talk about the situation of your naval department first. Named by Jerome Bonaparte, Admiral Dicot immediately reported to Jerome Bonaparte the combat readiness of the Admiralty. Our department has completed the construction of 4 ironclad steam gunboats, and 1 ironclad is also working overtime. It is expected that it will be completely completed in mid-1853. At that time, the Imperial Navy will completely crush the Russian naval power in the Sevastopol region. Ensure the good transportation of sea lines of communication. Has the issue of requisitioning ships been properly resolved, as well as the issue of factory workers? Jerome Bonaparte continued to ask Dicot. I have already greeted the bosses of the major French transport fleets. Once there is a war in France, they will help France transport supplies as soon as possible. The French fleet only needs to provide them with escort. He pointed **** and said, we can guarantee the materials needed for the expedition of about 200,000 people. The problem of the naval factory workers has also been solved. Okay, I see. Jerome Bonaparte was very satisfied with Dicot's answer. Afterwards, Jerome Bonaparte turned his attention to Cousin Montauban and said, what about the Ministry of War? How's your outfit change going? Cousin Montauban also answered ably, Your Majesty, the French army has basically completed all the replacements of the Minute rifles. In order to prevent the wear and tear of the firearms caused by the war, nearly 20 more are stored in the warehouse of the Quarters Department. 10,000 rifles, just in case. Very good. Jerome Bonaparte was also very satisfied with the actions of the War Department. The speed of excluding the civilian bureaucrats under the influence of the military, mostly the soldiers in the Staff College, was much faster than before. 1 point. How's the situation at the barracks? Under the supervision of Major General Neal, the military depots in the Eastern Theater and the Central Theater have basically resumed their recruitment functions. Now the reorganization of the military depots in the Southern Theater and the Northern Theater is underway, and the reorganization is expected to be completed in the middle of 1853. Cusin. Montauban said word for word to Jerome Bonaparte. Jerome Bonaparte, who was basically satisfied with the Ministry of War, also nodded slightly. Then, Jerome Bonaparte asked about the general staff. As a result, as Jerome Bonaparte had expected, the troop staff was in the stage of running in, and needed to wait for a while. If the war is really approaching, the general staff can still fight. Yeah, I see. Jerome Bonaparte calmly responded. Finally, he turned his attention to Walewski and said earnestly, "You should know how heavy the burden is on you." Walewski, who heard the statement of the Minister of the Navy and the Army, had a basic understanding of the military combat aircraft of the French War. Just delay the war between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire until the middle of 1853. Right, that's right. Jerome Bonaparte lightly tapped the red woolen cloth and emphasized, delay as much as possible, but don't let the Ottoman Empire fall to the Russian Empire. Once the Ottoman Empire completely falls to the Russian Empire, then all our interests in Ottoman territory will be zero. Got it? Understood. Everyone present responded in unison. Subsequently, Jerome Bonaparte ordered Dicko to send the completed 4 ironclad gunboats to the Dartagnan Straits to deter the Ottoman Empire, so that the Ottoman Empire did not dare to easily surrender to the Russian Empire. Then, he ordered Walewski to draw in the forces of the Ottoman Empire against the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire will definitely not ignore our decision to seize the Holy Land. They may dispatch the army or send envoys from the Ottoman Empire to force the Ottoman Empire to agree to their conditions. You can make the Ottoman Empire Highgate with the Russian Empire. When the European powers are disgusted with the greedy actions of the Russian Empire, the French Empire will naturally deliver justice. Jerome Bonaparte emphasized to Walewski, remember, we must give the confidence of the Ottoman Empire. Otherwise, those **** may not surrender immediately. Yes, said Walewski back. After the meeting, the Minister of the Navy and the Army and Walewski left the Tuileries Palace. On December 20th, the new French ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, Walewski, took a warship to Constantinople. In addition to the first-class battleships, there were also 4 gunboats wearing armor following Walewski. No one knew that these ironclad gunboats were the most important factor in deciding the victory at sea. Just as France was changing coaches, the cabinet government of the Kingdom of Britain also had a lot of opinions on the ruling issued by the Highgate of the Ottoman Empire. In order to know the details of the ruling, the Prime Minister of the British Kingdom, Lord Aberdeen, sent a telegram to the Ottoman Empire on December 15th, requesting the British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, Stratford Canning, to return to Britain to report his duties. After Canning left, the British ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, only Colonel Hugh Ross, remained in the Imperial Embassy as charged affairs. On December 18th and 19th, chargé d'affaires Hugh Ross sent several telegrams to London. The telegrams roughly described the cause and process of the Ottoman ruling, as well as the news that Valette, who was the initiator, left Constantinople. This made the British government, who wanted to find an opportunity to protest Valette's influence on European peace, a little depressed. On December 20th, Ambassador Stratford Canning finally arrived in London after 5 days at sea. Ambassador Canning, who was returning to London on a warship, was brought to Carlton Gardens by the Foreign Secretary Lord Russell, before he had time to enjoy the smog specialties of London. P.S. Lord Aberdeen had to give up on him due to the Earl of Malmesbury's diplomatic behavior. Also used the opposition's Russell as Foreign Secretary. Originally, Lord Aberdeen wanted to use Palmerston, but Prince Albert did not agree. The helpless Aberdeen had no choice but to let Palmerston serve as Home Secretary, and the position of Foreign Secretary was handed over to Russell. Canning, who is now in front of the mansion at number 1 Carlton Gardens, took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door of the mansion. The mansion was full of civil servants, who were busy walking through the corridors of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and no one seemed to notice Canning. This is Britain, a nation of civil servants. Although the current Britain has just perfected the civil service examination, its innate talent has made the whole of Britain quickly adapt to the whole system. Millions of civil servants would support a vast colonial empire, their energy rivaling that of a nation's prime minister. Of course, the premise of all this is that the civil service system is large enough. After a while, a middle-aged man in a suit appeared in front of Canning. He was the chief permanent secretary of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and he was the person with the highest official position in the entire civil service system of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. He spoke in an authentic London accent. Canning said, "Ambassador Canning, please come with me." Canning followed the permanent secretary to the door of the foreign secretary, and the permanent secretary gently shook the doorbell hanging at the door. "Please come in." The voice of Minister Russell came from the office. Riyadh1.com. The permanent secretary continued to wear a standard polite smile and said to Canning, "Please wait." After a while, the door opened and a young secretary with a slightly more appearance appeared in front of Canning. "He is Prime Minister Russell's full-time secretary. Come in." The full-time secretary made an inviting gesture. After Canning entered the room, the full-time secretary left the office and closed the door. "Sit down, Minister Russell," who was reading the documents. Canning invited Canning to sit down without raising his head. Canning walked quickly to the opposite side of Minister Russell, moved his chair and sat down. "It's hard work." Minister Russell raised his head, put down the documents, and took off the reading glasses on the bridge of his nose. "Nothing." Canning replied quickly, "I already knew about it through telegrams when I was in the Ottoman Empire. I want to hear your opinion." Chapter 359, Opposition Coalition. "I want to hear your opinion." Minister Russell smiled at Canning and asked his opinion in a peaceful but majestic tone. Canning instantly realized that the former Prime Minister and now the Foreign Secretary already had his own ideas. The reason why he asked his own opinions politely was probably to add some persuasion when reporting to Lord Aberdeen Force. Then Prime Minister Russell. No, it should be Minister Russell's attitude towards the French Empire that is the most crucial link. Canning, who grasped the essence of the problem, thought carefully about Russell's attitude towards the French Empire during his tenure as Prime Minister. He firmly believed that a qualified politician would not change his ruling philosophy because of his position. Guys who can become prime ministers are often the most immature people. Canning suddenly thought of a great news from a public official. During Russell's tenure as Prime Minister, Palmerston, then the Foreign Secretary, had a meeting with the French envoys, after which the two sides seemed to agree on some points. Maybe the rumors are true. What agreement did Minister Russell really have with France? Canning had a vague judgment in his heart, and he was in the mentality of giving it a try. "Your Excellency, I personally think that the reason why the High Gate of the Ottoman Empire issued such an order is based on the consideration of the French fleet." Canning cautiously probed. "Huh?" Minister Russell spit out a num with great interest, and then said, "Go ahead. As far as the power of the entire Mediterranean is concerned, the United Kingdom is well deserved first." Canning first came to boast, and then continued, "Although the French fleet anchored in the port of Marseille is much weaker than ours, it is still a force not to be underestimated. I think that with the strength of France's own fleet, it is enough to destroy the fleet of the Russian Empire in the Black Sea and the fleet of the Ottoman Empire. The number of the French Empire's fleet in the Mediterranean region has indeed aroused the concern of some British legal terrorism people, but in general, it cannot threaten Britain's maritime hegemony." Canning was more vigilant than hostile to the naval power of the French Empire. When the strength of the French fleet is 70% of the United Kingdom fleet, and when there are qualified naval candidates, the United Kingdom will face the French Navy squarely. The United Kingdom is now fully capable of winning the combined power of the world's second, France, and third, Russia, forces at sea. "What attitude do you think Britain should take to deal with this ruling?" Russell asked Canning a tricky question, which should have belonged to Russell's category. "I think the best thing for the Kingdom of Great Britain is to remain the same." Canning replied to Prime Minister Russell. The translation is that Britain has nothing to do in this turn of events. The corner of Russell's mouth rose slightly, and Canning's answer was exactly what Russell thought. Even so, Chancellor Russell wanted to ask Canning why he thought so. "Your Excellency Minister." Canning shrugged. He stretched out his index finger and pointed to the map of Europe hanging behind Russell. The Russian Empire will never acquiesce to this kind of thing. They will definitely take action. Whether it is from military on a diplomatic level. Again, once they start moving, the whole of Europe will move. By then, it's not too late for the United Kingdom to think about getting in. Very good. Minister Russell applauded Canning's answer. Mr. Canning, you are a qualified diplomatic ambassador. Britain is proud to have an ambassador like you. You are overrated. Canning still had a humble smile on his face. Can you please come in and write a report on what you just talked about? Minister Russell asked Canning in a seemingly negotiating but commanding tone. Of course. Canning naturally had no right to choose to refuse Russell's mission. Okay. Mr. Canning, you must be very tired by boat from Constantinople to London. I won't force you to stay here. Minister Russell euphemistically issued an expulsion order to Canning. Your Excellency, take care. Canning got up and left the minister's office, leaving Russell alone in the office thinking. After a while, the principal permanent secretary himself entered the room, and they took their seats to help Foreign Minister Russell with diplomatic related documents. There was only the sound of reading documents in the minister's office. I don't know how long it took. Minister Russell, who was in the state of contemplation, asked again, when will the Secretary of the Interior come over? The permanent secretary and the full-time secretary stopped their work at the same time, and the two had a communication through their eyes. Finally, the full-time secretary stood up from his desk and reported to Minister Russell, Your Excellency, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has nothing on the schedule. Meeting the Home Secretary about this. Then added, Minister Russell said to the full-time secretary with a tough stance. Yes. The full-time secretary asked cautiously. I don't know. When do you want to meet the Minister of the Interior? Now? Immediately. Minister Russell emphasized in a bad tone. I'll make arrangements for you. The full-time secretary dared to delay when he saw this, and he quickly left the foreign minister's office. The chief permanent secretary was uneasy about the whole document, for fear that, if he was not careful, he would be angered by Minister Russell. This period still belongs to the era of nobles, and the power of civil servants has not reached its peak, so they must carefully crawl under the feet of noble ministers, and obey their orders. About half an hour later, the full-time secretary returned to the foreign minister's office to report to Russell, Your Excellency, the Home Secretary, Lord Palmerston, will be here soon. Minister Russell nodded lightly, waiting for Palmerston to arrive. 10 minutes later, the door of the minister's office rang again, and the full-time secretary near the door quickly got up and opened the door. The Home Secretary, Lord Palmerston, was standing outside the door. Your Excellency. The full-time secretary saluted Palmerston respectfully. Facing the full-time secretary without a title, Palmerston just nodded slightly. Russell, who was sitting in the minister's chair, also got up to greet Palmerston when he saw him. Palmerston and Russell, the former enemies, are now living in harmony in the third party's cabinet. Go talk in the back room. Russell invited Palmerston to talk in the back room. Before the two entered the back room, Russell deliberately ordered the chief permanent secretary and full-time secretary to leave the minister's office. After watching the permanent secretary and full-time secretary change to the office door, Russell and Palmerston entered the back room and closed the back room door. Russell, who was sitting on the black woolen cushioned sofa, first opened a humidor placed on the table, took out a cigar, and handed it to Palmerston, and then lit the cigar for him. Then he took out another cigar and lit it for himself. After a while, the whole room was hazy like a wonderland. Palmerston and Russell began to talk about the Ottoman Empire. You must be very clear about the Ottoman Empire. I won't go into too much detail. Minister Russell said to Palmerston. The general situation, I have almost understood. His Majesty Napoleon III of the French Empire is really restless. Palmerston's words revealed a hint of sarcasm. Nabis had no goodwill, and certainly no malice. It's just that this action by France did make Palmerston a little uncomfortable. That's right. Russell nodded sympathetically and said, His Majesty the Emperor has been advocating peace in Europe, and now it seems that he is the most unpeaceful person. Palmerston took a sharp puff of his cigar, then exhaled a puff of smoke recklessly. Now that the situation is very clear, the Russian Empire will never let this matter go. They will definitely take action. I think so too. Minister Russell nodded again and agreed with Palmerston's point of view. It's just that the Russian Empire will use military aspects or make a fuss about diplomacy. I estimate that he is likely to have a two-pronged approach. Not only does he make a fuss about the military, but he also persecutes the Ottoman Empire diplomatically, and by the way, draws the United Kingdom. Palmerston replied to Minister Russell point then. The corner of Palmerston's mouth revealed a trace of disdain. Mr. Prime Minister is a guy who is close to the Russian Empire. I'm not sure what agreement the Kingdom of Britain will reach with the Russian Empire. That's right. Minister Russell said with emotion, except for a small number of ministers in the entire cabinet. Most of them are close to the ministers of the Russian Empire. Not to mention them Point Riyadh even outside Downing Street those guys aren't like that either. By the guys outside Downing Street Russell was referring to the London public opinion scene point after the establishment of the French Empire. British public opinion always held a certain hostility to the French Empire. In order to stifle the French Empire, they were even willing to compromise with the Russian Empire. Palmerston and Russell saw the threat of the Russian Empire to Britain's interests in the Near East before they chose to join forces with the French Empire against the Russian Empire. In the end, our Prime Minister is not a qualified politician at all. He will only follow the swing of public opinion. Palmerston continued to mock Lord Aberdeen unreservedly. Now one of us is the Foreign Secretary and the other is the Home Secretary, and we have no decision-making power at all for the policy of the country, and all power is concentrated around Aberdeen and his allies. Russell tried to seek another reconciliation with Palmerston alliance. Yes, we must do something for Britain. Palmerston also left no trace of the League's wishes. Chapter 360. Yes, Minister. Lord Russell and Lord Palmerston forged a fragile but strong political alliance on the basis of not allowing the worm to ruin Britain's foreign policy. As to say, why is it fragile and strong? That's because the two men had the same goal of overthrowing Aberdeen's cabinet, but there was only one Prime Minister's place. No matter which of the two is Prime Minister, the other will certainly not be in the cabinet. Presumably because the two of them knew each other too well. If one gained power, the other would definitely try their best to bring the other down. Even if the element of the continued United Front recruit the other side into the cabinet, the battle between them will not stop. The most effective way is to directly send the other party to the House of Lords, to serve as a member of a noble 20th committee, or to serve as the Speaker of the House of Commons. Only in this way can the influence of the other party be reduced later, so that the other party will not appear in the eyes of London citizens as much as possible, so as to achieve the purpose of sealing Secretary Russell. Since you propose the alliance, you must have a strategy to pull Aberdeen down. Palmerston asked Russell bluntly. I do have some ideas. Minister Russell showed a sly smile on his face and replied calmly, however, it's not time yet. In the meantime, with Lord Palmerston, you continue to act as an opposition in the cabinet group. Secretary Russell, I can agree to your conditions, but you always have to tell me what you are going to do. Otherwise, how can I cooperate with your actions? Palmerston spread his hands and deliberately put his posture on the ground. Lo, Secretary Palmerston, if we want to overthrow a person, we must magnify the person's mistakes and guide this person into a pre-designed trap. We should also treat Lord Aberdeen and his colleagues. So, if you want to remove and replace the Aberdeen cabinet, you must overthrow Lord Aberdeen's current political ideas, magnify his faults, and make public opinion turn towards us. Minister Russell showed a look of wisdom pearls in his hands, and said profoundly unpredictable words. Palmerston, who was full of political experience, immediately understood what Minister Russell meant. It seemed that Minister Russell should be trying to make a fuss about the Russian Empire. What exactly Russell should do, Palmerston has not yet thought of. However, Palmerston is sure that the fox will always show his legs, and he must be the ultimate victory. If that's the case, then I'll take my leave. Palmerston, who put the last cigar in the ashtray, got up and said goodbye to Minister Russell. Minister Russell hurriedly got up and sent Palmerston out of the back room to the door of the minister's office. Minister Palmerston, I wish you good luck. Minister Russell shook hands with the temporary ally. You too. Palmerston let go of Minister Russell's hand and left. On the 21st of December, the UK Cabinet Assembly begins. Before the meeting began, Canning came to Russell's office door and knocked on the door of Russell's office. The door is unlocked. Please come in. Minister Russell's loud voice reached Canning's ear. Canning hurriedly opened the door and entered the minister's office. At this time, Prime Minister Russell was sorting out documents related to diplomacy. He would report to Lord Aberdeen on the recent diplomatic situation of the Kingdom of Britain after the start of the Cabinet Council. The diplomatic ambassador's report was forwarded to Lord Aberdeen so that he could make a decision as soon as possible. The current Secretary of State Russell is only short of Canning's foreign policy job. What about them? Canning asked, pointing to the seats of the vacant permanent secretary and full-time secretary. They are in a meeting now. Minister Russell said briskly, we are a conference. They are a small conference. I don't need to guess. They must be thinking about how to treat us. It looks quite harmonious. Canning also smiled and said to Minister Russell, harmony? Mr. Canning, this is not harmonious at all. Minister Russell responded to Canning, pretending to be annoyed. Mr. Russell, this is my report. Canning handed the sorted documents to Minister Russell, taking over the report. Minister Russell looked at the report in Canning's hand page by page. The report was completely aimed at the Russian Empire and claimed that the Russian Empire is the destroyer of European peace. Between the lines, Canning is indeed true a pro-Austrian, Ottoman, anti-Russian point perhaps, because of being stationed in Constantinople all the year round. Canning's argument is completely skewed towards the Ottoman Empire point. Such an argument allowed Prime Minister Russell, who was suffering from no arms, to find an anti-Russian opportunity. A smile on his face tempted Secretary Canning. I wonder if you are interested in going further. Go one step further. Canning's old heart couldn't help but beat two beats. Born in 1786, Canning has witnessed the rise and fall of Napoleon, as well as the awakening of nationalism. At the age of 66, he believes that he has underestimated the fame and fortune of the event, but he still cannot escape the pursuit of power. Minister Russell meant that he was about to become one of the cabinet ministers and the ambassador plenipotentiary in Constantinople. Went a step further and probably worked as a Minister of State. Although it is said that the job of the Deputy Minister of Foreign Affairs is far less than that of the Minister of Foreign Affairs that his brother George Canning, deceased, once served, it is an improvement relative to his current position. I'm 66 years old. I'm afraid it will be difficult to go further. In his heart, he wanted to tell Minister Russell that he also dreamed of entering the cabinet, but his face still pushed back. Who said that you can't continue to serve the United Kingdom at the age of 66? The level of ability has nothing to do with the age. Minister Russell instilled poisonous chicken soup to Canning. The Duke of Wellington is not still serving the kingdom when he is 66 years old. Serve, I. Canning licked his slightly dry lips. Minister Russell's statement really made Canning a little moved, and the desire to resign in his heart gradually faded under Minister Russell's flickering point. Heartbroken, the mature Canning naturally understands that there is no love for no reason in the world. The reason why Minister Russell did this is probably to overthrow the real cabinet institutions. How can an existing cabinet structure be overthrown? Only by bringing the political ideas of Lord Aberdeen to a complete impasse. It was true that Russell had no chance in the past, but now it is not necessarily. The Russian Empire is likely to take action against the Ottoman Empire. At that time, it only needs Secretary Russell. What do you want me to do? Canning said to Minister Russell, pretending to be confused. I need you to remain ambassador to the Ottoman Empire. Ambassador Russell replied to Canning, I'm old. This position should be reserved for others. I can't let an old man occupy a really important position for a long time. Canning said modestly, only you can do it. Minister Russell said to Canning with a serious expression, Your Excellency Russell, don't you want me to provoke conflicts? Canning asked Minister Russell, no, you just need to protect the interests of the Ottoman Empire as much as possible. Minister Russell explained to Canning. According to Russell's understanding of the Russian Empire, once the Russian Empire starts, it is bound to get something from the Ottomans. As long as Canning maintains the interests of the Ottoman Empire as much as possible, it will inevitably lead to a conflict between the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Britain. In a situation where the pro-Russian Aberdeen cannot handle such contradictions, Only he, the foreign secretary, can solve the problem. At that time, he will be able to return to the position of prime minister once again. Palmerston just needs to be an honest flag waving guy. I see. Canning nodded in response to Minister Russell. Okay. It's getting late. It's time for me to go to Downing Street to attend the ministerial meeting. Minister Russell took out his pocket watch, glanced at the time, and apologized to Canning. Canning and Russell left Carlton Park together. Russell went to Downing Street, and Canning took a carriage to Windsor Castle in the suburbs. After parting with Russell. After the carriage drove into Windsor Castle, he met with Albert under the leadership of John Brown. After the two chatted for a while, they quickly entered the topic. You said Russell asked you to safeguard the interests of the Ottoman Empire? Albert asked Canning. That's right. Minister Russell said so. Canning nodded to Albert. It seems that Minister Russell knows the situation of the Russian Empire very well. Albert shook his head and laughed. Your Highness, what should I do? Canning threw the question to Albert. Follow Lord Russell's orders. Albert said to Canning with a sigh. You reading www.urkanshu.com. If this is the case, it is very likely that it will lead to the Russian Empire. Canning is a little worried that overly maintaining the integrity of the Ottoman Empire will bring Britain to the brink of war. The Russian Empire has eaten more land. Albert sneered. If they ask for more, don't blame Britain for them. Albert has already expressed his attitude, and Canning hurriedly replied, understood. Okay. You don't need to be under too much pressure. If things are really going to be irreversible, it would be a good idea to resort to war. Albert, who was afraid of any psychological pressure on Canning, hurriedly comforted. Besides, we still have a helper on the mainland. If Britain is willing to fight with them, the Russian Empire will not be our opponent at all. Your Highness, are you talking about the French Empire? Canning asked Albert. That's right. Albert nodded and added to Canning, they've been eager to teach the Russian Empire a lesson. And after you return to Constantinople, talk to Palmerston a lot. Chapter 361. Tsar in action. Palmerston? Isn't it Russell? When Palmerston's name appeared in Albert's mouth, Canning immediately realized that Chancellor Russell was out. Although Canning did not know that Palmerston did not know how to get Albert to favor him, Canning knew that the attitude of the royal family would play a decisive role in the battle for prime minister. If Chancellor Russell can't convince Albert, then his prime ministership is doomed to be a distant dream. And his position as Minister of State Affairs will be in vain. Just as Canning was thinking about it, Albert's gentle and elegant voice came to Canning's ears again. I don't know what conditions Minister Russell promised you, but I can assure you, after the task you have undertaken, the royal family will continue your rich rewards. Canning immediately understood what Albert meant, and the information he said was probably the title. In the United Kingdom, a knighthood expresses a person's contribution to the country. Although the title granted by the royal family itself is only a low-level title such as Baron and Viscount, and there is no substantive canonization of land, but he undoubtedly represents the attitude of the royal family to the meritorious people. In addition, the titles in the 19th century still had a certain amount of gold, which led the royal family to be cautious every time they issued titles. There is no such thing as the random distribution of titles in the 20th century, followed by devaluation. Therefore, the position of the Minister of State is somewhat insignificant when compared with the title of title. Yes, Your Highness. I will do my best to serve the United Kingdom. Canning replied excitedly to Albert. Mr. Canning, I believe in your loyalty to the United Kingdom. Prince Albert still had a smile on his face. It's getting late. I should also help Victoria sort out the information. Canning, who heard Albert's hint, hurriedly got up to say goodbye to Prince Albert. In the cabinet meeting on December 21, 1852, British Foreign Secretary Russell and British Home Secretary Palmerston jointly launched an offensive against Prime Minister Aberdeen. Russell claimed that the ruling of the Ottoman Empire was bound to cause an overreaction in the Russian Empire, and that Emperor Nicholas I of the Russian Empire was bound to transfer his troops to the Danube Principality. In order to prevent the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, after being attacked by the Russian Empire, the Royal Navy must send its fleet to the Bosphorus to prevent the Russian Empire from using warships. to attack Constantinople. Minister Russell's actions were also supported by Home Secretary Palmerston. As an anti-Russian vanguard, Palmerston even called for a fleet to be dispatched into the Black Sea to warn the Russian Imperial Fleet. Facing the offensive of the second Foreign Secretary and third Home Secretary in the cabinet, the inexperienced Aberdeen showed poor political fighting skills, so that the cabinet meeting broke up on the hour end. All the cabinet members present understood that this battle has only just begun, and a more intense battle will gradually become intensified after the Russian Empire marches into the Danube Principality December 23, 1852. After the Russian Empire, one of the victims of the Ottoman Empire's Holy Inquisition, experienced an information delay of 11 days. The central nervous system of the empire finally received news from the Ottoman Empire on this day. Emperor Nicholas I, who received the news, looked sullen when he saw the news that had been delayed for nearly 11 days. He was not angry because of the ruling of the Ottoman Empire, but was angry because of the delay in the news. Nicholas I did not understand how a good empire could become what it is now. For 11 days. It's been 11 days, and he didn't even hear a word. This was the first time in his life that he felt the decay of the Russian court, the ministers he trusted, Karol Neshorodny, Minister of Foreign Affairs, the generals, Prince Dolgorukov, Minister of War, and even the intelligence organization he established, Count Orlov, head of the third section of the political police. Seems to be deliberately trying to deceive him. The entire court seemed to have become an airtight wall surrounding Nicholas I himself, and no news could be passed on without their consent. If it hadn't been for the fact that his attendant attaché overheard the conversation of the foreign ministry when he went to the foreign ministry in St. Petersburg and told him the news, I'm afraid that the current Nicholas I would still be kept in the dark. What on earth are they trying to do? How dare they do this? Nicholas I roared through gritted teeth, blue veins bulging on his forehead, and his palms clenched into fists in anger. In the eyes of Nicholas I, there was no one person in the entire court that he could trust, and the ministers he appointed were deliberately deceiving him. Nicholas I had to figure out a way to transmit his will to the army. As long as he will can reach the army, then all the conspiracy of Karol Neshorodny and others will be in vain. Nicholas I was confident that his army and his people would be loyal to him. Those soldiers who didn't know anything and knew nothing in the military camp had only two things to do: obey their superiors and be loyal to the emperor. It is precisely because they don't know anything that his mind is always at his feet. In order to pass his will to the army, especially to the army of Bessarabia, Nicholas I set his sights on the squire attaché prostrate under his throne. Nicholas I put away his anger and instead showed a majestic and loving expression to the attendant military officer who had been kneeling on the ground. Get up, my loyal guard. After hearing Nicholas I's sound of heaven, the attendant military officer lowered his head and got up quickly. Look up. Let me take a look at you. Nicholas I's voice came from the throne again. After hearing the order of Nicholas I, the attaché slowly raised his head to look at Nicholas I on the throne, and couldn't help but praised, My esteemed majesty, my kind little father, please forgive me for what I have done to you. Disrespectful. You are a smart child. Nicholas I still put on a majestic face and said kind words in his mouth. Nicholas I, who ruled the Russian Empire for more than 2 decades, knew that the Slavic beasts could only obey you if you showed a stern fatherly attitude to them. The harder you treat them, the more they love you. On the contrary, if you show them a weak gesture, they will think you are a weak monarch and will kill you. Nicholas I despised his father and respected his mother. Only by being like his mother can control the entire Russian Empire. Your Majesty, I'm willing to crawl at your feet. The attendant attaché respectfully responded to Nicholas I, My child, I recognize your loyalty. Nicholas I got up and walked down from the throne, standing in front of the attendant military attaché, and said, Now, I have a hard task for you. I don't know, will his loyalty make you not afraid of hardships to complete him? The attendant military officer looked at Nicholas I enthusiastically and said, Your Majesty, I will do my best to serve you. Even if there is a sea of fire in front of me, I will not hesitate. Okay. I already know your loyalty. Nicholas I took off the sapphire ring on his hand and said to the attendant military officer, Stretch out your hand. The Attendant attached his hand subconsciously, and Nicholas I placed the sapphire ring in his hand. Your Majesty, the attendant wanted to reject Nicholas I. This is the reward for your loyalty. Once the king's gift is taken, it is absolutely impossible to take it back. Nicholas I demanded the attendant's subordinates with a tough attitude. Upon seeing this, the attendant attaché prostrate once again in front of Nicholas I and said reverently, "My merciful majesty, you are more merciful than the Lord." The attendant attaché searched his stomach and added all the words that could be praised to Nicholas I's head. "Now I have a task for you," Nicholas I said to the attaché with a serious face. "This is related to whether the entire Russian Empire can obtain Constantinople." Constantine. The attendant groaned. "Every devout Orthodox Christian has a unique plot for Constantinople, especially for a nation like the Slavs. Your Majesty, I will do my best. Now, I order you to go to Bessarabia immediately and order General Mikhail Drevich Gorkakov, who is stationed there, to lead 38,000 men of the 8th and 9th Corps to the two principalities of the Danube. Be sure to gain control of these two principalities as soon as possible." Nicholas I, who knew the military deployment of the Russian Empire well, could even make strategic layouts without deploying maps. Riyadh1.com and Nikolai in the layout of the eye. In addition to Mikhail Gorkakov's 38,000 people, Paskovich, who was stationed in Poland, will also send 92,000 people from Poland to the Danube Principality. Nicholas I believed that with the Russian Empire's army of 130,000 people, it would be possible to defeat the Ottoman Empire and conquer Constantinople. Do you remember what I said? After the military deployment, Nicholas I once again asked the attendant attaché, "Your Majesty, isn't it?" The attendant attaché repeated the words of Nicholas I once again. "Yes, that's right." Nicholas I's majestic face showed a smile. "You are a smart child. Your Majesty, how can I confirm their trust?" The valet attaché asked Nicholas I again. Nicholas I handed over a blank piece of paper with the national seal in his heart to the attendant attaché and gave him a dagger of his own collection. With these things, it can be proved that it is the order of Nicholas I. Chapter 362, Christmas in Constantinople. The attendant attaché carrying the order of Nicholas I set off from the imperial village on the evening of the 23rd without disturbing others. After 2 days and 1 night of long-distance raids, they finally arrived at Bessarabia on the Russian border in the early morning of the 26th. The border town of Chisinau, renamed Chisinau in the Republic of Moldavia in 1991, is the capital of the future Republic of Moldavia. On May 28, 1812, after the Russian Empire achieved another victory over the Ottoman Empire, it forced the Ottoman Empire to sign the Peace of Bucharest, which included the territory between the Prut and Transnistria into the Russian territory. Bessarabia was also under the jurisdiction of the Holy King Alexander I as a province, in order to meet the urgent needs of the local people for religion, but also to add control over the area. The Emperor of the Russian Empire specially allocated funds to Bessarabia to build the Orthodox Church in the Kishinev area and sent bishops to preach, and also stationed the army. The few Gallic-headed buildings originally built in the Kishinev area have also not been demolished, but now few believers in peace religion are willing to stay in an Orthodox country. After more than 40 years of running in the Russian Empire and the presence of troops, the rebellion in Bessarabia is smaller than that in Crimea. The 4th and 5th Corps were scattered over the vast expanse of land centered on the Kishinev region, and the headquarters of the corps stationed here was set up in the city of Kishinev. General Gorkakov, commander of the 4th and 5th regiments, and his wife were praying in a bishop's church in the Kishinev region on the day the attaché came. In this rare leisure time, the other time Gorkakov has been wrestling army supplies, his wife ran all the way from Moscow to see him from St. Petersburg, and Gorkakov was naturally courteous in order to satisfy his devout Orthodox wife. General Gorkakov specially told the news to the local church one day and donated 50,000 rubles to the local church for worship funds. After receiving the rubles from General Gorkakov, the Emperor of Bessarabia, the local church naturally became more dedicated. The bishop of the church personally appeared in the church to preside over the work of General Gorkakov's wife. In the middle of the service, an adjutant in a black single-breasted military uniform hurried in. The sudden movement interrupted the bishop and his wife during the service, and also made Gorkakov's face show a displeased look. Fortunately, the bishop was an understanding priest. The adjutant's expression told him that something must have happened in the bishop's army. He calmly nodded to General Gorkakov and his wife. What happened? Gorkakov still had a displeased expression on his face. If his lieutenant can't give a reasonable explanation, Gorkakov will definitely let him go. The adjutant came to Gorkakov, leaned into Gorkakov's ear and whispered, "General, there is a guy who claims to be the special envoy of His Majesty the Tsar is at the headquarters. He said that he wanted to see something important. We don't know the situation, so we take the liberty to disturb you. The Tsar's special envoy." Gorkakov's face showed a touch of surprise. He didn't understand why His Majesty the Tsar sent a special envoy. Generally speaking, if His Majesty wants to convey an order to him, he only needs to notify the Ministry of War, and then the Ministry of War will issue an order to Gorkakov, and specially send a special envoy to convey the order to himself. Some are too cumbersome. Go. Take me to see. Gorkakov responded to the adjutant. Then he turned his head to the bishop with an apologetic expression and said, "I'm really sorry. There are emergencies in the barracks waiting for me to deal with it." Nothing. The bishop expressed understanding for Gorkakov's behavior afterwards. Gorkakov left his wife in the church to continue worship, and he returned to the military camp to see what the so-called special envoy was. Gorkakov, who had left the church, ordered the surrounding soldiers to bring the red-brown Mongolian horse he had placed in the manger in the church's backyard. The soldiers moved quickly, and Gorkakov's horse was quickly led in front of him. Looking at the burly Mongolian horse in front of him, Gorkakov gently stroked its horse's face. The Mongolian horse gave Gorkakov 2 kisses, as if it were human. Gorkakov put one foot on the stirrup, grasped the arch string on the saddle with both hands, and rolled over with a vigorous kick. Gorkakov, with his feet on the stirrups, clenched the reins with both hands, and kicked the horse lightly. The Mongolian horse, who received the signal, raised his head and shouted, and ran towards the barracks with a whoosh. Several cavalrymen responsible for escorting Gorkakov back to the barracks could only follow Gorkakov to eat ashes. After running for nearly 5 minutes, Gorkakov finally came to the edge of the city. From the center of the city, not far from the edge of the city, there are camps, where is the location of a regiment under the 4th Corps, which is also the headquarters of the 4th and 5th Corps. Since it's December, Bessarabia is still cold, although it hasn't snowed. The gust of cold wind blowing on Gorkakov's face made Gorkakov extraordinarily awake, and he carefully thought about Nicholas's intentions on the horse. Gorkakov speculates that it is very likely that, because Karol Nesherody and others are no longer trusted by Emperor Nicholas will bypass them and give himself orders in person. Thinking of this, Gorkakov's mind was constantly active. If Karol Nesherody lost his new position as the emperor, his position as foreign minister would certainly not last long, and his brother would not be able to take the position. That's right, Gorkakov's brother is Alexander Mikhailovich Gorkakov, the future foreign minister of the Russian Empire. He was excluded from the core circle of power in St. Petersburg due to being harassed by Karol Nesherody. He is now serving as the special envoy of the Russian Empire to Austria in the Austrian Empire. Once Mikhailovich became the foreign minister of the empire, Gorkakov would have access to more political resources. General Gorkakov, who was full of anxiety and excitement, came to the gate of the headquarters, handed over the Mongolian horse to the soldiers guarding the gate, and explained it. Gorkakov entered the headquarters, where Gorkakov saw a young squire attaché. The attendant military attaché also saw Gorkakov, and he quickly stood up with a smile on his face, and said to Gorkakov, "General, it's really hard for the messenger to come all the way." Gorkakov showed a kind smile on his face. He came to the attendant, and invited the attendant to sit down and asked, "I don't know how the messenger can prove that you are assigned by His Majesty the Tsar." Messenger. If not, then, Gorkakov paused for a while. His face changed from kind to serious, and his voice could not help revealing a murderous feeling. "That means you are a fake messenger." In the face of Gorkakov's questioning, the attendant attaché did not intend to panic, and nodded slightly at Gorkakov. This kind of calm temperament is definitely not something that an imposter can cultivate, and half of the doubts in Gorkakov's heart have disappeared. "General, please see. Then, the attendant military officer took out a short knife from his arms. Gorkakov looked at the short knife from the arms of the attendant and was a little lost for a while. This is not the one he saw in the collection room of His Majesty the Tsar. So far, Gorkakov has believed 99% of the time. Immediately afterwards, the attendant military officer took out a folded letter, and when he opened the letter, he could see the imperial crown and imperial shield emblem engraved on it, recognized at first sight that the seal on the letter was stamped by the Tsar's personal seal. This time, Gorkakov completely believed that the guy in front of him was not a fake. "What is your Majesty's order?" Gorkakov asked the attendant attaché. "Your Majesty hopes, General Gorkakov, that you can send the 38,000 soldiers of the 4th and 5th Corps that you have accepted as the vanguard to the Principality of the Danube, and after taking control of the Principality of the Danube, advance to Constantinople." Attendant the military attaché dragged out the order of Nicholas I. "Please rest assured, Your Majesty, I will live up to Your Majesty's entrustment." Gorkakov immediately assured the attendant attaché, "I wish you a successful general." The squire attaché responded to Gorkakov, "I should go too." After speaking, the attendant attaché got up and left. Seeing this, Gorkakov wanted to retain the attaché, but the attaché immediately explained to Gorkakov that he was going to notify Prince Paskovich to ask Prince Paskovich to mobilize 92,000 people as support. Gorkakov, who saw the squire attaché and the task at hand, did not force the squire attaché to stay, but gave the squire attaché a gem he had snatched from a wealthy Kishinev businessman as an apology, and ordered the adjutant to send a group of cavalry to follow the squire attaché to protect the squire attaché to Poland. After the attendant attaché left www.riyadh1.com, Gorkakov quickly ordered his cavalry to go to each regiment to notify the surrounding regiments to come to the meeting point on the evening of the 26th. All the commanders of the 4th and 5th Corps were all in Gorkakov's headquarters. Gorkakov conveyed the order of Nicholas I to them, and the people who heard the order directly issued by the emperor did not think much and expressed their intention to fight hard. Some of the regiments even shouted fight for the capture of Constantinople in 1853. Gorkakov ordered the heads of the regiments to assemble and set off on the morning of the 27th. After the meeting, Gorkakov returned to his residence in Kishinev and told his wife about the plan of the next possible advance point. After the wife heard that Gorkakov's forces marched into the Danube and landed in Constantinople, she kindly said that she would return to Moscow tomorrow. On December 27, 1852, the 4th and 5th Corps of Bessarabia, led by the artillery general Gorkakov, advanced towards the Danube. Chapter 363, Russia-Austria Border Preview. The 4th and 5th legions of more than 38,000 entered the Principality of Wallachia across the Bessarabia border area on December 27. Perhaps because the Russian army has been in and out of the Moldavian Principality for decades, the Moldavians living in the Moldavian Principality and the puppet ruler of the Moldavian Grand Duke did not choose to resist, and it was to let Gorkakov's army enter the Principality of Moldavia, and even many Moldavian businessmen voluntarily followed the side of the Russian Imperial Army to provide outsourcing services for the Russian Imperial Army, including but not limited to selling wine with water, moldy brown bread. Providing some physical aspects to some of the soldiers who accompany the army are countless. Armed merchants like this were not uncommon in the Roman Empire, and in the early 19th century, they reached another peak in the hands of Emperor Napoleon. When the First Empire sent troops to fight, there were countless German, French, and Italian merchants in the army. The merchant system with the army greatly eased the transportation problem of the army, and ensured the logistics of the army. With the invention and construction of railways, transportation costs have gradually dropped. The materials that can be transported in one carriage can completely crush dozens of merchants accompanying the army. The price of unified procurement is also cheaper than the price arbitrarily set by the merchants. Along with the military businessmen, this special group is gradually dying out. Of course, such demise will not happen overnight, but will take half a century of evolution point at this stage, except for two countries, Jerome Bonaparte and Austria, who built large-scale railways and used them for military purposes. Only Jerome Bonaparte emphasized railway transportation and dispatching in terms of logistics. Most of the remaining countries' railroads don't care. Point in particular. Countries like the Kingdom of Great Britain, which were hit head-on by the railway bubble, are even more afraid that the railway will once again become a railway fever and thus affect the economic problems of the Kingdom of Great Britain. Jerome Bonaparte himself guided the military and the economy to victory with a vision that transcended the world for nearly 200 years. Not everyone can have the same opportunity as Jerome Bonaparte. Even so, there are still many soldiers who think that Jerome Bonaparte is just fooling around. Then again, the equipment is in the midst of the Napoleonic Wars, and the Russian Empire, which is weaker than the Napoleonic Wars, still uses the tactics of the Napoleonic period. As for the merchants who follow the army, it is natural to let them go. Not to mention the big-headed soldiers. Even General Gorchakov himself is just like this. He needs these people to asterisk the wealth of every soldier for him, only to let their pockets without a penny in it. They would fight for the Russian Empire with all sincerity. Those merchants who follow the army sell 1 ruble in the army, and they need to pay 0.2 rubles to Gorchakov himself. So Gorchakov is equivalent to win twice. On December 29th, Gorchakov and the Archduke of Moldavia met in a castle somewhere in the Principality of Moldavia. As a puppet of the Russian Empire, the Archduke of Moldavia hosted a banquet to receive Gorchakov and asked Gorchakov about the movements of the Russian Empire's army. The drunk Gorchakov, with a contemptuous expression on his face, told the Grand Duke of Moldavia drunkenly that Emperor Nicholas I of Russia had ordered him to march into Bulgaria and then to Constantinople. Hearing Gorchakov's reply, the Archduke of Moldavia looked a little ugly. If Gorchakov really succeeded, he and the Grand Duke of Wallachia would be surrounded by the Russian Empire. At that time, I'm afraid that they will not be the rulers of the Principality, and Wallachia and Moldavia will not be vassal states, but will become part of the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire's greed for land is endless. The Archduke of Moldavia, who knew that he could not resist the Russian Imperial Army, stabilized the Russian Imperial Army and went out with the help of urine, telling his cronies to go to Transylvania overnight to inform the Ottoman Empire and the Austrian Empire. In the view of the Archduke of Moldavia, the Ottoman Empire who received the news should be on guard, and the Austrian Empire will not let this matter be ignored. The Archduke of Moldavia, who had explained all this, returned to the banquet again, and with him, General Gorchakov drank very late. On December 30th, 1852, Gorchakov and his troops continued to set off and arrived in the Principality of Wallachia on the 31st. On the evening of the 31st, Gorchakov received another warm reception from the Archduke of Moldavia. Good feeling. On January 3, 1853, when Gorchakov's troops were about to reach the border of the Principality of Wallachia, the scout cavalry of the 4th Army reported an important news to him, and the same direction on the border of Wallachia. An Ottoman army was also found. It's just that this army is smaller in number than the vanguard of the Russian Empire, and even less qualitatively than Gorchakov's army. The only commendable place is that this border guard is better equipped than the Russian Imperial Army. Affected by Gorchakov's long-term buying and selling of materials, nearly 1/3 of the soldiers in this vanguard unit were equipped with worn-out rifled old slide muskets, which were produced during Napoleon's time, and 1/3 were equipped with rifled Napoleonic muskets. The remaining third are equipped with the best muskets in the Russian Empire today. For Gorchakov, the Russian Imperial Army under his command was not used for shooting at all, but for bayonet charges. Rifles with wound rifling and rifles from the Napoleonic period are all good stormtroopers. In just one round, Gorchakov can knock down all the shrimp soldiers and crabs on the opposite side. However, because the reinforcement of Prince Paskovich had not arrived yet, Gorchakov could only quietly conduct a sit-in battle with the Ottoman Empire in the border area. Over time, reinforcement from the Ottoman army grew and soon overtook Gorkhakov's army. Compared with Gorkhakov, he was not afraid at all, and he believed that he would definitely be able to win against his opponent. On January 9th, the reinforcement that had not arrived for a long time finally arrived at this time. The first reinforcement, also numbering about 30,000, arrived at the border area under the leadership of Prince Paskovich. Prince Paskovich met with General Gorkhakov on a hill in Wallachia's border with Bulgaria. After a brief chat, Paskovich brought Tsar Nicholas's latest order, Z. Appointed Paskovich as the commander-in-chief to assist the Principality of the Danube in the management of the Principality's affairs. Without an order, he cannot move. Gorkhakov is the chief of staff and assists Prince Paskovich in managing the army. Paskovich in front of Gorkhakov. I read what Nicholasai wrote, and I couldn't help but feel lost. Now, it is very likely that Tsar Nicholasai will give up Constantinople, and his military exploits will be in vain. Your Excellency, what happened in St. Petersburg? Why did I receive different news from you? Gorkhakov asked Paskovich. What you received was an attack on the Bulgarian region, and then the capture of Constantinople. Right. Paskovich said to Gorkhakov. That's right. Gorkhakov nodded in response. Before, I received the same order as you. Paskovich pointed to the army under the hill and said, when I led the first group of troops to set off, a guy who claimed to be His Majesty's special envoy came in front of me. Your Majesty's special envoy? Gorkhakov was a little puzzled. He didn't understand what Paskovich meant. Paskovich saw Gorkhakov's confusion and took the initiative to explain to him. There are two waves of His Majesty's envoys. The first wave let me support you in attacking Bulgaria. The second wave let me support you, but not attack Bulgaria. Understood. Gorkhakov responded immediately and then added, then we don't have to attack now? Let's see the situation. Paskovich shrugged and said helplessly, when will the news come from St. Petersburg again, and when will we move on to the next step? Immediately, Paskovich replied with a melancholy face, the current St. Petersburg is not at all worrying. Let's turn our attention back to St. Petersburg, and by the way, adjust the time to December 30th. Just when Gorkhakov led the 4th and 5th Army to the Principality of Moldavia. Riyadh1.com. The news was delayed for 3 days in St. Petersburg, and Gorkhakov led the army into Moldavia. News from the Principality. One stone stirred up 1,000 waves, and the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the Ministry of War and even the 3rd Division were at a loss by the sudden news. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs Karol Nesherody went to the Ministry of War to find out why the Minister of War, Prince Dolgorukov, sent troops into the Principality of Moldavia, what he got was that Prince Dolgorukov was confused and answered without knowing. Karol Nesherody immediately realized that Gorkhakov's deployment of troops was very likely the ghost of the one in the imperial village given order. Thinking of this, Karol Nesherody felt cold hands and feet, and he hurriedly told Prince Dolgorukov his guess. Prince Dolgorukov also took a long time to react after hearing Karol Nesherody's guess, and he hurriedly asked Karol Nesherody's thoughts. Under the suggestion of Karol Nesherody and Prince Dolgorukov immediately entered the imperial village, and they wanted to plead guilty to Nicholasai. Chapter 364, The Monarchs in the Amber Room. The Minister of Foreign Affairs Karol Nesherody and the Minister of War, Prince Dolgorukov, went to the Amber Hall under the leadership of the attaché. The light makes those who enter the Amber Room feel a sense of awe. Beneath the wall of amber is a throne made of pure gold. In fact, it is 90% gold mixed with silver. If the gold is too pure, it cannot be shaped. The throne is inlaid with various gems, and candlelight shines on the gems and the golden throne. Above, people feel an inexplicable sense of sacredness. You don't have to think about it. This throne was specially ordered by Nicholasai to be moved from other palaces. The purpose is to give some people a dismay. When the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Minister, and the Minister of War, Minister, entered the Amber Room, they once again felt the suffocating breath in the Amber Room, which was stronger than when they came to the Amber Room for an audience. In the splendid palace full of houses, Nicholasai was sitting quietly on the throne without saying a word. At this time, Nicholasai was wearing a gorgeous and dazzling imperial robe, holding a 90% golden cane carved with a double-headed eagle. The head of the cane and the 2 eagle eyes were inlaid with 1 blood red gems and 4 blue gems. Such a costumed appearance was rarely seen even in grand celebrations. Karol Necherody, who accompanied Nicholas I all the year round, smelled a dangerous breath in the air of the amber room. When he looked down the steps along the throne, he found a familiar figure standing at the bottom of the steps with his head lowered. Point from the back view alone, Karol Necherody thought of a person, and this person was Count Orlov, who was in charge of managing the 3rd Division political police. Why is he here? Could it be that His Majesty did not tell him the news of the march? There was some confusion in Karol Necherody's eyes, and he found that he could not understand the monarch Nicholas I, who had been with him for more than 20 years. Whenever he thought he knew enough about the monarch in front of him, Nicholas I could always give him a surprise minister. Karol Necherody, Minister Dolgorukov, come here. Nicholas I's loud and majestic voice sounded in the hall. Karol Necherody and Dolgorukov walked slowly to the bottom of the steps, and they stood with Count Orlov. The entire amber room fell into dead silence again. After a while, there was a crisp sound from the throne. Karol Necherody, who lowered his head, guessed that it was probably the sound of the Tsar hitting the throne with his scepter. The Tsars used this method to give them psychological pressure. After the crisp sound echoed for a long time, Nicholas I spoke again. What happened recently over the Ottoman Empire? Have you ever concealed anything from me, Your Majesty? I'm about to report to you. As of now, Karol Necherody could only open his mouth to tell Nicholas I about the Holy Inquisition of the Ottoman Empire. Hearing Karol Necherody's answer, Nicholas I couldn't help but felt a little anger in his heart. He said sharply, since your foreign ministry already knows about this, why didn't you report it to me earlier? Translation, capital punishment. Karol Necherody did not have any excuse. In the case that the monarch does not trust himself, any excuse will be a weak shirk. It is better to honestly admit that he is wrong. Very few people in Europe were killed for angering the emperor/king, especially for a prestigious noble family, and the worst result would be exile in an extremely cold land, Siberia. As long as they can withstand the frost of the extremely cold land, when the world is amnesty in a few years, those who have been sentenced to political death can return to St. Petersburg. Furthermore, Karol Necherody thinks that his crimes are not enough to send him to the extreme cold. At best, it was just a good faith deception, and his purpose was to prevent Nicholas I from using force. The economy of the Russian Empire is already a mess, and this winter, serfs in many regions have been frozen to death and rebellions have been one after another. The hasty use of the military will only lead to continued economic deterioration. The reason why he chose to block the news of the imperial village was to use this time difference to put pressure on the Russian ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, thus nibbling the risk of war in the bud. Now that it seems that he has failed, the Tsar still inevitably raises troops to attack the Ottoman Empire. Thinking of this, Karol Necherody couldn't help but observe a moment of silence twice for the Chancellor of the Exchequer. With such a monarch, even a minister who is good at managing money can't do anything. There is no other explanation. Nicholas I snorted coldly and looked at Karol Necherody under the steps. Nicholas I, who had learned from Count Orlov that Karol Necherody had worked hard, had forgiven Karol Necherody's reckless behavior. He thought of the old guy under the steps after he ascended the throne. Just accompanying myself, I can't help but feel a little compassion in my heart. Kings are also human beings, and they also have 7 emotions and 6 desires. No explanation can be evaded. The minister deceived His Majesty's actions. Karol Necherody said to Nicholas I by retreating, I hope His Majesty can report the minister's position as Minister of Foreign Affairs. When it comes to your head, you want to run away. Nicholas I said firmly to Karol Necherody, I tell you not to think about it. Later, Nicholas I turned his attention to Prince Dolgorukov, Minister of War, and said kindly, Your Excellency, your family has also served our Romanov family for some years. Yes, Your Majesty. Dolgorukov straightened up and replied proudly, my ancestors have always followed the previous emperors to fight, and I'm also honored to be selected by Your Majesty to serve as the Minister of War. Then why are you deceiving me? Nicholas I asked Dolgorukov. Compared with Karol Necherody, Prince Dolgorukov was more calm. His family had followed the Tsars of all dynasties in wars to the south and the north. and at most the Tsar only dismissed him from his position. Dolgorukov responded to Nicholas I fearlessly, "Your Majesty, our finances are no longer able to support the high-intensity wars of the empire. Our army is facing serious corruption problems, and rashly dispatching troops may cause serious consequences. Shut up." Nicholas I was furious and said to Dolgorukov, "I will not allow you to slander the loyal army. Our army is an army that saved Europe. Your Majesty, that was decades ago." Prince Dolgorukov still showed no fear on his face. He specially emphasized, "For decades, our army has been corrupted to a certain extent. The priority is not to rush into the Ottoman Empire. Believe it or not, I dismissed you." Nicholas I snapped at Dolgorukov, "If Your Majesty thinks that I'm unworthy to be the Minister of War, then please remove me from my post." Dolgorukov replied to Nicholas I without flinching. Nicholas I and Dolgorukov stalemate for a long time, and finally ended the stalemate with Nicholas I's concession. "I came here to ask you whether the Russian Empire will send troops to dismember the Ottoman Empire." Nicholas I asked the three people present. After experiencing Karol Nesharodny and Prince Dolgorukov, Nicholas I also had doubts about sending troops. Is it right or wrong to do so? Shouldn't be. Should. The first two should not are the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Minister of War, and the last should is Count Orikov. They are all answers, based on their own standpoint. Why shouldn't it be? Nicholas I asked, while looking at Karol Nesharodny earnestly. "Your Majesty, in addition to the military issue just mentioned by His Excellency the Prince, our country's finances and diplomacy also do not allow us to take such actions." Karol Nesharodny said to Nicholas I, "Once we enter the Ottoman Empire, then how to deal with the interests of the British Kingdom in the Ottoman Empire, and how to deal with the interests of the French Empire in the Ottoman Empire. How does the Austrian Empire view us?" Riyadh 1.com It is true that the Russian Empire is not afraid of them, but we cannot enemy two countries at the same time. Karol Nesharodny's warning made Nicholas I immediately sober. Even if he could ignore the attitude of the French Empire, he couldn't ignore the attitude of the British Kingdom, especially under the premise that the navy of the Russian Empire cannot fight Britain. The army that relies on the navy to provide supply support cannot really offend the naval power. Then what should we do? Nicholas I subconsciously asked Karol Nesharodny. The army should stop marching, station all troops in the Principality of Wallachia, and send a special envoy to put pressure on the Ottoman Empire. Karol Nesharodny proposed a solution. Ask the Ottoman Empire to dismiss the pro-French Gates faction, and then hand over the right of the Holy Inquisition to us. In this way, the empire can gradually erode the Ottoman Empire and make it our protected territory. At the same time, it will also cut part of its interests to the French Empire and the British Kingdom. Karol Nesharodny hopes to gradually annex the Ottoman Empire by boiling frogs in warm water and make Constantinople a free city in the hands of the Russian Empire. This process will probably take about half a century. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 375, Carve Up the Ottoman Empire. Nicholas I was moved by Karol Nesharodny's answer. It wasn't that he didn't know about the asterisk in the army, and it wasn't that he didn't want to rectify the army of the Russian Empire. It's just that the military has too many interest groups involved, and it is impossible to solve the problem unless it is determined to take the risk of shaking the foundation of the military. One of the most important reasons why Alexander II was able to carry out reforms in history was that the French Empire and the British Kingdom had dealt a heavy blow to the Russian Empire's army, and the Balkans shakes the foundations of the Russian Empire's army, thereby making the imperial armies aspiring men and that are determined to reform. In a way, the Crimean War accelerated the industrialization of the Russian Empire. If the Russian Empire did not face defeat, neither would the superstructure of the Russian Empire be renovated. Counting on the autonomous dynamism of a corrupt regime is no doubt a pipe dream. Even so, the serf and army reforms in the Russian Empire were only halfway through and stalled due to various external factors. How Could Nicholas I risk the overthrow of the Tsarist authority to reform, and he still remembers how his father Paul I died for Nicholas I, although the existing generals in the army are rubbish, scum, parasite, but that is also his loyalty to his rubbish, scum. Will those guys who are not trash, scum really be loyal to themselves? I'm afraid it will be difficult. Nicholas I will never forget what they said when he hanged the 12 officers unable to shake the existing system. Nicholas I's desire to reform is nothing short of a dream point. Instead of letting the army gradually become rotten and fragile, it is better to send the army to the battlefield. Only the victor will not be blamed by anyone. Nicholas I was only slightly moved by the solution that Carol Ness already said, and then immediately turned it into a plan to solve all problems by force. Nicholas I looked at Carol Necherodi under the steps and responded coldly, if you follow your method, I'm afraid I won't think about including Constantinople in the territory again in my lifetime. Your Majesty, the situation in Constantinople is complicated. It is far from a problem that can be solved in a short time, so please wait patiently for the opportunity. Carol Necherodi responded sincerely to Nicholas I can't wait for so long, and I don't want to leave this problem to the Crown Prince and the others. It's something that every generation has to solve. Nicholas I didn't mean to compromise at all. He had already made up his mind. Either the Russian Empire succeeds in capturing Constantinople, then he will be able to reform with prestige. Either the Russian Empire is unfortunately defeated, and at that time he will take all the crimes on himself and let his son have been reformed smoothly. Nicholas I has lived for a long time, and he must leave a space for his son to govern the Russian Empire. Since Your Majesty has made up your mind, then this minister has nothing to say. Carol Necherodi responded to Nicholas I in a disappointed voice. However, I'm still willing to listen to some of the strategies you said. Nicholas I said to Carol Necherodi, after changing the conversation. Immediately afterwards, Nicholas I once again called in the loyal attaché and exhorted him, go to Prince Paskovich's troops immediately and tell Prince Paskovich to let him and General Gorchakov join forces. The troops stayed in the Principality of Wallachia and waited for news from St. Petersburg. Yes, Your Majesty. The attendant military officer left the Amber Hall after giving orders to salute. After Carol Necherodi and Olga Rukov heard Nicholas I's arrangement, they were relieved at the same time. As long as His Majesty the Tsar does not use force against the Ottoman Empire, everything has room to operate. After all, without the use of force, negotiations should be handed over to the foreign ministries, led by Carol Necherodi. Once the Russian Empire starts a war, everything will be difficult to talk about. However, Nicholas I's next sentence made the hearts of the two people who had improved their moods fall to the bottom again. I have decided to send General Menshikov to the Ottoman Empire to negotiate with the Ottoman Empire. Nicholas I decided to bypass the diplomatic department and send loyalists to talk to the Ottoman Empire. Your Majesty, General Menshikov is not suitable to be a qualified diplomat at all. He should be an excellent general, not a diplomat. Carol Necherodi couldn't help but speak again. He was afraid Menshikov will bury the whole of Russian imperial diplomacy. General Menshikov has led the reconciliation between Prussia and Austria, and I believe that he can successfully dispatch the Ottoman Empire. Nicholas I seemed to have almost blind confidence in Menshikov. The reason why Prussia and Austria were able to reconcile was entirely due to the military crushing of the Kingdom of Prussia, the financial freeze of the Austrian Empire by Jerome Bonaparte, and the pressure that European countries put on these two countries. The Prussian-Austrian reconciliation can be said to be a masterpiece of the whole of Europe. And Menshikov's role was merely to pass on the demands of the Russian Empire to the Kingdom of Prussia. Right now, the Tsar is determined to deal with the Ottoman Empire, and Carol Necherodi also has no good solution. He can only hope that Menshikov will not make some bottomless demands. Otherwise, the negotiation will definitely end in failure. One more thing. Nicholas I's voice came from the throne again. He pointed to Carol Necherodi and said, from now on, all diplomacy related to the Ottoman Empire will be handled by me. Take control. Minister Carol, you don't have to worry about this anymore. If you have time, deal with the diplomacy between Germany and France. Carol Necherodi looked at Nicholas I with a dull expression. He never thought that his foreign minister would one day be arrogated by the monarch. Since Nicholas I wanted to stand up for himself, it would be better for him to resign himself. Your Majesty, I ask for my resignation. Karol Necherody applied for his resignation to Nicholas I said it's really not allowed. Nicholas I still rejected Karol Necherody's resignation request with an arrogant attitude, and then his tone changed to relieved. It is also very important to maintain the diplomatic relations between Prussia and Austria. I hope you don't let me down. Yes. Karol Necherody responded in disappointment. On January 1, 1853, Karol Necherody lost all diplomatic powers related to the Ottoman Empire. Including the Ottoman ministry, the Russian ambassador to the Ottoman Empire and others can directly meet Nicholas I, and everything is left to Nicholas I to decide. After taking over all the diplomatic materials and documents of the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire, Nicholas I spent about half a month to check and found the Ministry of Foreign Affairs personnel one by one to talk. Finally, in the middle of the first month of 1853, I wrote down my plan for dividing up the Ottoman Empire. The Russian Empire will occupy the Principality of the Danube and the Dobroga region in the Delta. Serbia and Bulgaria will be under the remote command of the Russian Empire as two independent Slavic countries. The Adriatic coast, Bosnia and Herzegovina will belong to the Austrian Empire. Cyprus, Rhodes and Egypt will be owned by the United Kingdom. France will get Crete. Greece will get its surrounding affiliated islands, becoming the largest country in the region. Constantinople will become an international city. Under international protection, the Ottoman Empire would be completely expelled from Europe. The whole plan seemed perfect to Nicholas I. Russia, Britain, and Austria occupied almost the same area. In order to prevent the French Empire from criticizing the Russian Empire internationally, Nicholas I gave it to the French Empire kindly. Crete, even Greece, which shares a younger brother, can gain certain benefits. Except for the wounded world of the Ottoman Empire reached in the manuscripts of Nicholas I. It's just that Nicholas I did not take into account the attitudes of other countries towards the Russian Empire. The Russian Empire, which occupy the Danube Principality and the Dobroga region, has formed a siege network for the Austrian Empire. The two Slavic countries are said to be independent countries. The above is the puppet state of the Russian Empire, and it may be annexed by the Russian Empire one day. Such a partition is a nightmare for the Austrian Empire. Of course, Riyadh1.com for the British Kingdom. The Russian Empire's behavior is not much better. Cyprus and Rhodes do help Britain to control the sea hegemony in the Mediterranean, but Crete is handed over to France. The possibility of seriously provoking Lochia to undermine the internal struggle between France and Britain. In Egypt, British capital and French capital are competing. Even if the Russian Empire declares that Egypt will be owned by Britain, will Britain be able to restrict French capital? Or that Britain can send troops to attack Egypt? Although Egypt at the crossroads of Europe and Asia is not as powerful as the European powers, it is also stronger than the Ottoman Empire. Forcible annexation will only break Britain's teeth. As for the French Empire, unless Nicholas I is willing to join Jérôme Bonaparte to smash the German region, he will never be able to stop the momentum of the French Empire's attack on Russia. To sum up, the plan that Nicholas I thought was only beneficial to his own family and did not take into account the interests of other countries. If such a plan could be accepted by the three countries of England, France, and Austria, unless Nicholas I was the son of destiny. It turns out that a monarch without an act number is an international laughingstock. Nicholas I, who was still thinking of his visit to Britain in 1844, was eager to discuss this plan with Seymour, the British ambassador to Russia. Chapter 366, The Russian-British Alliance. Mr. Ambassador, do you know? The Ottoman Empire is sick, and now it can no longer support a really huge territory. This is a conversation that took place in the Ekaterina Palace of the Imperial Village on the outskirts of St. Petersburg in February 1853. The owner of the speech was none other than Tsar Nicholas I of the Russian Empire, and the object of his speech was also the British ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary to the Russian Empire, Lord Seymour. Since January 15, 1853, after the Russian Emperor formulated the **** plan, to divide the Ottoman Empire. Nicholas I personally served as the chief architect of the division of the Ottoman Empire, and Lord Seymour also became the main architect of Nicholas I object of persuasion. As for the Austrian Empire and the French Empire, Nicholas I did not pay too much attention to it. In his opinion, the Austrian Empire was the loyal younger brother of the Russian Empire. At the beginning, he used more than 200,000 troops to send troops from transit. Valier entered the Austro-Hungarian region and helped the Austrian Empire successfully defeat the Hungarian rebels. During the Austro-Prussian War, it was also the Russian Empire who supported them in attacking the Kingdom of Prussia. Although the final outcome was the mediation of the Russian Empire, the Russian Empire also made some contributions, and the Austrian Empire should be grateful. For Franz Joseph's deceitful little fresh meat. Nicholas I subconsciously regarded Franz Joseph as a firm-willed orthodox principled successor, whether the issue of the union of the Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire was from whichever aspect is considered as a favorable choice for the Austrian Empire. Besides, the Austrian Empire itself has not suffered any loss in this transaction. The Adriatic coast and the Bosnia and Herzegovina region are completely the welfare of the Russian Empire to the Austrian Empire. The Russian Empire and the Austrian Empire were divided up against the Austrian Empire. Nicholas I completely handed it over to Karol Nesherody. The opponent Karol Nesherody had to face was not someone else, but someone who was idle in the Austrian court, advisor to Prince Metternich. Since Felix Schwarzenberg lay in bed, his condition has gradually gotten worse, and finally he has even suffered from hemiplegia. Even so, Felix Schwarzenberg recommended Prince Metternich as Franz Joseph's advisor when he could speak. After that, Felix Schwarzenberg completely turned into a vegetative state, and Prince Metternich was also not reused after being recommended by Felix Schwarzenberg. It's just that the conversation with the Russian Empire requires experienced diplomats. So Franz Joseph chose to serve as an advisor to Prince Metternich to go to France to talk. Karol Nesherody and Prince Metternich also did not make any substantial progress during the half-month conversation. Compared to Felix Schwarzenberg's open-minded foreign policy, Prince Metternich's diplomacy is extraordinarily soft, giving people the feeling that he promised something, but he didn't promise anything. For a time, Karol Nesherody was at a deadlock. As for the French Empire, the current French Empire is like a little transparency of European diplomacy. In international occasions, there is no substantive action other than snoring, and Walewski is stationed in Constantinople. After the ambassador extraordinary and plenipotentiary, the foreign policy of the French Empire became rigid on the outside and soft on the inside. Nicholas I, who thought that the French Empire was no longer a threat, put all his focus on Britain, and he believed even more that, as long as the Kingdom of Britain agreed with him, then the whole of Europe would no longer have anything to resist the footsteps of the Russian Empire. Even if a certain country, the French Empire, dared to stop him, the final result would be nothing but crushed by the Russian Empire. Inferiority and arrogance. These two contradictory extreme psychology have long ago formed the Russian Empire, and also created the character of Nicholas I from January 15th to the beginning of February, in a period of nearly 2.5 weeks. Lord Seymour went to the Catherine Palace no less than 3 times, and each time the Catherine Palace gave him a different feeling. By the way, after every conversation with the Russian Imperial Palace, Lord Seymour's wife always leaves some handwriting or something in the Catherine Palace. For these seemingly worthless things, Alexander, as the Crown Prince, always likes to spend a lot of money to buy. Lord Seymour's attitude towards Nicholas I became better and better. As a qualified diplomat, of course, you should take advantage of the convenience to seek benefits for yourself. Talleyrand and Metternich have always been the learning goals of all diplomats during their tenure. They not only accomplished the tasks well, but also accumulated a considerable amount of pension for themselves. Furthermore, Nicholas I only explained to himself his views on the Ottoman Empire, and did not allow himself to do other things. At most, let him write a report to number 10 Downing Street, and the content of the report should be as biased as possible to the Russian Empire. If Canning is a hardcore pro-Ottoman faction, then Seymour is a hardcore pro-Russian faction. While listening to Nicholas I's excited speech, Seymour nodded at Nicholas I. Judging from the expression and movements of Ambassador Seymour, he seemed to agree with Nicholas I's statement. In the face of Lord Seymour's approval, Nicholas I was obviously more happy, and he continued to sell his theory to Lord Seymour. He, here refers to the Ottoman Empire, is terminally ill. If we let him go, especially before the aftermath work is done, it will be a very unfortunate thing. Your Majesty, you are right. Lord Seymour echoed Nicholas I in response. So shouldn't we let this empire continue to hang on, so that they don't die so soon? If it collapses, it will cause huge trouble for Europe. Mr. Ambassador, I think it's better to let a dying country continue to use our mercy to survive. It's better to let them meet death as soon as possible. Nicholas I obviously disagreed with Lord Seymour. I mean, when this dying empire is about to fall apart, we have to accept the land they have left because of the collapse of order. Only this is our greatest kindness to this empire. Before Nicholas I said 3 words, he returned to dividing the territory of the Ottoman Empire. Your Majesty, what are you going to do? Seymour asked with interest, looking at the emperor in front of him. We must prevent the French army from entering the Near East. Once they enter the Near East, the Russian Empire has to send troops into it in order to maintain the authority of the Orthodox Church. Nicholas I responded with a righteous expression and expressed his ambitions. Putting on the guise of religious jihad could ease the hostility of European countries to the Russian Empire. Just as Jerome Bonaparte used the cloak of Catholicism to wrap his ulterior ambitions to divide the Apennine Peninsula. Nicholas I took another look at Seymour and said sincerely, if the Kingdom of Britain can reach an agreement with the Russian Empire, it doesn't matter what other countries think. Lord Seymour still smiled and watched Nicholas I without speaking. Perhaps, in order to show Lord Seymour his sincerity, Nicholas I also made a gentleman's agreement, in which he assured Lord Seymour that the Russian Empire had given up on Queen Catherine's territorial ambitions, and he not willing to conquer Constantinople, but to want it to exist as an international city. Your Majesty, if the Ottoman Empire is really facing collapse, then how should you ensure that the position of Constantinople will not collapse? Lord Seymour asked a pointed question. Once the Ottoman Empire is about to collapse, then the Russian Empire will be the temporary trustee of Constantinople. When everything is settled down, where will the Russian Empire be evacuated? Nicholas I eloquently told Nicolay said. Lord Seymour would not believe Nicholas I's first entrustment and then evacuating. History proves that what they swallow never comes out. I understand. I will report what you have said recently to London as it is. I believe that the Prime Minister and the others will make the right decision. Lord Seymour said politely to Nicholas I. That's trouble. Nicholas I responded to Lord Seymour, and then added, I believe the Earl of Aberdeen will be able to make a correct judgment. I thought so too. Lord Seymour nodded in response, and replied www.riyadh1.com. Lord Seymour left the Catherine Palace by train, the only few lines in the Russian Empire, the Tsar's little toys, back to the embassy in St. Petersburg. In the embassy, Lord Seymour wrote all the remarks of Nicholas I in the recent period one by one in a letter, and attached his own subjective opinions. In the letter, Lord Seymour welcomed the plans of the Russian Empire, and even wrote, if Russia and Great Britain, the 2 Christian powers most concerned with the fate of Turkey, can occupy the parts of Europe that were formerly ruled by the Nazis, it would be a noble victory for the civilized world of the 19th century. The letter was sent from St. Petersburg on February 6th, and after a 3-day-long journey along the way, it finally arrived at Lord Russell's office at noon on February 9th. When Lord Russell received Lord Seymour's letter and opened it, his calm face finally showed a hint of panic. After reading the letter, Prime Minister Russell immediately went to the Prime Minister's office at 10 Downing Street and handed the letter to the Prime Minister of Aberdeen. Chapter 367, The Second Cabinet Debate. The Earl of Aberdeen at number 10 Downing Street, after receiving the report handed to him by Foreign Secretary Russell, read all the contents of the report at a very fast speed, and extracted the keywords in the report by heart. Then, Aberdeen put down the report, and clasped his hands on the desk, leaned forward slightly and asked, Your Excellency Russell, what do you think of this report by Lord Seymour? Russell, the Foreign Secretary, immediately reiterated his anti-Russian attitude, only to see him respond in a humble manner. I think the content of the report is simply nonsense. The ambitions of the Russian Empire for the Near East are already obvious. His asset of partition theory is nothing more than a stopgap measure when the Ottoman Empire cannot be completely annexed. Think about it. How could the Russian Empire give up the occupation of Constantinople? Russell used his sharp words to attack Lord Seymour's report. In his opinion, Lord Seymour was out of his mind to write such a recommendation. According to his analysis of the temperament of his own diplomatic ambassador, Lord Seymour specified that he had received bribes from Nicholas I before he could speak good words for Nicholas I in the report. Minister Russell did not dislike the acceptance of bribes by diplomats, but at the very least he should pay attention to the professional ethics of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. Touting reports that are too explicit can easily lead to proposals. The Prime Minister of Aberdeen listened to Minister Russell's anti-Russian remarks while thinking about the direction of the United Kingdom's diplomacy. It is true that the Prime Minister of Aberdeen is a well-known pro-Russian politician in the coalition government, a government formed on the premise that neither the Whigs nor the Tories occupy the majority. And there are many pro-Russian politicians in his cabinet. One of the most famous pro-Russian incidents was the Holy Land Judgment in 1844, when the Prime Minister of Aberdeen was still Foreign Secretary, and he supported the Russian Empire in the Holy Land Judgment. Since then, Nicholas I believed that Aberdeen itself was supporting the dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire. The partition policy he specified was also given under such a premise. However, Nicholas I did not know that Aberdeen's pro-Russian was only pro-Russian without affecting the interests of Britain itself. Nicholas I's partition policy seemed to be for the sake of Britain, but actually harmed the Kingdom of Britain interests, and by the way disturbed the peace of the Near East. No matter how close Aberdeen itself was to the Russian Empire, it was impossible to agree with Nicholas I's means of partitioning. After thinking for a while, the Prime Minister of Aberdeen sighed to himself. Russell, who was sitting opposite the Prime Minister of Aberdeen, quickly transformed himself into a master of fire. He said to the Prime Minister of Aberdeen calmly with a smile on his face, "Mr. Prime Minister, now is not the time to sigh. This report of Ambassador Seymour, our Ministry of Foreign Affairs does not dare to agree anyway. I also ask Your Excellency Prime Minister, what is your idea?" Seeing that this guy Russell was going to put the blame on the poor Prime Minister of his coalition government, the Prime Minister of Aberdeen showed a displeased look on his face. If it wasn't for Russell and others to work together with back to help why would Aberdeen have to kick the two big sticks in the cabinet to the House of Lords? Aberdeen's unhappy expression was seen by Russell, and Minister Russell's heart couldn't help but gloat over misfortune. The position of the Prime Minister of the cabinet is not for everyone. At the beginning, I sat in this position tremblingly and walking on thin ice. It happened to encounter an unfortunate economic crisis, and at the end of the day, he lost the reputation of unfavorable work. The situation in front of me is obviously not a guy like Aberdeen who is good at messing with mud can solve the problem. In addition to himself and the entire cabinet, Palmerston was left. Let's discuss this matter at a cabinet meeting. Aberdeen once again used the cabinet voting routine. The disadvantage of a coalition government is that the Prime Minister cannot fully control the cabinet, and problems must be resolved through consultation. However, this drawback is a good reason to push the pot for Aberdeen now. Understood. Minister Russell's title has some regrets. If Aberdeen can make some outrageous operations at this time, he has the confidence to overthrow Aberdeen the next day. Unfortunately, Aberdeen is a mediocre person, but he is not a fool. 2 days later, on February 20th, 1853. The cabinet meeting began again. After all the ministers and ministers of various departments were present, the Prime Minister of the Cabinet, Aberdeen, announced the official start of the cabinet meeting. Although the cabinet, that had just started, was not in a hurry to bring out Lord Seymour's report, all the ministers present knew that Lord Seymour's report must be the bureaucrat of the entire cabinet meeting. The Prime Minister of Aberdeen first took out the Treasurer's financial report to read, and then asked William Gladstone, the Chancellor of the Exchequer, to explain where each financial expenditure was going. When William Gladstone said the Home Office's finances had grown a little over the previous year, the Prime Minister of Aberdeen, looking displeased, ordered Palmerston, Home Secretary, to explain the spending. Everyone instantly realized that a war without gunpowder smoke had begun. Palmerston was only the first shot fired by the Prime Minister against a section of the opposition. Palmerston still maintained a calm attitude to explain to Prime Minister Aladdin the funding issue of the Ministry of the Interior. A large part of the Ministry of the Interior's funding is to maintain the stability of Paris and surrounding counties. This year alone, the police department has 1.2 times more than the previous year. The extra people will inevitably lead to financial losses rise. What's the point of adding so many police officers? Prime Minister Aladdin continued to make things difficult for Palmerston. The crime rate this year is lower than the previous year, and the city's public security is better than the previous year, Palmerston said to Prime Minister Aladdin, and then handed Prime Minister Aladdin a comparison of the number of crimes. Palmerston is like a prophet without a servant. Looking at the crime rate Palmerston handed him, Aberdeen's face was like eating a fly. After the Home Office question came to an end, Aladdin asked William Gladstone to continue reporting. After all the financial expenditures of all departments were sorted out, Prime Minister Aladdin nodded with satisfaction. Next, it's time for the main event. Recently, Ambassador Sima handed me a report. The report is about his conversation with the Emperor of the Russian Empire. Now it is sent to you, and we can discuss it collectively. Aberdeen moved to the permanent cabinet secretary beside him to put West. A copy of the report will be sent. Copies were distributed to everyone's desk, and everyone carefully checked the contents of the report. Although they all have a general understanding of what the Sima report says, most people have not read the content of the Sima report. 3 minutes after the copies were distributed, a voice came from the cabinet. Ridiculous. It's ridiculous. All the ministers in the cabinet looked fixedly, and it turned out to be William Gladstone, the Minister of Finance. Your Excellency Prime Minister, Britain cannot agree to this request of the Russian Empire. William Gladstone said to the Prime Minister of Aberdeen. Aberdeen, who thought Palmerston would be the first opponent, was surprised to find that William Gladstone was also a potential opposition. I know that there are some unreasonable contents in it, so I'll let you all take a look. Let's discuss the countermeasures together. The Prime Minister of Aberdeen still said to William Gladstone happily, Prime Minister, please be blunt. All the conditions in the report are unreasonable. Nicholas I kept saying that the Ottoman Empire had completely decayed. Did he forget that the Tanzimat reform was underway? Palmerston pressed. Then William Gladstone continued to fire. His cannon was more ferocious than the Chancellor of the Exchequer. The Tanzimat reform refers to a reform of the Ottoman Empire in the mid-19th century to save the country, and it is also a reform that some British people look forward to. In their view, the reform of the Ottoman Empire would allow Britain to control the empire without any effort. In this world, except for a few European powers, mainly France, Austria, and Russia, of which Austria and Russia have nothing to worry about at all, no one has resisted the British Kingdom in the field of free trade. The attack was like a tidal wave. If it weren't for the fact that France itself had a gun barrel hard enough to raise tariffs, the industrial bourgeoisie that was just starting out in France would also be unable to withstand the output of the only industrial country in the world. With high tariffs and the luxury goods industry, France has successfully turned the trade between Britain and France into a surplus, and the surplus is gradually expanding. Anne. The poor Ottoman Empire was unable to raise tariffs. It is simply a pipe dream to rely on the folk bourgeoisie of the Ottoman Empire to stand alone against the monstrous beasts of Britain. The Tanzimat reform gave the Ottoman Empire the opportunity to turn feudal capital into capital, but it was just a matter of whether the excess bourgeoisie was the comprador bourgeoisie or the national bourgeoisie. For Palmerston and others in the cabinet, the Tanzimat reform was the perfect excuse. Yes, that's right. Some people in the cabinet continue to echo Palmerston. Riyadh1.com. They may support Palmerston based on various reasons, but the role they play is a final word. Soon, more than half of the cabinet members supported Palmerston's decision, and some even believed that the Tsar's theory of the collapse of the Ottoman Empire was just to find a suitable excuse for their aggression. After the rebuttal of nearly half of the cabinet ministers, the Prime Minister of Aberdeen ordered Russell to send Lord Seymour to write a new report. The cabinet meeting ended with the total defeat of the pro-Russian faction, and the prestige of the Prime Minister of Aberdeen in the cabinet is gradually diminishing. On February 23, Lord Seymour who lives in the embassy in St. Petersburg, received a letter from Russell. Russell sternly demanded that Seema must report truthfully without any personal emotion. Lord Seema knew immediately that the cabinet's Lord Aberdeen might have failed. So, a brand new report came out of Seema's hands. Chapter 368, Master of Mediation Menshikov. Lord Seema's latest report veered from a pro-Russian tone to a stern look at the ambitions of the Russian Empire. Lord Seema, who changed from pro-Russian to anti-Russian, vividly explained what it means to sway with the general line point. This time Lord Seema once again recorded his conversation with the Russian Empire on February 21st and commented, "If a monarch is so determined that his neighbor is about to perish, he must know in his heart that he can control when your neighbors fall." The second report came out again from the embassy in St. Petersburg, and Lord Seema knew it was time for him to make a break with Nicholas I accepting imperial bribes, when the British cabinet has made clear strategic intentions is simply courting death. So, Lord Seema ordered his wife to return to the Kingdom of Britain, and the lady looked at Seema with reluctance. For many days, everything in Catherine's court kept the lady lingering. "Let's go." Lord Seema waved his hand impatiently. "If you don't go, I'm afraid I will be sent to prison by you." "Why?" the lady asked in a low voice, leaning into Seema's ear with a puzzled look. "You were not ordered to accept a bribe from Nicholas I. Now, the United Kingdom has changed its tactics." Lord Seema responded to his wife in the same low voice. "Ah," the lady exclaimed, and she asked subconsciously, "The war is about to begin?" "No, I don't know." Lord Seema shook his head and replied, "I'm afraid the lords have gone in London, haven't considered this issue. They can only take a step by step. Then, will you be alright?" The lady grabbed Lord Seema's arm nervously. "No, no." Lord Seema shook his head, then put a hand on the lady's shoulder and said earnestly, "However, you must leave as soon as possible." "Well, I see." The lady nodded in understanding. On February 28th, the lady left St. Petersburg on a steam passenger ship bound for London. Lord Seema and his wife waved goodbye at the port of St. Petersburg. When Lord Seema returned to the embassy again, he found a fellow in the uniform of the guards standing at his door. "Who are you?" Lord Seema asked the officer in front of him curiously. "By order of His Majesty Nicholas, I invite your excellency and His Excellency's wife to go to Yekaterina Palace." The officer responded meticulously with a stern face. "Unfortunately, my wife needs to return to the Kingdom of Britain for some reason." Seema responded to the officer with a hint of apologetic tone. The officer cast a surprised look at Seema, then turned to Seema and said, "If that's the case, then ask Ambassador Seema to go to the Imperial Village." "Okay." Lord Seema had responded to the officer with a nod. Under the leadership of the officers, Seema got into a carriage with a double-headed eagle engraved on it. The carriage took Lord Seema all the way to Catherine Palace. Seema saw Nicholas I once again. This time, beside Nicholas I stood a burly white-haired old man with a tough appearance, who seemed to be Nicholas I's cronies. "I'd like to introduce to you, this is Menshikov, an important person I will send to the Ottoman Empire to discuss peace." Nicholas I introduced Menshikov to Seema. "Prince Menshikov, hello." When Seema stretched out his hand, he suddenly thought that the guy in front of him was not the guy who mediated the Prussian-Austrian War more than 2 years ago, and now he is going to the Ottoman Empire for mediation. Menshikov still put on an arrogant expression. He reached out his hand and shook it lightly with Ambassador Emma, and then released it quickly. "A guy who is more independent than others." Seema judged the character of Menshikov's behavior. It is too rare for such a guy to live in the court of St. Petersburg. All the high-ranking officials who approached the court of St. Petersburg were not servants of the Tsar, and they worked hard under the scourge of the Tsar. Only a few prestigious aristocratic forces could not be lashed out by the Tsar. "Your Majesty, if there is nothing else, I'll go first." Menshikov responded with a slight bow to Nicholas I. "Alas. Let's go. Let's go." Nicholas I sighed and waved at Prince Menshikov to let him leave. Looking at the back of Menshikov's departure, Seema developed a curiosity. "Alas. Prince Menshikov is a good general, but he is not a good statesman." Nicholas I muttered to Seema, "Your Majesty, you still let him?" Seema asked Nicholas I. "Don't say this, don't say this." Seeing this, Nicholas I hurriedly changed the subject. He didn't want Sima to know that there was no one else he could trust. The erratic look in Nicholas's eyes and the way he changed the subject made Sima sure there was something going on. For now, Sima might as well not delve into it. After Nicholas and Sima sat down separately, Nicholas immediately asked, "How did the Kingdom of Britain discuss my proposal?" In the face of Nicholas's inquiry, Sima had no choice but to say vaguely, "Your Majesty, the United Kingdom needs to go through layers of review, so this process may take a little longer. You guys are really troublesome." Nicholas complained, "You can't leave everything to your queen like the Russian Empire, and this can improve your work efficiency. Always talk about it like this. What a waste of time." Sima, who despised Nicholas in his heart, still had a kind face on his face. He spread his hands and complained, "Your Majesty, there is no other way. This is the speed of the United Kingdom, alas." Nicholas sighed again, and then adjusted his state, and said to Russell, "You have to be faster." Subsequently, Nicholas once again revealed a new partition plan to Sima. This time, Nicholas didn't even want to pretend. He told Sima that he would dedicate the Ottoman Empire to his protection and obtain autonomy similar to Poland, while giving the Duchy of the Danube, Serbia, Bulgaria the status of an independent state, also places them under its own protection. Nicholas acted as a naked claim to the world that they wanted to take over the Ottoman Empire completely. Lord Sima was even more disgusted by Nicholas's insatiable face. The Tsar seemed to have put his arrogance accumulated for more than 30 years on the dismemberment of the Ottoman Empire. At the same time, Nicholas also claimed that his decisions had received the support of the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia. In other words, it is very likely that the United Kingdom will not face the Russian Empire alone, but the Russian Empire plus the German Confederation. This was a bolt from the blue for the United Kingdom. Nicholas said triumphantly to Sima, "When I say how the Russian Empire will act, the Austrian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia will also act. In the interests of one country, it must also be in the interests of the other two countries. Interests, on the issue of Turkey, the interests of the three countries are the same." Sima did not know how Nicholas openly said such a false statement, that the interests of the three countries were aligned. At the moment, he can only include the Kingdom of Prussia and the Austrian Empire in the hostile camp, with the view that they would rather believe what they have than do not believe in nothing. "You should join us soon. As long as we can coordinate, nothing in this world can stop us." Nicholas even said to Sima with mad words. Sima returned to the St. Petersburg embassy with a heavy heart. That night, Sima once again wrote a letter that Russia and PAU might face a union. He hoped that London could find out, as soon as possible, whether the bypass of Russia and PAU was a real union point. If the union of the three nations is true, the Kingdom of Great Britain will consider finding another right-hand man. The French Empire is undoubtedly the best helper, of course. Lord Sima did not know that the French Empire had already reached a partial consensus with the British Kingdom. On March 1st, Lord Sima's third letter departed from St. Petersburg for London. At the same time, Menshikov, the 65-year-old special envoy of the Tsar, also set off from St. Petersburg to Sevastopol to inspect the troops first and put psychological pressure on the Sultan before he could complete the negotiation between the Sultan and Gaoman. In fact, the Tsar sent him more than just a responsibility to negotiate. Riyadh1.com Menshikov's special envoy is called the Plenipotentiary Special Envoy for War and Peace, which means that Menshikov not only holds the responsibility for peace, it also holds the responsibility of war. Menshikov left St. Petersburg and arrived in Sevastopol after a week. In the Sevastopol fortress, Menshikov took the steam battleship Thunder to review the naval fleet. After receiving the military parade order from Nicholas I of St. Petersburg, Paskovitsy, located on land, also held a grand military parade in the border area between the Principality of Wallachia and the Ottoman Empire. 140,000 Russian imperial troops lined up in an endless dragon. After seeing the Russian Empire, many soldiers of the Ottoman Empire thought that the Russian Empire was going to launch an attack on Bulgaria. For a time, the military heart of the Ottoman Empire began to turmoil. The military parade by the Navy and Army has made the situation in the whole Near East tense again, and everyone is making final preparations. Constantinople, capital of the Ottoman Empire. The French embassy in the Ottoman Empire is about to welcome an old friend. Chapter 369. A lie? Do not. Its running dog, Valuski, who was the French ambassador to the Ottoman Empire, has been serving as ambassador for more than 3 months, since he left Paris on December 20th to replace Villette. During these 3 months, Walewski witnessed the whole process of the submarine telegraph line from Marseille to Constantinople. When the sea telegraph line arrived in Constantinople, the embassy, which had already been prepared, was quickly equipped with professional transmitting equipment. To get in touch with the headquarters in Paris, it originally took 2 days to send the message to the embassy in Paris, but now it takes less than 20 minutes, which greatly alleviates the problem of information lag caused by inconvenient transportation. If the cost of the submarine telegraph line was not too expensive, and the technology of the telegraph line material itself was not mature enough, Walewski also wanted to install a telegraph in every big city in the Ottoman Empire, so that they were reporting their work. You don't have to worry too much about the task. Even a single telegraph installed in Constantinople could allow Jerome Bonaparte to receive the actions of the Russian Empire faster than Tsar Nicholas I. The speed of 4-legged carriages and steamships is by no means comparable to that of the telegraph point. As for the Varna area, the telegraph lines in the Varna area could only be erected after the war, because the submarine telegraph line ships could not enter the mouth of the strait. Of course, Walewski's main task is not to monitor the progress of the telegram in Constantinople, but to follow the orders of Jerome Bonaparte to win over a group of people who are inclined to the French Empire within the high gate of the Ottoman Empire bureaucracy. Under Walewski's enticement, the high-level legalistic bureaucrats headed by Foreign Minister Fuad Effendi began to move towards Walewski. This foreign minister, leaning towards the French Empire, was the one who agreed in December 1852 that France had the ruling power in the Ottoman Empire. At that time, not only Fuad Effendi, but even Prime Minister Muhammad Ali was inclined towards the French Empire in his heart. Caliber represents justice, and with 92 artillery second-class battleships and 4 ironclad steam gunships, the threat of the Russian Empire's Black Sea Fleet is simply nothing to fear. The Ottoman Empire could not have tended to the French Empire without the premise of showing its own muscle and strength. The relationship between countries is the most realistic relationship in the world. Loyalty and friendship only exist in individuals, and can never exist in a country. When the ambassador of the Russian Empire, Menshikov, boarded the Black Sea Fleet of the Russian Empire in Sevastopol and conducted a review of the Black Sea Fleet, these high gates of the Ottoman Empire immediately noticed that something was wrong. After hearing the news, the leading pro-French bureaucrats immediately went to the French embassy to discuss countermeasures with Ambassador Walewski. I saw Fuad Effendi knocking on the door of the French embassy in a panic. Not long after, the door of the embassy opened a crack, and the military attaché living in the embassy looked at Fuad Effendi outside the door and asked subconsciously, "Who are you looking for?" "I'm here to find Ambassador Walewski." Fuad Effendi responded to the attaché d'affaires in fluent French, and then added, "I'm Fuad Effendi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ottoman Empire." Since the Tanzimat reform of the Ottoman Empire began, the high gates of the Ottoman Empire began to set off a frenzy of learning foreign languages, and foreign ministers like Fuad Effendi can control the number of foreign languages. Minister of Foreign Affairs, the deputy military attaché realized that the guy in front of him who looked like he was selling mutton skewers was the foreign minister of the Ottoman Empire. He hurriedly opened the door and invited Fuad Effendi to enter the room. Fuad Effendi, who entered the embassy, asked the charge d'affaires in a frenzy, "Where is your ambassador? I have an important situation with him, and want to discuss it with him." The deputy military attaché stretched out his hand, and invited Fuad Effendi to say, "Don't worry, please sit down. I'll go upstairs, and call Mr. Ambassador." Trouble. Fuad Effendi hurriedly thanked the charge d'affaires, then sat on the sofa, and waited for Ambassador Walewski to come downstairs. Up to now, I'm afraid that only Walewski and the French Empire behind him can help him. He believes that the French Empire will help him through the difficulties, because he is so dedicated to helping them. Once Menshikov arrives in Constantinople, there is probably only a dead end waiting for him, the foreign minister. It was he who persuaded Prime Minister Muhammad Ali to hand over the Holy Land ruling to the French Empire. At this time, Walewski was also busy on the second floor. He stood in front of the transmitter and dictated to the transmitter next to him. It is reported that the Russian Empire has dispatched 140,000 troops in the Black Sea Navy. Kovan Prince Paskovich held a land-sea military exercise in the Black Sea in the Principality of Wallachia on the 7th. Judging from the current situation, a war is inevitable. Is there any new instructions from Paris? The telegraph operator expertly translated what Walewski dictated and sent it out in Morse code, and the whole room was filled with tick-tock sounds. Soon after the sender sent all the text back in Morse code, he sent a completion message to Walewski. How long will it take? Walewski asked the transmitter impatiently. After hesitating for a moment, the sender replied, "It depends on whether the submarine telegraph line is damaged and whether Paris can receive the message accurately. If it is possible, it only takes half a day at most to receive a reply." That's good. That's good. Walewski smiled and nodded to the sender, encouraging. It's hard work. It's hard work. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, and Walewski immediately asked, "Who?" "Your Excellency Ambassador, Foreign Minister Fuadedi wants to meet you. Judging from his appearance, he should report to you what's going on." The chargé d'affaires said to Walewski, who was now outside the door. "I see." Walewski shouted out of the room, then turned to the sender and warned, "Just watch it for me here and report to me immediately if there is any situation." "Yes." The sender immediately responded to Walewski. Walewski tidied up his messy clothes a little, opened the door of the newspaper room, and walked downstairs slowly. On the first floor, I saw Fuadedifan, who was restless. Finally, a smile appeared on the face of Fuadedifan, who finally saw Walewski. He hurriedly got up and came to Walewski and said respectfully, "Lord Walewski, finally see you. It's your turn." "Mr. Fuad, we are friends. Don't be so polite," Walewski said to Fuadedifan with an easygoing look. The two sat on the sofa together, and 2 glasses filled with whiskey were also brought up. Walewski took the wine glass from the tray, of which the Northwest handed over to Fuadedifan. At this time, Fuadedifan was in no mood to drink. He just wanted to pull France into the confrontation with the Russian Empire. "Have a drink." Walewski raised his glass to Fuadedifan unhurriedly. Fuadedin took the glass that Walewski had filled with half a glass of whiskey and drank it. The rich aroma of fruit and wine reverberated between Fuadedin's lips and teeth. The restless heart finally calmed down a lot. When Walewski saw the ox drinking Fuadedifan, a faint smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He took a sip of the wine and felt the silkiness echoing on the tip of his tongue. "Your Excellency, Prince Menshikov is about to arrive in Constantinople. What should we do?" Fuadedifan asked Walewski. "Just follow the normal procedures of your government." "Do you still need me to teach you this?" Walewski said to Fuadedifan. "However, they will definitely dismiss me." Fuadedifan said to Walewski in a trembling voice with his head in his hands, "Prince Menshikov, he won't let me go either." "Humph. The Russian Empire?" Walewski showed a dismissive smile. It was this kind of smile that made Fuadedifan see it, and he desperately asked Walewski, as if he had grabbed a life-saving straw, "France will definitely intervene in the war and help the Ottoman Empire, right? The French Empire will intervene in the war, but not now." Walewski gave an untimely response. "When will France start a war?" Fuadedifan asked Walewski impatiently. "We will not be able to act until the end of June at the earliest, when the French army has begun to take shape." Walewski remembered that, when he left Paris, Jerome Bonaparte asked him to try to delay the start of the war by the Russian Empire. 3 months. Fuadedi was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, "I'm afraid those guys from Gaoman can't wait for 3 months. Tell them, I don't care what method they use, even if they procrastinate, they will delay it until July." Walewski pointed at Fuadedi with his index finger and responded coldly, "I know your prime minister wants to obey the Russian Empire, but you should know what the price of obedience is. If you are not afraid of the French Empire, then give me, as long as possible. Can France really defeat Russia?" Fuadedifan was a little unconfident. "Yes. The army of the Russian Empire is a rotten war machine, and they have no extra money to carefully maintain this machine." Walewski's tone was even more disdainful. "If some people in the Ottoman Empire are willing to help, if Tsar is plundering, don't blame the French army for grabbing rabbits and smashing grass and taking them all in one pot." "Well, I see. I will tell the news to Mr. Prime Minister. Chapter 370. Weak countries have no diplomacy. Don't worry, Mr. Forward. You are the most important partner of our French Empire. Our French Empire will never abandon their friends. In order to make Fuad Effendi better run for the interests of the French Empire, Walewski comforted the traitor. Fuad Effendi, who received Walewski's reply, had a happy smile on his face. Now Fuad Effendi has firmly bound the interests of the Ottoman Empire and the French Empire. I am very honored to be a friend of the French Empire. I also hope that the French Empire and the Ottoman Empire can support and help each other in the future. Fuad Effendi said to Walewski. Yeah. Walewski nodded to Fuad Effendi, affirming his remarks, and then clapping his hands again. After a while, a servant living in the embassy, actually a member of the Foreign Intelligence Service of the National Intelligence Service, brought a glassware with whiskey, and Walewski got up and took the tray of glassware in his hand. Inside, Fuad Effendi, who was sitting beside him, also got up when he saw this. Sit down, Mr. Fuad, Walewski said to Fuad Effendi in a cordial tone of command. Fuad Effendi sat down on the sofa again. Under Fuad Effendi's watch, Walewski, who pinched the neck of the glass, carefully poured the whiskey from the glass into Fuad Effendi's glass. The cup was filled quickly. Then, Walewski filled his glass again. Walewski, who had put the glassware on the table, raised his glass to Fuad and said, "Friendship. Friendship." Fuad Effendi also raised his glass in response. After drinking a glass of whiskey, Walewski felt like a flame was burning in his stomach. The power of whiskey with an alcohol content of more than 53% was no less than that of Oriental liquor. No way. Walewski waved to Fuad Effendi, pretending to be intoxicated, and said politely, "I won't let you stay here any longer." Fuad Effendi, who had 2 glasses of whiskey in his stomach, did not show any strangeness. He hurriedly got up and said goodbye to Walewski. After Fuad Effendi left the embassy, Walewski, who was slumped on the sofa, suddenly sat on the sofa, as if he was nothing. His expression was unusually serious, as if he was about to make a major decision. After a while, the embassy attaché, equivalent to the acting ambassador, who usually acts as the ambassador when the ambassador returns to the country to report his duties, came to the sofa where Walewski was the deputy military attaché, who accidentally learned of Walewski's identity from an acquaintance in Paris, has always carefully served the guy in front of him, for fear that he will be unhappy in any way. The serious look on Walewski's face at the moment made the chargé d'affaires feel that the air was filled with tension. You tell me, is this Fuad really on our side? Just as the acting military attaché was confused, Walewski's voice reached his ears. The acting military attaché hurriedly said to Walewski, "Minister Fuad should sincerely want to join us, otherwise he will not agree to hand over the ruling power of the Holy Land to us." Stupid. Walewski cast a glance at the deputy military attaché and said coldly, "How do you know that this is not something that Fuad planned in the morning? Taking advantage of the conflict between the French Empire and the Ottoman Empire, let us it's a lose-lose with them. No, impossible." The deputy military attaché had a ridiculous feeling, and he didn't think this possibility would exist. Be careful, there is nothing wrong. Walewski once again told the reckless guy in front of him. Now the situation in the Ottoman Empire is getting worse and worse. A little carelessness may cause a war across Europe. We have to be more careful. Yes. The deputy military attaché immediately said loudly. Afterwards, Walewski returned to the telegraph room again, where he would wait for news from Paris on the other side. Fuad Effendi, who had left the French embassy, turned around and went to the residence of Prime Minister Mohammed Ali, the current Prime Minister of the Ottoman Empire. Passing through the courtyard, where birds and flowers were fragrant, what appeared in front of Fuad Effendi was a 2-story mansion. The style of the mansion was very similar to some mansions in Paris. A mansion like this is in Constantinople, a place full of onion churches that is too westernized. Fuad Effendi knew that the owner of the mansion and garden in front of him was a senior French designer hired by Prime Minister Mohammed Ali. Even though the name Muhammad Ali looks so halal, in fact, the Prime Minister can be said to be a small group of people with a relatively high degree of westernization in the entire court. He is also proficient in the mainstream languages of Russia, France, Germany, and Britain. It can be said without hesitation that even in this decadent Ottoman court, the degree of westernization and the sense of urgency to change are far behind some countries in the East. Not to mention, the current Ottoman Empire can still confront the Russian Empire to a certain extent. Even in World War I, it can still play as brilliant a record as Gallipoli. A guy who doesn't open his eyes to see the changes in the world can't survive in the Ottoman Empire at all. Under the leadership of the Greek servant Fuad, Eddie came to a room on the second floor of the mansion. Opening the door of the room, the figure of Muhammad Ali appeared in front of Fuad. At this time, he was standing in the room half-bently wiping the porcelain. These are all porcelains shipped from the Far East. Each one is very valuable. Many porcelains should have been given by merchants in Constantinople. The collection of Muhammad Ali. Thinking of this, Fuad Effendi showed a hint of envy in his eyes. Power is an irresistible toxin that can paralyze a person and rejuvenate a dying person, and it can also make an energetic guy grow old overnight. Master, Minister Fuad is here. The Greek servant reported to Muhammad Ali in fluent Greek. Okay, I get it. Muhammad Ali stopped his work, turned to look at Alfred Edifan and said, "What did France say?" Ambassador Walewski told me that the earliest time for France to send troops will be no later than the end of June. Fuad Edifan reported to Muhammad Ali, and then added, "However, they said they would definitely join the fight. These French people just want us to die." Muhammad Ali said with his usual manipulative thinking, "As long as we fight with the Russian Empire, then they can take advantage of the fire. They are not afraid of us taking refuge in Russia. Empire, you can't take refuge." Fuad Edifan hurriedly said to Muhammad Ali, "Why?" Muhammad Ali glanced at Fuad Edifan. He didn't know which side this guy was on now. Walewski told me that once the Ottoman Empire decides to side with Russia, then the French Empire will clean up us together with the Russian Empire. Fuad Edifan said to Muhammad Ali, "Humph. Damn French. Do they think they are still living in Napoleon's time?" Muhammad Ali yelled angrily. Fuad Edifan did not speak. From Walewski's words, he heard Walewski's confidence point perhaps in his eyes. The Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire combined are really far from the French Empire. Your Excellency, the fleet of the French Empire is enough to destroy our fleet and that of the Russian Empire. Fuad Edifan reminded Muhammad Ali. Hearing Fuad Eden's reminder, Muhammad Ali was like a deflated football, with his lips twitching and unable to utter a word. Once the Ottoman Empire lost control of the sea, the entire European sector of the Ottoman Empire had to be discarded. At that time, the French Empire army only needs to fight against the Russian Empire. In this game of great powers, the Ottoman Empire is just a toy for the great powers. What can you do? Muhammad Ali was a little depressed, and he asked Fuad Effendi, "Drag." Fuad Effendi gave a solution that was not a solution. With the Ottoman Empire, there is no way to fight the Russian Empire, so we must bring Britain or France into the war. Since the French Empire has already said, if we want to participate in the war. Riyadh1.com, we can only cooperate with the French Empire to drag it on. After the French Empire has been rectified and joined the battlefield, it will be time for us to settle accounts with the Russian Empire. This Muhammad Ali pondered for a moment, then said to Fuad Edifan, "If you say that, you may become a scapegoat and be dismissed, or even endanger your life. If it can be dragged into the French Empire, then I will voluntarily resign." Fuad Edifan showed his different attitudes in the French embassy. "As for life-threatening, I don't think it should be possible. I trust Ambassador Walewski. They will not let me, a pro-French faction, die because of this. Since that's the case, just do as you said." Muhammad Ali sighed again. "If there is really no way, I'll just resign. Just let that guy Rashid be prime minister again. He's not a general manager." Said that he has a deep friendship with the British ambassador. Then see if the ambassador of his deep friendship can help him. Yes. That night, Walewski finally waited for a telegram from Paris. Telegram request. Chapter 371. The ghost lurking in the embassy. "I have received your message. After unanimous discussions in the French cabinet, it has now been decided to grant you the right to deploy the Mediterranean fleet at any time. You can send reinforcement to the Mediterranean fleet in the waters off Marseille and Naples if you think the negotiations are close to breaking down. To protect the safety of the Ottoman Empire. Remember, be sure to delay the war as much as possible and leave sufficient preparation time for the French intervention." Jerome Bonaparte, Emperor of the French Empire. After reading the telegram, Walewski felt an inexplicable pressure, and the source of the pressure was the telegram in his hand, that was only half the size of a sheet of paper. Although the content of the telegram seems to only transfer the use rights of several warships to his command, behind the warships is the strategic focus of a country in the next few years. Once France entered the field, a war over the Near East was inevitable. Hundreds of thousands of people were fighting, and the fate of the two countries were on Walewski's shoulders at this moment. For a time, Walewski didn't know whether he should thank his cousin who was thousands of miles away, or if he should throw his 40-yard boots on his cousin's face through teleportation. Although the latter is basically only realized in Walewski's own dreams, and it is still in the daytime. In short, the burden on Walewski is undoubtedly heavier. Thinking of this, Walewski couldn't help shaking his head and sighing to himself. The situation in the Near East is really getting more and more dangerous. Then, Walewski glanced at the telegraph operator again. The two sitting beside the transmitter were silent like two emotionless machines, and Walewski could not see any emotion on their faces for the two transmitters in front of him, whom he himself recruited. Walewski nodded with satisfaction. As transmitters responsible for transmitting confidential documents, their confidentiality and loyalty must be high. The lifespan of a silent teleporter is much longer than that of a teleporter who speaks loudly when he has nothing to do all day long. Okay, it's time for you to go back and rest. Walewski gave the order to rest. Yes. The two reporters got up and responded to Walewski and left the newspaper room. Watching the figures of the two transmitters leaving, Walewski nodded with more satisfaction. Walewski did not know that the two transmitters who seemed to be recruited by him personally were actually members of the Foreign Intelligence Service of the National Intelligence Service. Except for the embassies in the Far East, the vast majority of embassies are covered with the eyes of the National Intelligence Service. However, the vast majority of these people are only peripheral personnel. They do not know the Foreign Intelligence Service and the National Intelligence Service. They only know that they are serving the police department. This kind of skinning method can be said to be an advanced design in the age of underdeveloped espionage system in the 19th century. It can effectively protect the operating structure of the National Intelligence Service from detection, and the less visible the intelligence organization, the more energy it can generate. Only those core personnel are the real existence of the National Intelligence Agency, and these guys are often hidden deep. Walewski apparently did not realize that his embassy had been infiltrated by the National Intelligence Service, and he was still delighted that he could recruit a good transmitter. Not long after Walewski left with a kerosene lamp and a kerosene lamp, he closed the door of the telegraph room, and a sneaky figure walked cautiously against the wall. There were only subtle sounds in the silent corridor. In the dark night, it carefully came to the door of the telegraph room and gently pushed open the door of the telegraph room. Pushed by the shadow, the door made a slight click sound. After the door opened to allow only one person to pass through, the shadow crept into the telegraph room. The dark shadow who entered the telegraph room seemed to be familiar with the road, and came to the table in the telegraph room without touching any obstacles. After some careful groping, Sombra finally groped for the note that Walewski had placed on the table. Originally just holding a tri-mentality, Sombra immediately became ecstatic. And it took out a box of yellow phosphorus matches and candles from its bosom. The flame produced by the yellow phosphorus match lightly swiping the phosphor surface touches the candle, and the candle is ignited immediately. With the help of the shadow of the candlelight, he saw the contents of the note, and the shadow who roughly saw the contents of the note put the note back in place, and then lightly blew out the candle, and left the telegraph room. The shadow who changed the door again thought he was safe. But he didn't find a single strand of hair that fell to the ground. And this strand of hair is exactly the same color as the strands of hair on Walewski's head. Early the next morning, Walewski, who got up early from the bed, opened the curtains, and observed Constantinople through the glass window. In the 19th century, Constantinople was full of onion-headed buildings. Most of the men who came and went on the streets wore white coats, and some of them had a turban on their heads. The women, on the other hand, wrapped their whole bodies, leaving only a pair of pitch black eyes, and it was impossible to see whether it was a fairy or a dinosaur under the veil. Of course, there are also a group of guys in suits in Constantinople. Most of them are businessmen who travel between Constantinople and other European countries, and some are other ethnic groups living in Constantinople, members of the descent point. Through these 3 months of observation, Walewski discovered the decay of the city, not the surface decay, but the spiritual decay. Even the Tanzimat reforms are nothing more than a whitewashed coat over a rotten shell. The city, and even the core of the country, has not changed at all. In the end, Walewski also came to a conclusion point. If the Ottoman Empire did not change the core of the mixed feudal system of bureaucracy plus clergy plus guards, there could be no change at all. All the reforms of the Ottoman Empire so far have only been a grudging continuation of their decaying bodies. If the empire had faced ruin in the 18th century, it would have been rated much better. The French Empire is also just maintaining the reluctance of the empire for its own interests. Looking down at the embassy, Walewski sighed again. Just then, there was a knock on the door. Who? Walewski turned and called out the door. Your Excellency, it's time to eat. The voice of the deputy military attaché came from outside the door. Understood. After hearing the shout, Walewski immediately opened the door and went downstairs to eat. When he passed the telegraph room, he found that the door of the telegraph room was still tightly closed. Walewski, who came to the dining room, provided by the embassy while eating breakfast and reading the newspaper, asked casually, "No one was in the telegraph room last night?" When Walewski finished asking this sentence, he heard a crack coming from the opposite side of Walewski. Walewski raised his head slightly to find the deputy military attaché sitting across from him, spilling milk on the table. "I'm really sorry, I wasn't sure about it just now," the squire attaché embarrassedly said to Walewski. "It's nothing. Just pay attention next time." Walewski asked the servants in the embassy to change. The servant hurriedly wiped the milk dry and then helped the deputy military attaché to replace a glass of milk. The well-fed Walewski returned to the telegraph room again. The moment he pushed open the door of the telegraph room, he found that the hair that had been caught in the door of the telegraph room last night fell out at some point. Pick it up. Then he looked at the inside of the telegraph room. No one moved at all in the telegraph room. It seemed that the thief did not come to steal anything. Immediately, Walewski came to the telegraph paper and gently picked up the telegraph paper. He found that the short hair he had placed under the telegraph paper had disappeared. It seems that the purpose of the thief should be the content of the telegram, and a smile appeared on the corner of Walewski's mouth. Compared with the original version, the content of the telegram in his hand has also changed a bit. All the content after a member in the second line was deleted, and the core content of the entire telegram was immediately replaced by a compromise telegram with procrastination as the mainstay and war as a supplement. Transformed into a declaration of war for the Ottoman Empire at all costs, and what Walewski did was to confuse some countries and other. 4 days have passed, that is, March 12th. The day started in the morning, and the sky was full of dark clouds. Under the dark sky, you can clearly see the silhouette of seagulls passing by at a low altitude. Around 10 AM, with a flash of lightning passing through the clouds, a spring thunder and torrential rain rang through Constantinople. The sky above Constantinople is like a gap opened by God and poured down the water for washing his feet. Riyadh1.com. The pouring rain kept pouring down. The sudden torrential rain made the pedestrians who came and went on the street could only hide under the eaves and wait for the rain to slow down. Ferocious raindrops hit the glass of the embassy and made a crackling sound. Standing in front of the window lattice, Walewski shook his head unconsciously as he looked at the rainstorm outside the window. It happened to rain heavily at this time. I really don't know if it was a coincidence or a deliberate arrangement. The torrential rain continued to fall for nearly an hour before gradually weakening, and then an hour later, the downpour turned into a drizzle. At this time, the low-lying areas of the streets of Constantinople were full of water, and the crowds who were sheltering from the rainstorm splashed half-leg-high water when they stepped on it. It was in this hazy drizzle that a steam cruise sailed from a distance and headed for the port of Constantinople. The commander in charge of driving the warship is Lieutenant General Vladimir Kornilov, Chief of Staff of the Black Sea Fleet, and the passenger of the cruise ship is Menshkov, who is the Russian envoy for war and peace. Admiral, if you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel. Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story, and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 372, Preparations for the Naval Battle. Finally reached. Standing in the drizzle, Prince Menshikov held a naval observation mirror to watch the hazy city in front of him. Constantinople in the observation mirror seemed to be in front of him. As long as he stretched out his hand, he could touch it. We must conquer here and let the flag of Rome float over Constantinople once again. Looking at Constantinople in the distance, Menshikov secretly determined in his heart that he must restore Rome and fulfill the dreams of the Tsars of all dynasties. No one has ever been so close to this fantastic city point. However, Menshikov seemed to have forgotten that the Roman Empire he had in mind was not just the Russian Empire point. Not to mention, the Ottoman Empire also claimed to be the Roman Empire point, although Shinra, founded by the Austrian Empire next door, has disintegrated. It does not prevent Metternich himself from advocating in London that the Austrian Empire has inherited the universal values of the Roman Empire point. The third Rome of the Russian Empire is actually the one with the lowest legitimacy among all the Romans. Just by marrying the princess of the Byzantine Empire in distress, she can forcibly call herself Rome. However, now is the era of imperialist powers in the 19th century, and all legal principles must give way to naked rifles and artillery point. The same is true of the name of the Roman Empire. It is the consensus of all patients of the late Roman dream that the strong and strong are Rome point. Prince Menshikov, who had watched Constantinople for a long time through the observation mirror, turned the observation glass to the berthing port not far from Constantinople, put down the observation mirror again, and pointed to the berthing port to accompany him. Lieutenant General Vladimir Kornilov, Chief of Staff of the Black Sea Fleet, said, "See if you see it. That is the target you want to destroy. You must understand it enough." Lieutenant General Kornilov, like Prince Menshikov, took up the observation glass, and after careful observation revealed a rebellious face and said, "Your Excellency, please be blunt. With those warships in the port, there is no way to match the greatness the Russian Empire's hands-on ability. Of course I understand the level of the Ottoman Empire's navy. I ask you to destroy the warships in the port and the buildings in the port as much as possible, and weaken the Ottoman Empire's navy as much as possible. Only in this way can we complete the landing mission at the least cost." Prince Menshikov said, while holding his hands, and slowly entered the cabin of the warship. Kornilov followed Prince Menshikov into the cabin. Under the leadership of Menshikov, Kornilov came to his room in the cabin. After entering the room, a striking map hangs near the porthole, and the country on the map is the Ottoman Empire. Menshikov took down the map and put it on the table, and Kornilov approached the wooden square table. "Look, the Ottoman navy is here and here." Menshikov pointed to Kornilov's serious tone, pointing to the location on the map of the port where warships were moored near Constantinople and the location of the port of Sipuno. He said, "These two places are where the Ottoman Empire warships are parked, especially the port of Sipuno, where a large number of warships of the Ottoman Empire are parked. Once the war breaks out, the Imperial fleet must destroy the port of Sipuno as soon as possible. This will destroy most of the Ottoman Empire's naval forces in preparation for our landing." "Understood," Kornilov said meticulously to Menshikov. "The fleet has been equipped with the latest type of artillery shells. Even for naval countries like Britain and France, we have the confidence to defeat them." The new type of artillery shell Kornilov refers to is the explosive bomb, which can give priority to increasing the destructive power of the fleet. Before, the battle between the naval fleets was nothing more than the artillery shooting each other, and then the people on the ship occasionally used to rob each other and shoot each other. Warship to warship strikes are far less than the bombing of warships against port cities. Now with explosive bombs, the backward warships of the Russian Empire have more destructive power to the backward warships of the Ottoman Empire, and they can also have more destructive power to port cities. Your navy must end the battle as soon as possible. You can't leave time for any British and French fleets to interfere. Menshikov once again told Kornilov. Although the current negotiations are still in progress, Menshikov needs to arrange many things in advance after the breakdown of the negotiations. Menshikov is also well aware of the gap between the Russian Imperial Fleet and the British and French fleets. Menshikov also did not want to have a large-scale conflict with Britain and France, unless it was a last resort. The present Russian Empire has been carrying a conflicting diplomatic message. He wanted to gain control over Constantinople and the Balkans, but he didn't want to offend Britain and France too much. Under the influence of this ambivalence, Menshikov even had the way of thinking of a junior staff officer of the Shah era. Menshikov believed that Britain and France would make concessions to the conditions put forward by the Russian Empire, and that the Ottoman Empire would also agree to his conditions, as long as the Ottoman Empire agreed to his terms. It would not be a matter of Britain and France for so long. This is the behavior of Russia and Turkey. Even if the negotiations break down, as long as Russia can destroy the Ottoman fleet and land in Constantinople as soon as possible, Britain and France will definitely recognize the Russian Empire. In the Menshikov script, the Russian Empire would only go from one victory to another, leading to a victorious march to Constantinople. My subordinates understand. Kornilov responded with the same solemnity. Just when Menshikov wanted to discuss with Kornilov the unexpected problems faced by the raid on the port of Sapuno, a warship appeared in the porthole of the steam battleship. Seeing this, Menshikov hurriedly put away the map and went to the deck. Kornilov also followed Menshikov to the deck. I am the Ottoman Navy Grand Marshal Mahmud. Is there a special envoy of Menshikov on board? The battleship on the left side of the Russian Empire steamship spoke fluent French. I am the Tsar Special Envoy Menshikov. Menshikov also responded in French. Then invite the Special Envoy of the Russian Empire to our ship. I will lead the Special Envoy to Constantinople. Mahmud shouted at Menshikov. No need. Prince Menshikov glanced at the crew members beside him and said to Mahmud on the Ottoman battleship, I believe my crew members can deliver me safely to the port. After a brief moment of silence, the Ottoman battleship, where Mahmud was located, continued to shout, since the messenger is unwilling to come to our fleet, let us personally *** the messenger into the port. Old fox. Menshikov scolded softly. He understood that Mahmud Pasha on the opposite side didn't want them to check the situation of the Ottoman port. Thank you very much. Even Menshikov, who had understood Mahmud's intentions, had to agree to Mahmud's *** request. The dark war between the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire has begun, since Menshikov unreasonably demanded that the Russian fleet, which was about to be at war, enter the port. Escorted by Ottoman warships, Menshikov entered the port near Constantinople. Menshikov and his team carefully disembarked from the Russian Empire steam fleet. Although it is still raining lightly in Constantinople today, the port at anchor is still crowded with people. They are all to welcome the arrival of Prince Menshikov, including Greeks, Bulgarians and Serbians. Some of these people are for their own orthodox beliefs, and some are for their own national independence. Although the Russian Empire was hated by the Ottoman Empire, it was welcomed by many peoples in the Balkans. These people sincerely hope that the Ottoman Empire will collapse and then liberate. However, welcome to welcome, their basic demands for independence have not changed. If the Russian Empire wants to replace the Ottoman Empire's ecological niche with occupation, these people who welcome the Russian Empire will immediately become a vanguard against the Russian Empire. Seeing the scene in front of him, Menshikov couldn't help showing a smile on his face. He waved his hand gently, and the Balkan nation cheered Menshikov even more. Surrounded by Balkan ethnic groups, Menshikov entered the Russian embassy in the Ottoman Empire. The Ottoman Highgate, who had already received the news of Menshikov's arrival in Constantinople, couldn't help but feel uneasy after seeing that Prince Menshikov was very popular. The Ottoman cabinet convened again, with the participation of everyone including the religious leaders of the papacy. The meeting was divided into three factions on the question of whether to put slippers on the Russian Empire. One faction was the hardline religious leader, former Prime Minister and others, and the other was the opposite appeasement faction, represented by Muhammad Ali, Rifat Pasha, etc. www.riyadh1.com. The last one is a centrist, and the representatives are the Admiral Mahmud Pasha, the Supreme Commander of Rumi River, Omar Pasha, Selask, General Commander, Riza Pasha, The hardliners maintain that all demands on the Russian Empire cannot be granted. As long as the Ottoman Empire maintains a tough attitude, the two countries, Britain and France, will not sit idly by. The appeasement advocates an appropriate compromise with Russia, procrastinating as long as they can. If the conditions of the Russian Empire are too much, then they can also tell Britain and France the conditions, and then think about other things. The centrists don't like the hardliners going to war, and they also agree with appeasement. Just don't hold them accountable. After nearly a day of discussions, the appeasement faction headed by Muhammad Ali suppressed the hardline faction headed by Ret Point. After the meeting, the Minister of Foreign Affairs, Fuad Effendi, accepted the order of the Prime Minister and invited Menshikov to attend a welcome ceremony specially prepared for him. 2 days later, Menshikov did not meet Fuad, and the ambassador in the embassy accepted the invitation of the foreign minister instead of Menshikov. Chapter 373, Fish and Root Out the Inner Ghost. Fuad Effendi, who left the Russian embassy, went to the residence of Prime Minister Muhammad Ali in the rain to report to Muhammad Ali on the invitation. Once again led by the Greek servants into the room where Muhammad Ali was, Fuad Effendi saw Prime Minister Muhammad Ali leaning against the window. At this time, he was hunched over and thinking about something. From the back, Muhammad Ali looked like someone had his spine removed, and he looked so mourned. Prime Minister, Prime Minister, Fuad Effendi whispered to Muhammad Ali. Hearing the movement behind him, he turned and glanced behind him. After seeing Fuad Effendi coming, Muhammad Ali's mouth showed a forced smile and said, "You are here." Then, he stretched out his hand and invited Fuad Effendi, "Sit down. You're welcome." Fuad Effendi sat on the sofa, and Muhammad Ali sat beside Fuad Effendi. Looking at the depressed Prime Minister in front of him, Fuad Effendi couldn't help but mutter in his heart. Since the Prime Minister himself did not speak, it is not easy for him to ask too much. A Minister of Foreign Affairs and a Prime Minister sat onto adjacent sofas without saying a word. After a while, Muhammad Ali said leisurely, "Just now, His Majesty the Sultan summoned me to the palace to ask the cabinet about the countermeasures. Your Majesty, is there any order for the sudden summons?" Fuad Effendi asked tentatively. Muhammad Ali fell silent again, and then shook his head with a self-deprecating expression on the corner of his mouth. "Your Majesty didn't say anything, but I can feel that His Majesty is very dissatisfied with our passive resistance policy. Then what are we going to do? The power of the empire cannot compete with the Russian Empire. We must seek their help, even if the foreign aid itself is equally ambitious." The predicament point. Hearing Fuad's analysis, Muhammad Ali nodded non-committally and replied, "I think Your Majesty should know this." Immediately, after looking at Fuad, he changed the topic. "But Constantinople doesn't know. The subjects living in the Ottoman Empire, here, the emphasis is on religious people, don't know this. The diplomatic strategy pursued by our group, it seemed to them to be surrendering to the Russian Empire. Alas." Fuad Effendi sighed, "They won't understand why we do this. They will only think that we are servilely to please those guys and satisfy our own interests. Okay, stop talking about these sad topics. Since we have chosen this path, we cannot give up halfway. The future of the Ottoman Empire on us to build." Muhammad Ali quickly changed the subject and asked Fuad Edifan invited Menshikov if he was willing to participate in a welcome ceremony specially prepared. "Depends on him by the Ottoman court." Fuad Edifan told Muhammad Ali about his encounter in Menshikov Point. After listening to Fuad Effendi's narration, Muhammad Ali could only express his deep sympathy for what happened to him. After the conversation, Muhammad Ali invited Fuad Edifan to have a meal. During the meal, both of them felt very heavy, and neither of them wanted to say a word during the meal. After the meal, Fuad Edifan left Muhammad Ali's residence. Early the next morning, the Russian ambassador went out to inquire about intelligence on the order of Menshikov. The ambassador, who promised that he would find useful information for Menshikov, turned around as soon as he went out and went to one of the few opera houses in Constantinople. The Greek Opera House, for fun. Only the opera house and money can comfort him in a pagan country. When the ambassador who entered the opera house entered his separate box as usual and waited for the opening, there was a knock on the door outside the box, and the ambassador immediately got up and opened the door. When the ambassador opened the door of the box, a young Greek blonde man pressed one hand on the door to prevent the ambassador from closing the door and grabbed the side frame of the door with the other hand. There was a look of disgust on the ambassador's face, and he really hated that uninvited fellows interrupted his mood. Just when the ambassador was about to call someone, the young Greek man suddenly told the ambassador that he had secret information and wanted to advise the ambassador. The ambassador turned to a surprised expression. He didn't understand how the other party knew that he was ordered to collect information. Even so, the corner of the ambassador's mouth still revealed a disdainful expression. How can you guarantee that what you said is correct? The Greek-American youth glanced at the crowd around him, and when he was sure that no one noticed them, he whispered, "Do you want to know what France wants to do next? Don't you know?" The ambassador sneered involuntarily. The Greek youth nodded non-committally and then revealed to the ambassador that he was just someone's glove. The remarks and actions of the Greek youth made the ambassador believe that the guy in front of him should be someone inside the French embassy. With the attitude of preferring to believe what it is, not to believe it is not. The Russian ambassador chose to buy news of the stranger. And the ambassador brought the stranger inside the embassy. "Tell me, how much do you need?" the ambassador asked bluntly. "My boss asked me to talk to your leader, Prince Menshikov," the Greek youth said arrogantly to the ambassador. The ambassador obviously understood that the other party wanted to cut out the middleman and speak directly to the source. The unwilling ambassador turned to put on an official face and said, "I don't know whether your information is accurate or not, and I dare not rashly introduce you to His Excellency the Prince. I won't see him. I won't say anything." The other party responded to the ambassador with a deadly attitude. After a while, the ambassador was defeated, and he quickly waved his hand and said to the other party, "Okay, come with me." The Greek youth showed a triumphant smile. With the intelligent ambassador, he naturally did not dare to neglect. He and the Greek youth left the opera house and took a carriage to the embassy. During his visit to the embassy, the ambassador did not forget to coerce and lure the Greek youth, hoping to get something out of his mouth, but unfortunately the Greek youth were unwilling to let go. He was bitten to death and had to wait until after meeting with Menshikov to talk. In desperation, the ambassador could only remain silent. The carriage stopped at the Russian embassy, and the ambassador and the Greek youth, after entering the embassy. Afterwards, the ambassador arranged the Greek youth on the sofa, and he went to the second floor of the embassy to ask Prince Menshikov to go downstairs. After a while, Prince Menshikov walked downstairs slowly and came to the Greek youth. "I heard that you want to trade with me?" Menshikov looked curiously at the young Greek youth in front of him. "That's right. However, to be precise, some people behind me gave you a suggestion." The young man vaguely stated where he came from, and then looked at Menshikov and said, "You are Menshikov?" "I'm Menshikov." Menshikov responded solemnly. "Someone asked me to sell you a piece of news. I don't know, are you willing to buy it or not?" The Greek youth still asked with a smile on his face. "News? About what?" Menshikov was immediately interested, and he asked with a smile, "News? From France?" The Russian ambassador on the side hurriedly explained to Menshikov, I'll let you speak." Menshikov asked impatiently. When the ambassador saw this, he could only shut his mouth and listen. "I have to see if this news is worth it." Prince Menshikov replied to the Greek youth. "Guaranteed value for money." The Greek youth patted his chest and assured, "How much do you price this message?" Menshikov asked the price of the message. 25. No, 200,000 rubles. The Greek youth pointed out asterisk 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 to Menshikov. 200,000 rubles. Menshikov was surprised at the Greek youth's line. "This is not a small amount. My intelligence is absolutely worth the money." The Greek youth responded to Menshikov again. Menshikov, who knew that the behind the Greek youth was probably an insider of the French embassy, gritted his teeth and nodded. "Deal. 200,000 rubles is 200,000 rubles. Then bring it." The Greek-American youth stretched out his hand and counted Menshikov's money. "Spend 200,000 rubles from the embassy's account and give it to this." After a moment of hesitation, Prince Menshikov referred to the Greek youth as friend. The ambassador had to listen to Menshikov's words and pull 200,000 rubles from the embassy's mutual drawer. The ambassador handed the 200,000 ruble bills to the hands of the Greek youth and explained. These bills are the bills of the famous Rothschild family. With the bills, you can go to any Rothschild family bank in Europe to have a conversation. Got it? An impatient expression appeared on the face of the Greek youth. Immediately afterwards, the Greek youth informed Menshikov of the information. What? The French Empire is going to dispatch a fleet? Menshikov's face changed instantly. He knew that, once the French army dispatched a fleet, the ambitions of the Russian Empire would definitely be in vain. 4-Foot himself had just asked Kornilov to destroy the Ottoman navy as quickly as possible, without giving Britain and France an excuse to interfere. The Hindfoot heard that France wanted to defend the Ottoman Empire and gave the ambassador the right to dispatch warships quickly. Menshikov felt a little tricky. He had to find a chance to go to the French embassy and try to get the understanding of France. Is this information important? The voice of the Greek youth once again reached Menshikov's ears. Here's information is very important to me. Menshikov, who had recovered, thanked the Greek youth, handed him another 10,000 rubles, and told him that this was his personal thanks to him. Thank you. The Greek youth expressed his gratitude to Menshikov. Afterwards, a young Greek of 210,000 rubles prepared to leave the Russian embassy. The ambassador on the side stopped him enthusiastically and said, "Where do you want to go? My carriage can take you on a ride." The Greek-American youth instantly raised a cordon in his heart. He smiled and refused the ambassador's invitation. "No, I prefer walking to a horse-drawn carriage, then. I won't be selfish anymore." The ambassador sighed slightly and said regretfully. Shortly after the Greek youth left, the ambassador, under the watchful eye of Menshikov, sent the military attaché within the ambassador to track and find out the mastermind behind the Greek youth. After an hour, the military attaché returned to the embassy and he reported to the ambassador and Menshikov that he had lost each other. Unless the official Ottoman power is used, it will be difficult to find him. Trash. Menshikov couldn't help but yelled angrily. On the other hand, the Greek youth who successfully got rid of the military attaché did not return immediately, and after a small circle around Constantinople, he returned to his slum house in the middle of the night. "Clean, how are things going?" The Greek youth who had just entered the room heard someone calling his name. Constantine Clean. This is the name of the Greek youth, and the person who exchanged him is the mastermind behind the whole incident, and he is also the chargé d'affaires of the French embassy. At this moment, he was fiddling with the revolver in his hand and looked at Clean nonchalantly. "Sold out. This is 200,000 rubles." The Greek youth handed the bill to the chargé d'affaires. "Is that all? No more?" The deputy military attaché pointed the revolver at Constantine Clean. "No, no more." Constantine Clean remembered the 10,000 rubles that Menshikov handed to him when he was at the Russian embassy. At that time, Menshikov told him, "You are a smart kid, you deserve this money." "I deserve the 10,000 rubles," Constantine Clean kept hinting to himself. His eyes became more and more determined. The deputy military attaché, who had no clue in Constantine Clean's eyes, put away the revolver in his hand and warned viciously, "Don't play tricks with me, or you will die ugly." "No." Constantine Clean said with a flattering smile, "My sister and my family are still in your hands. I will never act rashly." "It's good to know." The deputy military attaché took out 10 silver coins with a face value of 20 kuru from his pocket. "This is your hard work this time, Clean." Pretended to be ecstatic. Riyadh1.com thanked him repeatedly and accepted the silver coins. "My parents, my sister." Clean asked about the whereabouts of his relatives. "Don't worry. They will come back safe and sound. You are a smart child, and our cooperation will continue." After the acting military attaché responded to Constantine Clean, he left the slum. After the deputy military attaché had left for a while, Clean cursed with a grim expression. "Bastard. How could he do these things if his relatives weren't in the hands of that **** guy?" That night, Constantine Clean did not wait for his parents and sister to return, and a poor chargé d'affaires became a poor corpse in Constantinople. The guy who killed him was none other than a servant living in the French embassy. Chapter 374. quell civil unrest. When Walewski learned that his Chargate affairs had never returned, a potential sixth sense told Walewski that the Chargate affairs who stole France's top secret information was likely to be silenced. As for who was silenced and where, Walewski has no idea. Alas. Originally, I wanted to kill him myself. Walewski sighed and muttered softly. Under the laws of the Second Reich, stealing confidential documents and selling them to other countries was sufficient for a death sentence. Putting aside the good rank of colonel and not doing it, he chose to steal confidential documents and sell them. It is really an old birthday star who eats arsenic and is impatient. Although the Chargate affairs had been declared dead in Walewski's heart, he still had to do what he should have done. After eating a simple breakfast, Walewski left the French embassy and went to the residence of the Ottoman Interior Minister to seek help. When Walewski arrived at the Ministry of the Interior, the cum-flavored State Secretary, who was in charge of receiving Walewski, enthusiastically asked Walewski if he needed help. After Walewski named his name to meet with the Minister of the Interior, the cum-flavored State Secretary rushed to the door of the minister's office. Pushing open the door of the minister's office, the Secretary of State came in where he saw the Home Secretary who was correcting documents. What happened? Looking at the flustered Secretary of State in front of him, the Home Secretary asked, while flipping through the dossier. His Excellency Minister. The short-range explosive running made the Secretary of State, who is not good at sports, breathless, and he said intermittently, the French ambassador, Walewski, is on the first floor. He said that he has something to think about. Want to see you. Ambassador Walewski? What is he doing here? The Home Secretary asked subconsciously. No, don't. No. The Secretary of State responded to the Home Secretary, swallowing. Then invite him in, said the Home Secretary immediately to the Secretary of State. After the Secretary of State was ordered to leave, the Minister of the Interior put down his work, put himself in the drawer, and took out the tea set and black tea, and then called in a water delivery order to the staff coming and going outside the door. Treating a special envoy of a major country like Walewski must be supplemented with the highest courtesy, otherwise he will be amused by the amazement of the friendly countries, and he, the Minister of the Interior, will be done. After about a minute, the staff filled the teapot with boiling hot water. The Home Secretary gently broke a piece of tea cake made of black tea into a teapot and stirred gently to combine the water and the tea leaves. The crystal clear boiling water turned red at a speed visible to the naked eye, and milky white water vapor emanated from the spout. The minister put the lid on the teapot, and the Secretary of State brought Walewski to the minister's office. Sit down. Mr. Walewski. The Home Secretary invited Walewski in fluent French. Walewski sat opposite the Home Secretary. Then, the Home Secretary said slowly, please wait for a while for tea. A few minutes later, there was a burst of heat from the spout, and the Home Secretary carefully poured the black tea into coffee cups, one of which was handed over to Walewski and the other for himself. Walewski took the coffee cup and blew lightly. The water vapor floating on the surface of the black tea was instantly blown away, and the tea surface rippled. Taking a sip, Walewski, who felt the fragrance of black tea on his tongue, couldn't help but praise good tea. The Minister of the Interior pursed his lips with a reserved smile, then entered the topic and asked Walewski, Mr. Ambassador, I don't know if you need our help. That's right. We have an attaché d'affaires in our embassy who didn't return last night. I wonder if there was an accident, so I came here to ask for your help. Said, your Chargate affairs disappeared in Constantinople. The Minister of the Interior raised his voice unconsciously. He suddenly felt that he was facing a hot potato. If the agent did not die, everything is fine. The Ottoman Empire faces a complex political problem. If it is said that the death of the surrogate is said, if the French Empire goes its own way, then the Ottoman Empire can only make amends. Not to mention that the Ottoman Empire is now facing complex diplomatic issues, and if it is not careful, it will face a huge political crisis. Please don't worry. I will definitely give you an explanation. After hearing the news, the Minister of the Interior didn't even bother to drink tea, and he hurriedly assured Walewski, then, as soon as possible, Walewski nodded slightly and then drank the black tea in the cup. After Walewski left, the Home Secretary acted like a madman and sent himself in for a screen search. Under the frantic urging the Minister of the Interior, the Ministry of Internal Affairs completed the investigation of every street in Constantinople. After an afternoon, they finally found clues in the slum. Following this clue, they discovered Konstantin Klein and forced him to find out the connection between him and the military attaché. The Home Secretary immediately brought Konstantin Klein to Walewski. Looking at the guy who was about 20 years old in front of him, Walewski was filled with curiosity. "What do you do?" Walewski asked Konstantin Klein. Konstantin Klein, who lost his parents and sister, was like a walking corpse who lost his soul. He responded in French dumbly, "Don't do anything, since you don't do anything. Where did you learn your French?" Walewski asked Konstantin Klein again. "Self-study." Konstantin Klein responded mechanically, "Self-study?" Walewski looked up and down the soulless guy in front of him, and he couldn't help but be surprised by his ability to learn. "How did you know the deputy military attaché?" Walewski said to Konstantin Klein. "Charge attaché?" Konstantin Klein looked at Walewski suspiciously. "You don't know that he is the deputy military attaché?" Walewski said to Konstantin Klein. "Where is he now? Where is he?" Konstantin Klein, who heard the news about his parents, roared like crazy. If it wasn't for the suppression of the embassy's servants, Konstantin would have pounced on Walewski. "It's a pity. We have lost contact with him since last night," Walewski said helplessly, spreading his hands. Konstantin Klein, who heard the news of the disappearance of the deputy military attaché, showed despair. The disappearance of the deputy military attaché meant that his parents and sister would never be able to return. "What's the matter with you?" Walewski asked Konstantin Klein again. After Konstantin Klein was brought here, Walewski knew nothing about him. Konstantin told Walewski his story. 2 years ago, Konstantin was a poor boy who lived in a slum and worked as a tour guide for out-of-towners with a little talent for languages. Although he had no money at that time, he was very happy. Until the arrival of the deputy military attaché. The deputy military attaché discovered Konstantin's language talent by chance, and he needed a person with strong language talent to act as a white glove point. In order to force Konstantin to agree, the chargé d'affaires and others threatened Konstantin's parents and sister, asking him to do things for them. In order to let him let his parents go, Konstantin could only submit to the deputy military attaché. At first, the deputy military attaché only asked him to help with small-scale smuggling, and as time went on, the ambition of the deputy military attaché grew. The deputy military attaché began to send some unimportant French documents to the black market through his hands to make profits, and the money became more and more. "You mean you have already sold the information to the Russian minister?" Walewski asked Konstantin. "Yes." Konstantin repeated the letter verbatim. The corners of Walewski's mouth showed a faint smile, which lasted for a moment, and then disappeared in a blink of an eye. "Mr. Konstantin, your actions have seriously endangered the security of the French Empire," Walewski said to Konstantin Klein with a serious expression. "I know, I'm going to the gallows, right? I've already deserved to die anyway." Konstantin Klein responded in a dejected tone. No. I want to ask if you are interested in serving us." Walewski took a fancy to Konstantin Klein's language talent and long-sleeve talent for dancing, also willing to believe how difficult it is if he wants to use this ability for arms trading. Thinking of this Riyadh1.com, Walewski decided to extend an olive branch to the guy in front of him. "The reason why you are doing this is because there is no powerful force behind you. Join us now, and you will be able to gain access to this world. The most powerful force acts as a shield." Konstantin Klein glanced at Walewski and said with a wry smile, "Is it possible for me to refuse?" "Sir, you didn't," Walewski said confidently. "No one will refuse our invitation. Vengeance is not your only goal. I believe your parents will never let you stay in revenge thoughts all the time." Walewski came to Konstantin and said. Konstantin recalled the warmth of that time, and the pain was gradually replaced by warmth. "If that guy is still alive, I will let you end that guy yourself. The guy who betrayed France will never allow idiots to be in this world." Walewski patted Konstantin on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, Konstantin Klinvaluski expressed his gratitude. Since then, there has been one less broker in the world, and one more death-spreading businessman in the Near East. Chapter 375. Nearly broken negotiations. During this time, you live here, and try not to move around. Valuski, who brought Konstantin Klin under his command, said to Klin, "What is my status now?" Konstantin Klin, who suddenly switched camps, quickly got used to his current status and asked Valuski, "You are now the third-level secretary of the embassy." Walewski said to Konstantin Klin, "Immediately point the third-level secretary is equivalent to the lowest level existence in the entire embassy. Under the third-level secretary are only those servants who live in the embassy. Considering that the servant himself is a member of the National Intelligence Service, Konstantin Klin's identity is probably the lowest in the entire embassy. Of course, not every embassy servant is a member of the National Intelligence Service." After Jerome Bonaparte became president, he kept paying attention to the situation in the Near East, which led to Marcel Yalager's special attention to the Near East. Now it seems that it is still necessary to focus on the heart, and it is not guaranteed that the traitor will be silently eliminated at a critical time. Even though Konstantin Klin's identity is a lowly third-level secretary, Konstantin is still very happy. As Walewski said, he finally has a backer behind him. After you have a backer, you have to be careful when others want to bully you. Although Konstantin didn't know what exactly Walewski wanted him to do, he was reluctant to ask too much, and he believed that Walewski would naturally tell him at that time. Walewski, who had recruited Konstantin, returned to the telegraph room and ordered the dispatcher to tell the Paris side about the incident of the betrayal of France by the military attaché. Early the next morning, a telegram from Paris came out of the telegraph room. In addition to knowing the betrayal of the Chargate affairs and ordering Walewski to search for it again, the content of the telegram is to hope that Walewski can maintain the balance between the Ottoman Empire and the Russian Empire as much as possible. Through the cable, Walewski speculated that the death of the Chargate affairs was probably the result of Paris. If Paris really did it, then he'll have to be careful in the future. As soon as Walewski read the telegram, Menshikov was told by his servant to ask for an interview. Menshikov? Isn't he supposed to attend the welcome ceremony? Why did he suddenly come here? Walewski said to himself triumphantly. After Walewski's voice was heard by the telegraph operator on the side, the telegraph operator explained, "Your Excellency, the time for the welcome ceremony is at night. Look at my memory." Walewski couldn't help but patted his head. Immediately, Walewski urged the servant, "What are you still doing? Quickly invite Prince Menshikov in." Yes. The servant went downstairs quickly after receiving the order, and Walewski also went downstairs slowly. Menshikov and Walewski, two men with an age difference of almost 30 years, met in the embassy living room. After shaking hands with each other, the two sat on two sofas of different colors. Walewski seemed to have a red-brown wool cushioned sofa under it, while Menshikov's **** was a blue woolen cushioned sofa. "I deeply regret what happened recently in France." Menshikov, who had just sat down, immediately distanced himself from the charged affairs. The news of the Russian Empire is still very well informed. Walewski showed a playful smile and said slightly yin and yang, "I seriously doubt whether our embassy has an internal response from your country. How is this possible? Our Russian Empire will never do such a thing." Menshikov sneered and quickly rejected Walewski's idea. "If you send spies at other people's embassies, if they are found out, it will really become a diplomatic crisis." Further, Menshikov does not believe that the members of the 3rd Division who are experts in civil wars and those who are not in foreign wars can intervene in the French embassy. Then what did the Russian Empire say about the recent events? Walewski asked Menshikov step by step. Menshikov, who was originally not good at diplomacy, quickly admitted under the pressure of Walewski, "I do know something about France from other sources." Immediately, he added as if hiding his ears and stealing the bell, "But it definitely didn't come from the embassy." Then the Russian Empire must also know about France's foreign policy towards the Near East. Walewski asked bluntly. "Indeed. I heard about it." Menshikov nodded and then continued, "I personally believe that the French Empire should stand with the Russian Empire and let us join hands to maintain the glory of the Holy Land." I can assure you, your interests in the Holy Land will not be violated, and the Russian Empire will fight for the interests of the Orthodox and Catholics. If the Russian Empire is only a religious issue, then the French Empire welcomes the Russian Empire and the Ottoman Empire to have some discussions on differences. Walewski first agreed with Nicholas for maintaining the power of the Orthodox Church, and then changed the conversation. If the Russian Empire conducts occupation operations on the basis of religion, then the French Empire has to consider attacking the Russian Empire. The fact that the French Empire made it clear that it wanted to interfere with the Ottoman Empire made Menshikov a bit of a taboo. He was not afraid of the Ottoman Empire, but he was very afraid of the French Empire. Ambassador Walewski, please be blunt. Menshikov emphasized to Walewski, a collision between two army powers will cause a large number of casualties. It's doing neither of us any good. It's really no good. Walewski nodded and replied, but this is not a reason for strong countries to bully weak countries. If all the powers do this, peace and order in Europe will disappear in the first place. The Russian Empire is only here to liberate the Slavs. The Slavs have suffered humiliation under the Ottoman enslavement. We must safeguard the interests of the Slavs, Menshikov said in a tough tone. Walewski also pointed to Maymang. The liberation in your mouth is nothing but an act of aggression in my opinion. Looking at the envoy of the French Empire, who was not to be outdone, Menshikov almost couldn't control his temper and declared war on France. Thinking of the fleet behind Walewski that could be mobilized at any time, Menshikov suppressed his impulse again. How can the Russian Empire convince the French Empire that we are here in peace? Menshikov asked Walewski word for word. We hope that Prince Paskovich, who is stationed in the Principality of Wallachia, can withdraw to Bessarabia. The occupation of the Danube Principality by the Russian Empire can be regarded as an act of aggression. Walewski told Menshikov. The Russian Imperial Army withdraws from Bessarabia. Menshikov couldn't believe his ears. That's right. The Russian Empire's army must be withdrawn. Only then will France believe that the Russian Empire has come with sincerity. Walewski once again responded with a tough attitude. No. His Majesty the Tsar will never agree to withdraw. Menshikov shook his head and responded to Walewski. In that case, let's see who is more powerful between the Russian Empire's fleet and the French Empire's fleet. Walewski directly threatened Menshikov. Don't forget, the Kingdom of Great Britain is the ocean overlord in this world. Menshikov also counter-threatened Walewski. I admit that Britain's maritime power is indeed far more than that of the French Empire, but they will certainly fight to maintain peace in Europe like the French Empire. In Walewski's words, the Second French Empire has been around since the beginning of its birth. In love with peace, the British cabinet may want to dismantle the Ottoman Empire just like the Russian Empire. Menshikov responded to Walewski. Then, we'll just wait and see. Walewski did not explain too much. He responded with a smile. There is no doubt that the Russian Empire and the French Empire are really on the cusp of the Ottoman Empire, and no one is willing to back down. After Menshikov left, Walewski went to the office building of the Minister of the Interior and told the Minister of the Interior that he no longer needed to find the Chargate affairs, and France would not pursue the disappeared of the Chargate affairs in Constantinople. Amid the gratitude of the Home Secretary, Walewski left the Home Secretary's office. On the other hand, Menshikov, who returned from the French embassy, also held back his anger when the Russian ambassador to the Ottomans asked Menshikov if he should change into formal clothes for the welcome ceremony. Menshikov rudely interrupted the ambassador. I will never compromise for a decadent empire. Riyadh1.com Absolutely not. The ambassador was silent, thinking in his heart that Menshikov had been controlled by his own anger. That night, Menshikov, dressed in his own inappropriate dress, took the embassy carriage to the palace where the Ottoman Caliph Sultan lived and ruled. The carriage parked under the steps of Onion Head slowly opened, and Menshikov walked from the steps to the interior of the palace step by step. At this time, all the members of the high gates and religious leaders, including the Ottoman Sultan Abdülmecid I, were wearing their own proper attire. Menshikov's attire looked out of place in this stately court. Hello, Prince Menshikov. I'm Fuad Efendi, Minister of Foreign Affairs of the Ottoman Empire. Fuad Efendi stood beside Menshikov. Kov's polite handshake. After Menshkov glanced contemptuously, he did not shake hands with Fuad Effendi. I will never shake hands with anyone who hates the Russian Empire. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.